everyone and welcome to the Cybersecurity Full Course, your step-by-step guide to protecting systems, networks and data in today's digital world. In a time where cyber threats are growing every day, cybersecurity has become one of the most in-demand skills. From phishing attacks to ransomware, hackers are constantly looking for weaknesses. This course will help you understand how these threats work and how to defend against them. We will start with the fundamentals of cybersecurity, explore common attacks, dive into security tools, and learn practical techniques for safeguarding information. Along the way, you will gain hands-on knowledge in areas like ethical hacking, network security, cryptography, cloud security, and incident response. And by the end of this course, you will not only understand the principles of cybersecurity, but also be ready to apply them in real-world situations, whether to protect your personal data, secure an organization, or build a career in this fast-growing field. So before we begin, please like, share and subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to stay updated on the latest tech content from Edureka. Also, check out Edureka's CEH V13 Ethical Hacking course with AI tools in collaboration with EC Council. It offers you the opportunity to earn the globally recognized CEH V13 certification. This comprehensive training program dives deep into AI-powered hacking techniques and cutting-edge GPT-based tools, covering 20 in-demand modules and over 500 advanced attack methods. It is designed to equip you with the skills to identify and mitigate security vulnerabilities, and the course emphasizes real-world application through 221 hands-on labs. Your enrollment includes official EC Council, EcoSware, and an exam voucher, helping you prepare confidently for the CEH V13 exam. So check out the course link given in the description box below. Now, let us get started with our first topic, that is, what is cybersecurity?
Before we get into what cybersecurity is, let's first look at why it's so important today. Imagine you wake up and hear that a company has lost millions just because of cyber attack. Talking about such an attack, a few years back on May 7, 2021, Colonial Pipeline, which is a major American oil pipeline system, became the victim of a ransomware attack. Colonial Pipeline is an oil pipeline that was established in 1962. It spans over 5,500 miles from Texas to New Jersey, transporting gasoline, jet fuel, and heating oil. This pipeline is essential in transporting oil products from the Gulf of Mexico to the east coast of the United States. This attack involved multi-stages against Colonial Pipeline IT systems. The pipeline's operational technology systems, which actually move oil, were not directly compromised during the attack. The attack began when a hacker group identified as DarkSide accessed the Colonial Pipeline network. Within a 2-hour window, the attackers stole 100 gigabytes of data. Following the data theft, the attackers affected the Colonial Pipeline IT network with ransomware that affected many computer systems, including billing and accounting. Colonial Pipeline shut down the pipeline to prevent the ransomware from spreading. Security investigation firm Mandiant was then brought in to investigate the attack. The attacker group demanded a ransom of 75 bitcoins, which is worth $4.4 million USD. Colonial Pipeline paid DarkSide hackers to get the decryption key, enabling the company's IT staff to regain control of its systems. Although the ransom was paid within hours, but the tool provided to restore their systems was slow and ineffective, which caused further delay and economic loss. The reputational damage was even worse. Now let's see the root cause of the attack. Attackers got into the Colonial Pipeline network through an exposed password for a VPN account. A Colonial Pipeline employee likely used the same password for the VPN in another location. The password was somehow compromised as a part of a different data breach. Password reuse has become a common problem, as many users often use the same password more than once. Here is an attack summary to understand the attack clearly. The date was May 7, 2021. The attack type was a ransomware attack. The attacking group was DarkSide and the loss was of 75 bitcoins, which was around $4.4 million USD. And this wasn't the only major attack. About a decade ago, there was another big attack known as the Sony PlayStation Network outage. Before diving into the attack, let's take a quick look at what Sony PlayStation Network was before 2011. Launched in November 2006, PSN was an online gaming service for PlayStation consoles, offering features like online multiplayer gaming, digital game purchases, and streaming services. By 2011, PSN had grown into a major platform with millions of users worldwide, becoming a central hub for PlayStation gamers to connect, play, and access a wide range of digital content. It was a crucial part of Sony's gaming ecosystem, with a rapidly expanding user base. The PSN was not just a gaming platform, it was also a social network where players could interact with friends, join gaming communities, and share achievements. The network's popularity soared with the success of the PlayStation 3, attracting a diverse and loyal customer base. By early 2011, millions of PlayStation users were regularly logging into the PSN, making it one of the largest online gaming platforms at the time. But then, in April 2011, everything changed. The hacktivist group Anonymous targeted Sony's PlayStation network and brought it down with a distributed denial-of-service attack. The attack was in retaliation for Sony's legal actions against two individuals, George Hotz, known as GeoHot, and Alexander Igoreno, known as Graf Chocolo. These hackers had previously exposed vulnerabilities in Sony's PlayStation 3, enabling users to bypass the console security features. Anonymous warned Sony, stating, "You have victimized your customers merely for possessing and sharing information. Now you will experience the wrath of Anonymous." On April 19, 2011, Sony detected an external intrusion on their system, affecting both PlayStation Network and Curiosity services. By April 20, Sony had taken the PSN servers offline to protect its users, leaving millions without access to online gaming for several weeks. However, the most alarming part of this breach was the exposure of sensitive user data. The personal information of 77 million users, including names, addresses, emails, PlayStation networks, passwords and logins, and even PSN online IDs was compromised. In some cases, users' profile data, including purchase history and billing addresses, may have also been accessed, raising serious concerns about identity theft. The financial damage was immense, costing Sony an estimated $171 million. However, the reputational damage was even worse, as Sony faced significant backlash from its users and multiple lawsuits. Now let's see the root cause of the attack. The attack was fueled by Sony's decision to remove the Other OS feature from the PlayStation 3, which allowed users to install Linux. Hackers motivated by this removal sought to expose vulnerabilities in Sony's system. Anonymous, angered by Sony's legal actions against those hackers, took matters into their own hands, and that led to the attack that crippled Sony's network and exposed the personal data of millions. Here is an attack summary to understand the attack clearly. The date was April 17 to 19, 2011. The attack type was an external intrusion. The attacking group was anonymous and the loss was of $171 million USD. As we have seen from these real-world examples, cyber attacks can have devastating impacts. Now, while these two attacks were significant in their own right, they are just a few examples of many cyber incidents that happen every year. To give you a clearer picture of how cybersecurity vulnerabilities have been increasing over the years, let's take a look at some data. As you can see from this graph, the number of reported vulnerabilities has been rising year after year, from small breaches to massive cyber attacks like the ones we just discussed. The scale of problem is growing. In fact, by 2024, we have seen vulnerabilities reach unprecedented levels, making cybersecurity more critical than ever before. Here is another graph that breaks down the vulnerabilities by type, including some of the most common ones like XSS, CSRF, SSRF, XSE, and denial-of-service attacks. These vulnerabilities are exploited every day by malicious actors to gain access to sensitive information, disrupt services, or cause financial and reputational damage to companies. Whether it's through exploiting weak spots in systems or using social engineering techniques, these threats are becoming more sophisticated, and it's crucial that we understand them so we can protect against them. Now that we have seen the impact cyber attacks can have and how vulnerabilities continue to rise year after year, it's clear that we need strong defenses in place. So, what exactly is cybersecurity and how does it protect us from such threats? Let's dive in. According to CISA, cybersecurity is the art of safeguarding our networks, devices, and data from criminal use while ensuring confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Let's break that down into three key pillars. First is the confidentiality. It is all about protecting sensitive information from unauthorized access. For instance, only those with the right permissions can access specific data. Then comes the integrity, which ensures that the data remains accurate and unaltered by unauthorized parties. Last is the availability. that makes sure that the information or the service is accessible when needed by authorized users. Now that we have a clear understanding of what cybersecurity is, let's dive deeper into how it's implemented. Think of them as the fundamental rules and guidelines that form the foundation of a strong cybersecurity posture. They act as our trusty guide through the digital wilderness. Moving on to our first principle, that is confidentiality. It is about keeping information private. For example, when you send a message through WhatsApp, it's encrypted, which means only you and the person you are messaging can read it. This keeps the conversation private and no one else can access it, even if they manage to intercept the data. Next comes the integrity, which ensures the information is not changed without permission. Imagine you download a file from the internet and the website provides a unique code to verify the file. Before using the file, you can use this unique code to verify that it hasn't been tampered with and is safe to use. Next is the availability. It's about keeping sure information and systems are always accessible when needed. For example, if you're using Google Drive, Google makes sure your files are available even if one of their servers goes down. They do this by storing your data on multiple servers so you can always access your files. Next is the authorization. Controls what you can do after you log in. For instance, in a company's system, employees might log in with their credentials, but what they can access depends on their role. A regular employee might only see their own files, while a manager can access department-wide data. This ensures that people only access what they are supposed to. Then comes the authentication. This is how you prove who you are when you log into a system. A simple example is when you enter your password to log into your email. To make it more secure, some systems use two-factor authentication, where after entering your password, you might also have to enter a code sent to your phone. This makes sure it's really you logging in. Next is a non-repudiation. Means ensuring that someone cannot deny they did something. A good example is digital signatures. When you sign an online document with a digital signature, it creates a record that proves you signed it. Later, you can't say you didn't sign it because the digital signature is unique to you. Moving on to accountability, means tracking who does what in a system. For example, in a company's network, all activities like who accessed which files and when are logged. These logs help the companies track actions, making sure that everyone is responsible for what they do. Last is the auditability. It's about keeping records so actions can be reviewed later. Imagine a company uses software to track all changes made to important documents. If something goes wrong, they can review the history to see who made changes and when, helping them figure out what happened. With these principles in mind, you now have a solid understanding of how cybersecurity works at its core. But to truly grasp cybersecurity, we need to also understand the networks we protect. Up next, we'll dive into networking basics, covering everything from network types and components to firewalls and IP addressing. Imagine you are in a large office building. There are hundreds of computers, printers, and other devices, all needing to communicate with each other to share information, resources, and access the internet. This communication is made possible through what we call a computer network. A computer network is essentially a collection of interconnected devices, like computers, servers, and routers, that communicate with each other to share resources and information. This connectivity is crucial for everything from sending an email to accessing cloud services. Without networks, our digital world would be fragmented and isolated. Now that we know what a computer network is, let's explore the different types of networks that exist and how they fit into various scenarios. First, we have LANs, or local area networks. These are networks that cover a small geographic area like a single building or a campus. For example, the network in your home or office is a LAN, connecting your computers, printers, and other devices. Next is the WAN, or wide area network. WANs cover larger geographic areas such as cities, countries, and even continents. The internet itself is the largest WAN, connecting millions of LANs across the world. WANs are essential for businesses with multiple locations, enabling them to share resources and communicate effectively. Then we have MANs, or metropolitan area networks. These networks cover a larger area than the LAN, but are still limited to a specific city or large campus. They're often used by universities or city governments to connect multiple buildings within a specific area. Lastly, we have PANs, or personal area networks. These are the smallest networks, typically covering just a few meters. Think of the Bluetooth connection between your smartphone and your wireless earbuds. That's a PAN. Now that we have seen the different types of networks, let's take a closer look at the key components that make these networks work smoothly. First is the modem. A modem is a device that converts digital data from a computer into a format suitable for a transmission medium, like telephone lines and vice versa. Next comes the network interface card. It is a hardware component inside a computer that enables it to connect to a network. It can be wired or wireless too. Next is a repeater. A repeater is a network device that receives a signal, amplifies it, and retransmits it to extend the range of communication over long distances. Moving on to hub. A hub is a basic network device that connects multiple computers in a local network. It broadcasts the data to all devices connected, regardless to which device the data is meant for. Next comes switch. A switch is a more advanced version of a hub that can direct the data it receives only to the device it is meant for, making it more efficient. Next is a router. A router connects different networks together and routes data between them. It can connect devices within a local area network to the internet. Moving on to bridge. A bridge connects two separate networks, allowing them to function as a single network. It works at the data link layer and helps divide networks into segments to reduce traffic. Last is a gateway. A gateway is a device that connects two different networks that use different protocols, allowing them to communicate with each other. Having covered the essential components that help networks function, let's move on to one of the most crucial defenses in cybersecurity, that is firewall. A firewall is defined as a cybersecurity tool that monitors incoming and outgoing network traffic and permits or blocks data packets based on a set of security rules. Think of a firewall as a gatekeeper for your network. It ensures that unauthorized or harmful data doesn't get into your network and that sensitive data doesn't leak out. Imagine you're sending a request to visit a website. Your request first goes through the firewall, which checks if it's safe. If it is, the request is sent to the internet, where the website server processes it and sends a response back. The firewall checks this response, allowing only legitimate data to reach your device. If the hacker tries to send malicious data, the firewall blocks it, keeping the network safe. Now we understand the basic concept of a firewall and its role in protecting networks. Let's explore the different types of firewalls and how will they offer various levels of security. First, we have the packet firewall. It controls network traffic by inspecting source and destination IP addresses, protocols, and ports without analyzing the state of connection. Next is the stateful inspection firewall. Monitors the full state of active connections and allows traffic only if valid sessions is established, blocking unauthorized packets. Next is the application layer firewall. Inspects traffic at the application layer, blocking malicious or suspicious application level requests, like HTTP, that could harm the network. Moving on to next generation firewall. It provides advanced security by combining traditional firewall capabilities with additional features like intrusion prevention, application control, and cloud threat intelligence. Next is a circuit level gateway. It secures TCP/UDP connections by managing sessions at the OSI model's session layer. Ensures packet exchange is valid between trusted endpoints. Moving on to the software firewall. It protects an individual computer by running as software, notifying users of potential threats from unauthorized access or malicious websites. Then comes the hardware firewall, a physical device that monitors and filters traffic at the network boundary, enforcing access controls and security policies on inbound and outbound traffic. Last is the cloud firewall, a cloud-deployed firewall that filters traffic at the cloud level, offering protection against unauthorized access to private networks without the need for physical infrastructure. Now that we understand the role of firewalls, let's explore how devices in a network communicate with each other using IP addresses. Just like every house on a street needs a postal address, every device on a network needs an address. This is where IP addresses comes in. An IP address or Internet Protocol address is a unique identifier assigned to each device on a network. It allows devices to find and communicate with each other. There are two types of IP addresses. The first is the IPv4, then comes the IPv6. IPv4 is the older version and uses 32-bit address, like 192.168.1.1. However, with the explosion of devices needing IP addresses, the available IPv4 addresses are running out. This is where IPv6 comes in. IPv6 uses a 128-bit address, providing a much larger pool of addresses. This ensures that we won't run out of the addresses anytime soon. IP addresses are like postal addresses in the digital world, ensuring that devices can locate and communicate with each other. Now that we understand how devices are identified and connected, let's dive into how web servers communicate using HTTP status codes. Now let's have a small quiz in what we have studied earlier. Moving on to our first question. Which firewall monitors and keeps track of the state of active connections? And the options are A. Next generation firewall, B. Software firewall, C. Stateful inspection firewall, and D. Packet firewall. If you know the correct answer, please comment below. Now that we have discussed IP addressing, let's go ahead and perform a simple demo on how we can find IP addresses of our machines. But before that, we have to install some prerequisites. So let me show you how to install VMware on your personal computer and run a virtual environment like Kali Linux on it. But before that, let's break down what exactly is virtual machine. First, we have the infrastructure. This is your physical computer or the host machine, which provides the hardware resources like CPU, memory, and storage that the virtual machine will use. Examples are cloud servers, databases, and your personal computer. Then we have is a hypervisor, which is a software that lets you run virtual machines on your computer and manages how resources are shared between them. Examples are Oracle VirtualBox and VMware Workstation. Then we have the guest operating system. Now this is operating system that runs on your hypervisor. For us, it's going to be Kali Linux, but other examples are Windows and Ubuntu. With that said, let's get started with the installation. Alright, let's start by getting VMware. First, open up your favorite web browser. Could be Chrome, Firefox, Edge, whatever you like. Now in search bar, just type in VMware Workstation Pro and hit enter. You'll want to click on the very first link that pops up. It should take you directly to the official VMware page. Once you're on the site, you'll see two main options. The first is Workstation Pro and Fusion Pro. Now we are interested in Workstation Pro because that's the one for Windows. Scroll down a bit and you'll find a download button that says VMware Workstation Pro Download. Go ahead and click that. Now this will take you to the Broadcom website. They handle VMware downloads. It used to be much easier before this change. Back then, we could download it directly from VMware without having to log in or create an account. But now, Broadcom requires a login to proceed. It's just an extra step. But it doesn't take long. If you already have an account, just sign in. And if you don't, no worries. Registering is quick and simple. While registering, it's not important to register with your company's email. You can also use your personal email as well. Once you're logged in, you will land on the VMware Workstation download page. Now make sure you're downloading the right version. We need the VMware Workstation Pro 17.0 for personal use, that is Windows. Personal use is a key here because we don't want the commercial version. Go to 17.6.1 and click on that. Now agree to the terms and conditions, and on the right hand side, you will see the little download icon. Click on that. And your download should start immediately. Easy, right? Now that we have got VMware, let's move to downloading Kali Linux. Before that, let's talk about Kali Linux. It's a Debian-based operating system that is specially designed for ethical hacking and penetration testing. It comes pre-installed with hundreds of security tools that professionals use for their own day-to-day tasks, like network scanning, vulnerability testing, and password cracking. With that said, let's start with the installation. Head over to your browser again, and this time, type Kali Linux into the address bar. Hit enter, and just like before, click on the first link that pops up. This will take you straight to the official Kali Linux page. Once you're there, you'll see a big download button. Go ahead and click that, and you'll be asked to choose your platform. Since we are setting up this on the virtual machine, you're going to select the option for virtual machines. Now scroll down a bit, and you'll see several download options. Since we are using VMware, make sure to pick the one specifically for VMware. You'll find the download icon right next to it. Click on that, and your download should start right away. Wait patiently until the download is complete. Now that we have both these files ready and downloaded on our desktop, let's start with the installation process. So first up, we'll install VMware Workstation Pro. Head to the folder where we downloaded the VMware installer file. You should see the file named something like VMware Workstation Full.exe. Let's double-click on that to start the installation. A prompt will appear asking for permissions to continue. Click Yes. After that, the VMware installer window will pop up. Click Next to get started, and then you will be shown the license agreement. You know the drill here. Just click on the box that says I accept the terms in the license agreement and hit Next. Now you'll see an option asking if you want to add VMware Workstation console tools to your system path. Make sure this box is checked. It's really useful, trust me. Next, you'll see two options related to the user experience. You can uncheck these if you don't want to send usage data to VMware. Totally up to you. If you prefer not to have a desktop shortcut like me, go ahead and uncheck the desktop shortcut option. Once all that's done, hit Install and let the magic happen. VMware will install itself on your system. And when it's finished, click Finish. If you have a license key, you can enter it now. But if you don't, no worries. Just click on Finish again. And we have done with the installation of VMware Workstation. Now that VMware is installed, let's move on to setting up Kali Linux. Go to the folder where we downloaded the Kali Linux zip file. Right-click on it and choose Extract All. You can extract it wherever you prefer on your system. Once the extraction is done, open the folder and you will see a bunch of files. What we are interested in is the one with the .vmx extension. That's the virtual machine configuration file. Now just double-click on that .vmx file. This will automatically open VMware Workstation and start the import process for Kali Linux. Once imported, Kali Linux should appear inside VMware Workstation as a new virtual machine. And there you go. Your Kali Linux VM is all set up and ready to run. Alright, now that Kali Linux is imported into VMware, we need to make a few changes before booting it up for the first time. First, click on Edit Virtual Machine Settings. Then we'll open up the setting window. Under the Hardware tab, you'll see an option for memory. Now for smoother operation, I recommend assigning at least 4 GB of RAM to your virtual machine. But if your computer has less available RAM, you can leave it to 2 GB and it should still work fine. Once that's done, click OK to save your settings. Now you're ready to boot up the Kali machine. Click on Power on this virtual machine. This will start up your Kali Linux VM. Once the machine boots up, you'll arrive at the login screen. Here, you'll need to enter the default credentials. The username is Kali and the password is also Kali. Simple enough. You're now inside your Kali Linux virtual machine. Here you go. We have successfully installed the Kali Linux virtual machine. Now let's go ahead and see how we can see the IPv4 and IPv6 address of our Windows host machine and as well as Kali virtual machine. Starting with Windows, open your terminal and type ipconfig. Hit enter. And now you can see the IP Windows configuration on the screen. Now if you scroll down, you will see something like wireless LAN adapter Wi-Fi address. Under that, you can see link local IPv6 address. So this is our IPv6 address. And we also have the IPv4 address. That is 192.168.0.96. This is how we check the IPv address for the Windows machine. Now let's see how to do the same for our Kali machine. Same as we did before, go to your terminal and type ifconfig and hit enter. You can see something like inet 192.168.112.128. This is our IPv4 address. And we can see inet 6, that is the IPv6 address. So this is how we check the IP addresses for Windows and Linux machine. When you interact with the website, the web servers respond with specific status codes that tell you what's happening behind the scenes. First, we have the informational status code starting with 1. Indicates that the request was received and is still being processed. Then we have the success status code starting with 2. Confirms the request was successful, like a 200 OK status. Then we have is the redirection status code, which starts with 3. Tells the client that further actions is needed to complete the request. Moving on to the client errors status code, which starts with 4. Indicates an issue with the client's request. Last we have the server error status code, which starts with 5. Shows there is a problem on the server side. Now that we have covered the status codes, let's talk about some of the most common HTTP errors you may encounter and what they mean. First we have the 401 unauthorized. That means the client is not authorized to access the requested resource. Next is the 400 bad request. The server cannot understand the request due to bad syntax. Moving on to 404 not found. The server cannot find the requested resource. Next we have is the 403 forbidden. The client does not have permission to access the resource. Then comes the 500 internal server error. A generic error message indicating the server encountered an unexpected issue. Last is the 503 service unavailable. The server is currently unable to handle the request due to being overloaded or under maintenance. After exploring how web traffic functions and how errors are communicated, it's time to look at the larger picture, how data flows across networks using different models. Let's first break down the OSI model, then the TCP/IP model, and finally we'll compare both to see how they align. The OSI model is a conceptual framework developed by the International Organization for Standardization that is used to understand and implement networking protocols in 7 distinct layers. Each layer serves a specific function and interacts with the layers directly above and below it. The first layer is the physical layer. This is the lowest layer of the OSI model. It deals with the physical connection between devices, including the transmission and reception of raw data bytes over a physical medium such as cables, switches, and hubs. The physical layer is responsible for defining the hardware specifications, transmission rates, and encoding methods. The next layer is the data link layer. This layer establishes, maintains, and decides how data is transferred between directly connected nodes in a network. It ensures that the data reaches its destination without errors. This layer is further divided into 2 sublayers. First is the media access control, which controls how devices on the network gain access to the data and also gives permission to transmit it. Next is the logical link control, which controls frame synchronization, flow control, and error checking. The third layer is the network layer. The network layer is responsible for the logical addressing and routing of data. It decides the path that data should take across the network, often using routers to forward packets to their destination. This layer handles packet forwarding, including routing through different routers. The fourth layer is the transport layer. The transport layer ensures the reliable transmission of data between systems. It controls flow, handles error correction, and ensures that the data is delivered in the correct sequence. It also manages data segmentation and reassembly. This layer supports both TCP, which is connection-oriented, and UDP, which is connectionless. The fifth layer is the session layer. This layer manages sessions or connections between applications. It establishes, manages, and terminates the communication sessions between 2 systems. It also controls dialog control and synchronization. The sixth layer is the presentation layer. The presentation layer translates data between the application layer and the network. It is responsible for the data format translation, encryption, and compression. This layer ensures that the data sent from the application layer of the one device can be read by the application layer of another device, even if they use different data formats. The last we have is the application layer. The application layer is the closest layer to the end user and is responsible for network services to applications. It directly interacts with a software application that implement a communication component. It provides services like email, file transfer, and network resource sharing. The TCP/IP model, also known as the Internet Protocol Suite, is a simple and more practical framework used to explain how data moves across networks. It has 4 layers, which combine some of the functions found in OSI model's 7 layer. The first layer is the network access layer. This layer combines the functionality of both the physical and data link layers from the OSI model. It handles the hardware components and transmission medium, as well as defining how data is physically transmitted across the network. The second layer is the internet layer. Equivalent to the network layer of the OSI model, the internet layer is responsible for logical addressing and routing data to its destination. It defines protocols for data packet addressing and forwarding through the network. The third layer is a transport layer. Similar to the OSI transport layer, this layer manages data flow control, error checking, and ensures that the data is delivered reliably from one system to another. The primary protocols used are TCP for reliable data transmission and UDP for fast, connectionless communication. The fourth layer is the application layer. This layer combines the functionality of the session, presentation, and application layers of the OSI model. It deals with high-level protocols and services that allow users to interact with the networks. It supports processes like file transfer, email, and web browsing. While the OSI model is more of the theoretical framework, it provides a great foundation for understanding networking and data transmission. The TCP/IP model, on the other hand, is used for real-world networking, especially on the internet. Understanding the basics of networking sets the stage for appreciating how data is transmitted and protected across the internet. Now let's take up a quiz in what we have learnt earlier. And the second question is, in the TCP/IP model, which layer corresponds to the OSI model's network layer? And the options are A. Internet layer, B. Transport layer, C. Application layer, and D. Link layer. If you know the correct answer, comment below. Now let's delve into a crucial aspect of cybersecurity, that is cryptography. This practice ensures that our data remains confidential and secure by transforming it into a format that is unreadable without the correct decryption key. Cryptography is the practice of securing information by transforming it into an unreadable format. This process involves two key operations. First is encryption and decryption. Encryption is the process of converting plain text into ciphertext using an algorithm and a key. Decryption is a reverse process, converting ciphertext back into plain text using a key. The purpose of cryptography is to ensure the confidentiality, integrity, and authenticity of data. Now let's explore the different methods of encryption that cryptographers employ to safeguard data. First, we have the symmetric cryptography. Use the same key for both encryption and decryption. It's fast and efficient but requires secure key distribution. Example, AES, that is the Advanced Encryption Standard. Next, we have the asymmetric cryptography. Uses a pair of keys, a public key and a private key. The public key encrypts data and the private key decrypts it. This method is slower but provides a way to securely share keys. Example, the RSA. Having established the two main types of encryption, let's dive deeper into specific cryptographic algorithms that implement these methods. First, we have the Advanced Encryption Standard. It uses the same key for encryption and decryption. It is a symmetric block cipher algorithm with block size of 128 bits, 192 bits or 256 bits. Second, we have the Data Encryption Standard. It is used to convert 64-bit plain text data into 48-bit encrypted ciphertext. It uses symmetric keys. Third, we have the RSA. It is an asymmetric cryptographic algorithm which uses two different keys for encryption. This algorithm works on a block cipher concept that converts plain text into ciphertext and vice versa. The last type we have is the secure hash algorithm. It is used to generate unique fixed-length digital fingerprints of input data known as the hashes. Its variations such as SHA-2 and SHA-3 are commonly used to ensure data integrity and authenticity. Now let's take up a quiz in which we have learnt earlier. Question number 3. Which of the following is a type of symmetric encryption? And the options are A. RSA, B. AES, Option C, we have Diffie-Hellman. Option D, we have L-Gamel. If you know the correct answer, please comment below. Now that we have covered the basics of cryptography and the different types of encryption, let's dive into a practical demonstration. In this demo, we'll encrypt a sample text file, decrypt the encrypted file back to its original form, verify the integrity of the original and decrypted files. This hands-on example will help you see how these cryptographic techniques are applied in real-world scenarios to protect and verify data. Let's get started. We'll focus on symmetric encryption using the AES algorithm and verify data integrity with the SHA-256 hash function. Now let's create a sample text file. In this step, we create a simple text file that contains a message, "Hello World." This file is named as sample.txt. This step sets up the file we'll work with. Now, we will be using OpenSSL to encrypt the sample.txt file using the AES algorithm, along with the 256-bit key in cipher block chaining mode. This command invokes the OpenSSL encryption tool. Here we are specifying the AES algorithm with a 256-bit key and CBC mode. Then we have added a random salt to strengthen the encryption by preventing attacks on reused passwords. After that, we have specified the input file, that is the file that we have encrypting. And here we have the output file where the encrypted content will be stored. And also we have specified a password for our encrypted file, which is Edureka. By running this, we encrypt the sample.txt file and store the result in encrypted.bin. Now let's go ahead and see what we have in our encrypted file. Here we can see that we are presented with a garbage value that's not human readable. So we'll be using the decryption method to make it readable again. This step decrypts the encrypted file back to its original form using the same password, that is Edureka. Each part of this command is similar to the encryption command with the addition of the D flag, which specifies decryption mode. And D stands for decrypt. And we have the input file, that is the encrypted.bin, and the output is stored in the decrypted.txt. After running this, it decrypts the file named decrypted.txt that matches the original sample.txt file. Now let's see the content in the decrypted.txt file. This confirms that the decryption worked correctly and restored the file to its original state. In the next step, we will be generating a SHA-256 hash of the original file. In this step, we generate a SHA-256 hash for the original file to create a unique digital fingerprint. The SHA-256 sum command computes the SHA-256 hash, and the output is redirected to the original hash.txt. In the next step, we are going to calculate the SHA-256 hash of the decrypted file. This step calculates the SHA-256 hash of the decrypted file and stores it in decrypted hash.txt. This allows us to compare it with the original hash to check if both files are identical after encryption and decryption. Now let's compare the hashes of both these files. If both hashes match, it means the original and decrypted files are identical, proving that no data was altered during the encryption and decryption process. Now that we have explored how cryptography protects our data through encryption and decryption, it's time to dive into the other side of the equation, the threats and vulnerabilities that cryptography aims to defend against. While encryption can secure information, understanding the types of cyber attacks that can bypass or challenge these defenses is crucial. Let's move on to the various types of attack that pose a risk to our digital world. First we have the malware. It is a program or code created to harm a computer, network or server. Now let's see the types of malware. First we have the ransomware. Imagine you're working on an important project and suddenly your computer locks you out. A message pops up demanding money to unlock it. That's ransomware. It encrypts your file and demands payment to restore access. Next is a spyware. This sneaky software hides your computer, watching everything you do like a spy. For example, it could record your keystrokes to steal your passwords. Moving on to adware. Have you ever seen those annoying pop-up ads? That's adware. It bombards you with ads, sometimes even redirecting your browser to malicious websites. Next we have the Trojan, like the Trojan horse from history. This malware disguises itself as something harmless. For instance, you might download a game, but it secretly installs a Trojan that lets hackers control your computer. Then we have the worms. Unlike virus, worms don't need to attach to files. They spread by themselves, often through networks. Imagine someone sends an infected email to everyone in your company, and the worm spreads to every computer. Next comes the rootkits. These are tools hackers use to hide their presence. For example, a hacker might install a rootkit to gain administrative control of your system without you knowing. Next comes a keylogger. A keylogger records every keystroke you make. It's like someone looking over your shoulder while you type your passwords or messages. Last is the botnet. A botnet is a network of infected computers controlled by a hacker. These computers are often used to launch large-scale attacks, like sending out massive amount of spam. The next type of attack we have is a denial-of-service attack. A DDoS attack is like flooding a shop with so many customers that real buyers can't get it. In cyber terms, hackers overwhelm a website with traffic. making it unavailable to users. For example, if a DDoS attack hits an online store during a big sale, customers might not be able to make purchases. Next type of attack we have is phishing. Phishing is a scam email pretending to be from your bank or asking for your password. Hackers use this technique to trick you into revealing personal information. For instance, you might receive an email that looks like it's from PayPal, but it's actually a fake site designed to steal your login details. Next we have is spoofing. Spoofing is when a hacker pretends to be someone else. Imagine receiving a call from a number that looks like your bank, but it's actually a hacker trying to get your information. In emails, they might spoof the sender's address to make it look legitimate. The next type of attack we have is the code injection based, which involves inserting malicious code into a system or application to manipulate its behavior. Now let's see the different types of code injection based attacks. First we have the SQL injection. Imagine a website with a search bar. A hacker enters malicious code instead of search term, tricking the website into revealing confidential data. This is SQL injection. Then we have the cross-site scripting, that is XSS, which occurs when a hacker injects malicious scripts into a website. For example, they might post a malicious link on a forum that, when clicked, runs harmful code on your browser. The next type of attack we have is the social engineering attacks. Social engineering is all about manipulating people rather than breaking into systems. For example, a hacker might call an employee pretending to be from IT support, asking for their password to fix an issue. The next attack is the insider threat. Sometimes the threat comes from within. An insider threat that could be an employee who misuses their access to steal data or cause harm. For example, an employee with access to sensitive files might leak them to the public. The last type of attack we have is the AI-powered attack. This is like using artificial intelligence to create deceptive content such as deepfake videos to mislead or deceive. Under AI-powered attacks, we have deepfake. Deepfake use AI to create realistic but fake videos or audio. For example, a hacker might create a deepfake video of a company CEO making a false announcement causing panic. Then we have the AI-generated social engineering. Hackers use AI to craft convincing phishing emails or messages, making them more likely to deceive people. For example, AI could generate a personalized phishing emails that look exactly like a message from your boss. Now that we have discussed the types of cyber attacks that can compromise our digital security, it's essential to understand who is behind these attacks. Not all hackers are same. Some work to protect our systems, while others seek to exploit them. Let's explore the different types of hackers and their motivations. First, we have the black hat hackers. Black hat hackers are the bad guys in the hacking world. They break into systems illegally, often to steal data, install malware, or cause harm. Imagine someone breaking into your house to steal valuables. That's what these hackers do to the computer systems. Next we have is the white hat hackers. These are good guys. They use their hacking skills to find and fix security flaws before the bad guys can exploit them. Think of them as security experts who test locks and doors to make sure your house is safe. Moving on to grey hat hackers. Grey hat hackers are somewhere in between. They might break into systems without permission, but do it to point out flaws, not cause harm. It's like someone breaking into your house to show that your lock is weak, but without asking you first. Next we have the hacktivists. Hacktivists use hacking as a form of protest or to promote a political agenda. They target organizations or governments they disagree with, often to expose information or disrupt operations. It's like someone spray painting a message on a public building to make a statement. Moving on to state-nation-sponsored hackers. These hackers work for governments and are often involved in cyber incidents, stealing sensitive information from other countries or disrupting their operations. Imagine a spy gathering secrets from another country. Last we have the script kiddies. Script kiddies are amateurs in hacking world. They don't have deep knowledge but use existing tools and scripts to carry out attacks. It's like someone with no technical skills using a lock-picking kit they bought online to break into a house. Now that we have identified the different types of hackers and their motivations, it's important to understand how organizations can defend against these threats. One of the most effective ways to do this is through penetration testing, a proactive approach that simulates cyber attacks to uncover vulnerabilities before malicious hackers can exploit them. Let's take up a quiz in what we have learned before. Question number 4. Which type of hacker is known for their malicious intent and seeks to steal sensitive information? And the options are A. Grey hat hacker, B. Black hat hacker, option C. Script kiddie, and option D. Ethical hacker. If you know the correct answer, please comment below. Now let's talk about penetration testing. Penetration testing is a security exercise in which security experts attempt to find and exploit vulnerabilities in a computer system. The purpose of this simulated attack is to identify any weak spots in a system's defenses that attackers could exploit. Penetration testing helps an organization discover vulnerabilities and flaws in their systems that they might not have otherwise be able to find. This can help stop attackers before they start, as organizations can fix these vulnerabilities once they have been identified. Now let's talk about the different types of penetration testing. First, we have the open box penetration testing. It is also known as the white box testing. In this type, the tester has full knowledge of the system being tested. This includes access to architecture documents, source code, and network information. The purpose of open box penetration testing is used to simulate an insider threat or a highly knowledgeable attacker who has deep knowledge of the system. The goal is to identify vulnerabilities that may be difficult to spot without inside information. Next, we have the closed box penetration testing, which is also known as the black box testing. Here, the tester has no prior knowledge of the system. The only information they have is what a real external attacker would. This means no internal details or documentation. The purpose of closed box penetration testing is to simulate an external attacker's approach, starting from scratch and attempting to gather information and exploit vulnerabilities. Next, we have the covert penetration testing. In this scenario, a penetration test is carried out without the knowledge of the IT or security teams, except of the few key individuals. This is sometimes called as double-blind testing. This type of attack aims to test how well the security team responds to a real attack without a prior notice. Next, we have the external penetration testing. External penetration testing focuses on external-facing assets such as web application, servers, and firewalls, which are exposed to the public internet. The tester tries to exploit these from the outside, mimicking an attack from an external threat actor. It accesses how vulnerable an organization's public-facing infrastructure is to attack. Next, we have the internal penetration testing. In internal testing, the tester assumes the role of someone inside the network, such as a rogue employee or the attacker who has already breached the perimeter. It evaluates the security from the inside, identifying what an attacker could access if they gain entry to your internal network. Now that we understand what penetration testing is, let's break down the key phases involved in this process. The first phase is pre-engagement. This is where the scope and goals of the test is defined. The tester and the organization agree on what systems will be tested and under what condition. Next, we have the information gathering. In this step, the tester collects as much data as possible about the target system, including IP addresses, network details, and other valuable information that could help in identifying vulnerabilities. Following that, there is threat modeling. This is where the collected information is used to map potential threats and the areas most likely to be targeted by attackers. Then comes vulnerability analysis. Here, the tester identifies weaknesses in the system that could be exploited, such as outdated software or poor security configurations. Once vulnerabilities are found, it's time for exploitation. The tester will attempt to exploit those weaknesses to gain unauthorized access, just like a real attacker would. After that is post-exploitation. This phase involves assessing the impact of the breach. The tester analyzes the extent of access gained and what sensitive data could be exposed or compromised. Finally, there is reporting. In the last phase, the tester documents the findings, including vulnerabilities and recommendations for improving security. But before that, we have a quiz in what we have learnt before. Question number 5. In which phase does the penetration tester attempt to exploit vulnerabilities found during the scanning phase? And the options are A. Reporting, B. Exploitation, C. Post-exploitation, and D. Reconnaissance. If you know the correct answer, please comment below.
Ethical hacking is like having a good guy test your computer or network to find and fix any weak points before bad guy can use them. It's a bit like inviting a friendly detective to check if your digital doors and windows are secure. So instead of causing harm, Thus, ethical hackers help strengthen your online defense, making sure your information stays safe from cyber threats. This way, businesses can stay ahead of potential problems and keep their digital spaces secure and trustworthy. Having an ethical hacker ensures that your computer is safe and secure. So, what exactly is ethical hacking? Ethical hacking is a practice where experts intentionally test computer systems to find and fix security vulnerabilities. The objective is to improve cybersecurity and stop unwanted access, data breaches, and other cyber threats as compared to malicious hacking. Ethical hacking is a proactive strategy used by organizations to protect their digital assets. Maintaining a safe and powerful digital environment, safeguarding important data, and staying one step ahead of hackers all depend on ethical hacking. Now let's explore several reasons why ethical hacking is important. And the first reason is it prevents attacks. It identifies and fixes security weaknesses before a hacker can take advantage of them. Next, strengthens security. Improving overall cybersecurity helps organizations stay ahead of constantly changing cyber threats. The next reason is ensures compliance with industry standards and regularizations related to cybersecurity. And the next reason is protects information. It protects private information while gaining and maintaining the trust of stakeholders and clients. Then, manage risk proactively. It facilitates the early identification and reductions of possible cyber threats and encourages a proactive strategy for cybersecurity. Let us now discuss on the different types of ethical hackers. Basically, there are three types of hackers, and they are white hat hacker, black hat hacker, and grey hat hacker. So let's explore a bit deeper into these different types of ethical hackers. So the white hat hackers, also known as ethical hacker, are cybersecurity experts who conduct authorized assessments of systems, networks, and applications. Their primary goal is to identify vulnerabilities and improve security defenses. White hat hackers use their expertise to conduct penetration tests, vulnerability assessments, and security audits. They collaborate closely with organizations to identify and address vulnerabilities before malicious hackers can exploit them. Example, a white hat hacker hired by a financial institution conduct routine security assessments on online banking systems. They identify potential vulnerabilities such as flaws in the website code or configurations and work with the bank's IT team to implement security measures to safeguard customer financial information. The white hat hackers play an important role in the proactive defense against cyber threats, assisting organizations in maintaining the integrity and security of their digital assets. The next type of hacker is black hat hacker. Black hat hackers are people who engage in malicious behavior using vulnerabilities for personal gain, financial gain, or malicious intent. They operate outside the bounds of law and ethical standards. Black hat hackers may steal sensitive data, gain unauthorized access to systems, and launch cyber attacks for financial gain or use ransomware attacks to extort money from victims. For example, an advanced hacker penetrates a company's network, steals customer data, and sells it on the dark web for a profit. In addition, a black hat hacker could launch a distributed denial of service attack on a competitor's website, disrupting their online services. It is important to note that black hat hacking is both illegal and unethical. Black hat hackers' activities represent serious threats to individuals, organizations, and society as a whole. Ethical hacking, as practiced by white hat hackers, seeks to reduce these threats by identifying and addressing vulnerabilities before they are used by malicious actors. The next type of hacker is grey hat hackers. Grey hat hacker falls somewhere between ethical and potentially questionable behavior. They may discover and disclose vulnerabilities without explicit permission, raising ethical concern about responsible disclosure. Grey hat hackers may discover security faults in systems, network, or applications without authorization. While their intentions are good, their actions may not always be consistent with legal and ethical standards. Grey hat hackers discover a software weakness in a widely used application. Instead of immediately informing the company, They publicly disclose the vulnerabilities in order to draw attention to the problem and potentially put pressure on the company to address it. It's important to note that grey hat hacker can be uncertain and isn't always viewed as a responsible or ethical approach to cybersecurity. Responsible disclosure and collaboration with organizations are fundamental principles of ethical hacking practices. Next, let's have a look at the roles and responsibilities of an ethical hacker. First, permission and authorization. Prior to conducting any security testing, obtain proper authorization. Ethical hackers must obtain explicit permission from the organizations or individual in charge of the system they are testing. Next, vulnerability assessment. Determine and evaluate potential security risk in computer systems, networks, and applications. This involves looking into the system's architecture, configurations, and code to identify faults. Next, penetration testing. Penetration testing involves simulating real-world cyber attacks in order to find vulnerabilities and evaluate the effectiveness of existing security measures. This could include attempting to gain unauthorized access, increasing privileges, or manipulating the systems to find weaknesses. Next, network security testing. It evaluates the security of networks, including routers, firewalls, and other network devices to ensure they are properly configured and resistant to potential attacks. Next, application security testing evaluates the security of software applications by reviewing source code, analyzing application behavior, and identifying vulnerabilities that attacks could exploit. Next, wireless network testing. Test the security of wireless network to identify weaknesses in encryption, authentication, and access control. Next, social engineering test. Use social engineering tests to evaluate the human component of security. This may include phishing simulations in which ethical hackers attempt to trick employees into disclosing sensitive information. Moving on, let's discuss the key concepts of ethical hacking. Ethical hacking involves a set of key concepts and principles that guide the practice of security testing within ethical and legal boundaries. And here are some of the key concepts of ethical hacking. First, authorization. Before conducting any security testing, ethical hackers must obtain explicit and legal permission from the organizations or individual owning the system. Unauthorized hacking activities are illegal and can have serious consequences. Next, legal and ethical boundaries. Ethical hackers must adhere to the legal and ethical boundaries set by local laws and professional codes of conduct. They should avoid any activities that violate privacy, confidentiality, or the law. Next, informed consent. Obtain informed consent from stakeholders before conducting any security assessments. This ensures that the organizations or individual being tested is aware of and agrees to the testing activities. Next, purpose of testing. The primary goal of ethical hacking is to identify and address security vulnerabilities, weaknesses, and potential risk within a system. The goal is to improve security, not cause harm or damage. Then we have confidentiality. Ethical hackers must keep all information obtained during security testing strictly confidential. This includes information about vulnerabilities, sensitive data, and anything else relevant to the organization's security posture. Next, what skills and certifications should an ethical hacker obtain? So, the skills are networking knowledge, understanding of networking protocols, architectures, and services. This includes TCP/IP, routing, switching, firewalls, and VPNs. Next, operating system proficiency. Familiarity with various operating systems including Windows, Linux, and Unix is important. Knowledge of system administration tasks is crucial. Next, programming and scripting. Proficiency in programming languages such as Python, C, C++, or scripting languages like Bash. This is important for writing custom scripts and understanding code vulnerabilities. Then, web application knowledge. Understanding of web technologies, web application architecture, and common vulnerabilities such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and cross-site request forgery. Next, wireless technologies. Knowledge of wireless networking protocols and security measures, having familiarity with tools used for wireless network penetration testing is very important. Then we have cryptography. Understanding of cryptographic concepts and protocols, as well as the ability to identify and assess cryptographic vulnerabilities. Then, security tools proficiency. Experience with a variety of security tools including vulnerability scanners, network sniffers, and penetration testing frameworks. Now that we have covered the skills required to be an ethical hacker, let's look at the top cybersecurity certifications that can help you become a certified ethical hacker. About the certified ethical hacker. Start your career with the most popular ethical hacking certification in the world, that is, the Certified Ethical Hacker (CEH). This top-notch program offers structured training for aspiring cyber professionals, globally acknowledged and enabling work flexibility. Master the 5 phases of ethical hacking through a comprehensive curriculum, including hands-on experience in CyberQ labs. Also, you can choose between live online or hybrid learning options for a flexible educational journey. Check out the CEH V12 Certified Ethical Hacking course by Edureka in collaboration with EC Council and offers the chance to obtain the CEH V12 certification. This training, which focuses on fundamental cybersecurity skills, certifies knowledge of network security, cryptography, and other areas, transforming participants into certified ethical hackers prepared to tackle cybersecurity issues. The next certification is Certified Information System Security Professional. The CISSP certification is a globally recognized credential for cybersecurity professionals. It validates expertise across various security domains and requires passing an exam, showcasing a high level of competencies in cybersecurity. Check out the highly regarded CISSP certification training course in information security as well. To achieve leadership roles, upskill and obtain this certification, Edureka offers the best training available. The CISSP certification points to a high level of managerial and technical proficiency for effectively overseeing security frameworks in businesses. The next certification is CompTIA Security Plus. The CompTIA Security Plus certification is recognized worldwide and confirms fundamental skills needed for essential security tasks and for starting a career in IT security. CompTIA Security Plus is your gateway to a cybersecurity career, equipping you with the foundational skills, assessing practical abilities for real-world challenges, and keeping you updated on the latest trends in cybersecurity technology and techniques. Edureka's collaboration with CompTIA Security Plus provides an opportunity to obtain the globally recognized CompTIA Security Plus certification training course. The training, which focuses on critical cybersecurity skills for administrators, validates knowledge of risk management, threat handling, and intrusion detection. This certification enables you to manage security incidents effectively. Now let's talk about how much an ethical hacker typically earns. In India, the average base pay varies from 24,000 rupees to 1 lakh per month. Meanwhile, the average annual salary for an ethical hacker in the United States is $134,000. Salaries for highly skilled professionals with advanced certifications and years of experience may be higher than this range.
Let's get started with the phases. So the first phase is reconnaissance, and also I'll be explaining each phase of ethical hacking with the help of an analogy, so that it's easy for beginners to understand. Suppose you're a beginner, it's the first video you're watching on ethical hacking, or maybe you've watched a little videos and you don't have a lot of understanding of what ethical hacking is, then it'll be easy for you to understand. So let's start with the first phase. Firstly, I'll tell you what this analogy is. So the analogy goes something like this. Suppose there's an enemy layer at a location, and this enemy layer has got a lot of destructive weapons, and you are the army chief who's assigned to attack the enemy layer and take control of this. So my question to you is, if you were actually an army officer, who's assigned to make a surgical strike, you've got a lot of forces, you've got the army, you've got tanks, you've got air force, all at your command. So would you just take all your forces and go attack? I don't think so. Yeah, because first you'll have to create a plan, and before that you'll have to understand the enemy layer. So you'll collect basic information such as the location of the layer, how to get to that location from the army base. You'll collect more information about the building, the number of floors, and the surroundings of the building. So similarly, when it comes to ethical hacking, you cannot just use tools or type something in your computer and just hack the target. So to hack the target, the first thing you have to do is understand the target. So this phase where you understand your target is reconnaissance. So reconnaissance is basically the phase where the ethical hacker collects information about the target so that it's easy for him to understand how to actually hack the target. So some of the basic information you would want to collect are, the first one would be the IP address of the target. Suppose you're trying to hack a particular system in a network, then you would want to know the IP address of the target because the IP address uniquely identifies the system in the network. The next thing you would want to know is the IP address range. Suppose there's an organization with hundreds of computers and you want to hack the whole network. You don't know which computer or which system has got the lowest security. So to check that, you would need the IP address range of the whole organization or the network. The next thing you would want to know is the network. You would want to know the architecture of the network. And finally, you would want to know about the DNS records. So these are very basic things, very basic information to collect about your target. And depending on what your target is, this information might vary. So now I'll be talking about some of the most popular tools used for reconnaissance. The first tool I'm going to talk about is search engine. So I'm sure you're familiar with Google, Yahoo, and Bing. So I'll give you an example. Okay, imagine yourself in this situation where you're an ethical hacker. You're the best in the city. There's no one else who can compete your skills of ethical hacking. And one day you're at your office and this guy, a CEO of a big organization, comes to you and he hands out the name of a website and he wants you to test for security loopholes or weaknesses on his website. And he just walks away. He doesn't speak a word. He's an introvert. So at this point, you only know the name of the website. You have no idea of what this application is or what your target is. You only know the name of your website. So what would be the first thing you do? So the first thing you would want to do is use the name of the website into a search engine. So maybe Google the name of the website. There are different search engines you can use. There's Google, there's DuckDuckGo, there's Yahoo, there's Shodan, and a lot of search engines. So you just Google search or use whatever search engine you want to and then find information about your target. So the first thing you'd get is the URL of the target, the URL of the website, using which you can find out other information such as the IP address, the IP address range, and whatever information I told about in the previous slide. So this is the first thing you would do. The next tool you would use, which is one of the most popular tools for reconnaissance, is NSLOOKUP. So NSLOOKUP is a DNS querying tool and it's mainly used to get the domain name and the IP address map of your target. So suppose there's an organization, like maybe you want to collect information about the same website, then you would run a NSLOOKUP search on that and you'd collect information such as the domain name, the IP address map, the range, the IP address range, and such information. The next tool you can use is WhoisLookup. So WhoisLookup is a browser-based query and response tool, and it's mainly used to get the registration and delegation details of your target. So suppose your target application requires a login. So maybe the username is the email ID. And using WhoisLookup, you can find out who the website is registered to, the contact information, and many other information. So these information will play a vital role when you're actually trying to hack the application. So these are the most popular tools for reconnaissance. Moving forward to the next phase of ethical hacking. So the next phase is scanning. Now let's come back to the surgical strike example. You found out the location of the enemy layer. You found out the way how you can go from the army base to the enemy layer. And you've also found out about the surroundings. But is this information enough? You found the enemy layer, you found the building, but can you just go attack now? No, you need a strategy, you need a plan. And for this, the main thing you would require to know is which point of the building you can enter from. So basically you scan the whole building to see which points you can enter from and whether these points are blocked or are they open, because obviously there are enemies, they have got destructive weapons. So maybe a door is set up with a bomb, with an explosive. So you have to scan the building so that you can find a safe way to enter the building and attack. Similarly, when it comes to scanning in ethical hacking, you found out the IP address, the IP address range, and many information, but it's not enough. Now it's time to find out those points on your target which has got a weak security and where you can try to hack the target from. So this phase where you find the weak points on the target is scanning. So scanning is basically the phase where you find out points on the target system or the network from where the hacker can try to hack the target. So these are the weak points on your target that you can start the hack from. Some of the information you would want to collect during your scanning are there's active ports and active hosts. So these are basically the ports and the hosts that are live and running on the system. So there's no point if there's an organization and there's a network of 100 computers and 10 computers out of the 100 computers are turned off. There's no point in finding out information about the 10 shut down computers. If you want to hack the network, you would want to hack one of the target that's live and up and running. And that's why you would want to know about the active ports and the active hosts. Then you would want to know about the services being run on your target. So these services could be security services like firewall, intrusion detection, because obviously you wouldn't want your target to know that it's being hacked. So you'd want to be a little careful. So you'd find out services that are being run, and then you would want to collect information about the application and the operating system. So when I say a vulnerable application and operating system, it means the application or the operating system that is being used by the target which is unpatched or outdated. So most of the time when you are scanning your target, you find out application or operating system that are unpatched which have got security loopholes. And you can use these weaknesses to hack your target. Now let's see which are the most popular tools used for scanning. The first one is OpenVAS. OpenVAS is an open source framework with several services and tools for vulnerability scanning and management. The next tool is Nikto. Nikto is a command line vulnerability scanner, and this tool scans web servers for dangerous files, CGIs, and outdated services. So like I previously told while finding out information about the vulnerable application or operating system, that if you find outdated services or unpatched services, there's a high chance that you can find out weaknesses on your target. So Nikto is one such tool that will give you information about these outdated services. The next tool I'm going to talk about is Wireshark. Wireshark is a tool especially used for wireless networks. Suppose there's a Wi-Fi network and you want to scan this network, then you can use Wireshark. And this is an open source packet analyzer and gives a lot of information about the wireless network. The next tool and my most favorite tool is Nessus. Nessus is a very powerful tool that provides high performance data capture. And the reason I like Nessus is it provides various types of scans. So depending on what information you want about the target or what type of target is your system or the network, you can select different scans. So each scan will give you different results using which you can hack the target. So these are some of the most popular tools used for scanning. So moving on to the next phase, that is exploitation. So now you've collected enough information about your target, your plan's ready, you know where to enter the building from, you know how to attack. It's time to attack. So now you call your force, your tanks, your army, and then lead the attack and then gain control of the enemy layer. Similarly, when it comes to ethical hacking, you use different exploitation tools because your tools are like your force, like your army, and you use these exploitation tools to hack the target. So this is the phase where the hack actually happens. So exploitation is a phase where the hacker takes advantage of the weakness and loopholes found on the target system or the network and then runs appropriate tools to hack the target. So there are different steps for using exploitation. The first thing is selecting the right attack. So not every attack is applicable to every target. So depending on how your target is, depending on what weaknesses you found on the target, you will have to select the appropriate attack. Then you will have to launch the attack on your target, and finally you will gain access of your target. So some of the most popular tools used for exploitation are, the first one is Beef. Beef is a tool mainly used for penetration testing, and it's a tool that leverages browser vulnerabilities. The next tool is one of my most favorite, and this is the tool that I mostly use. It's Metasploit. It's one of the most popular exploitation tools, and this tool has got hundreds of scripts to hack. The next tool I'm going to talk about is SQL Map. SQL Map is a tool that automates detection and exploitation of SQL injection flaws. So I'm sure if you're a beginner, you don't know what SQL injection is, but stay tuned, you'll be learning about SQL injection and a lot of different hacking methods in the coming up videos. So this tool is mainly used to take over database servers. Moving on to the next phase, it is maintaining access. So now the surgical strike is done. Will you just leave from the enemy layer? No, you wouldn't. Now you would take actions to maintain, the control over the enemy layer. Because you wouldn't want your enemies to occupy the layer again and then store destructive weapons. Because if they did, if you just left and the enemies came back, you would have to carry out another surgical strike to gain control over your enemy layer. So this is maintaining access when it comes to surgical strike. So when it comes to maintaining access in ethical hacking, the hacker maintains, a connection between the target so that if he wants to use a target later in time, he doesn't have to, start the attack right from the scratch. He just directly accesses the target. So this phase is maintaining access. So maintaining access is a phase where the hacker installs softwares or makes changes on the target system after the target has been hacked so that he can access the target later in time directly without having to, hack the target right from the scratch. So some of the ways are doing this there are different ways, but I've listed down, some of the most efficient or the most popular ways. So the first one is installing backdoors. So backdoors are basically used to bypass login or authentication. Then the next way is creating new users. Suppose your target requires you to log in to do something on your target. Then you would create a new user with a new username and password. And later in time, when you want to access the target, you would use this username and password to log into your target. Another thing you can do is escalate the privileges. Suppose you want to run certain system commands on your target or certain system services on your target. And to run these system services, you need super user privileges. Then what you would do is make a normal user a super user and then use this user to run system services on your target. The next thing you can do is install rootkits. Rootkits are softwares used to enable access on your target. And finally, you can use Trojans. So let's see which are some of the most popular tools used for maintaining access. The first tool is Powersploit. Powersploit is a tool mainly used for Windows operating system, and this tool is used to connect to the victim's PowerShell. So if you've used a Windows operating system, you should know that a PowerShell is a place where you can run system commands from. So when you're a hacker and you hack a Windows operating system and you want to do something on that system, maybe delete the files, copy the files, or run any services, which actually you shouldn't do. You shouldn't be deleting the files or anything because you're on the track of being an ethical hacker. But I'm just telling you, for example, if you want to do any such thing, then having access to the victim's PowerShell will be really useful. The next tool I'm going to talk about is Weebly. Weebly is a PHP web shell that can be used to install stealth backdoors or to manage web accounts. And then you can use DNS to TCP. DNS to TCP is a network tool that relays TCP connections through DNS traffic. You probably don't understand a lot when I'm trying to explain about these tools, but given time when you're learning, maybe watching the next videos, I'm sure you'll understand all these topics. So for now, just know about these tools, and yeah, that's all. So let's move on to the next phase, that is covering tracks. So you're done with the surgical strike and you've got control over the enemy layer. So the main thing you would want to do is keep your strategy, your plan confidential, because you wouldn't want the enemies or any unauthorized person to know what your strategy, your plan, or any information about your surgical strike. So you erase all the details regarding this. But when it comes to ethical hacking, it's a little different. A hacker erases all the details, all the information regarding his identity, and also how he carried out the exploit, so that the target doesn't know that someone has hacked the target, first of all, and if at all he knows that his system was hacked, then he shouldn't be able to trace back who this hacker was. So covering tracks is a phase where the hacker hides his identity and also the way the exploit has happened. So he wouldn't want the target to know how he was hacked. There are different ways of doing this. Some of the most common ways are clearing the cache and cookies. Then you would want to tamper the log files. Suppose, like I told you in one of the slides, if your target requires you to log in using a username and password, and you've done that, you've logged in using a username and password, then you would want to delete these log files so that the target doesn't know that some other user had logged into his system. then you can close the ports that you might have started or stop the services that you might have started in order to install backdoors, rootkits, or whatever purpose you did it for. So this is covering cracks. And the final phase of ethical hacking is reporting. Now you're done with the surgical strike. You've cleared all the evidence, all the clues, all the information. And now you have to inform your higher officer on what actually happened. So you'd inform him how you found the layer, what was your strategy, what was your plan, what weaknesses you found on the enemy layer, and how did you actually gain control of the enemy layer. So you create a documentation of it. Similarly, when it comes to ethical hacking, instead of reporting to your higher officer, you report to the target organization. You tell them what weaknesses you found on the target, which weaknesses the target was vulnerable for, and which attacks you used to hack the target. So reporting is basically a phase where the hacker creates documentation of the weaknesses and loopholes found on the target, the way he used these weaknesses and loopholes to hack the target, and also mentions certain precautions that the target can take to make the security better. So like I told you earlier, this is the phase that differentiates a malicious hacker from an ethical hacker. I'll tell you why now, because as an ethical hacker, you know what you should do. You should tell the target organization about the information found, the way you hack the target, and also tell them how they can make the security better. But a malicious hacker wouldn't do this. A malicious hacker would hack the target, would hide his identity, and whatever purpose he hacked the target for, he just do it and vanish. So this is the phase that differentiates a malicious hacker from an ethical hacker. So these are the 6 phases of ethical hacking. So if you want to hack a target successfully and efficiently, I suggest you follow these steps. And maybe while you're practicing, you think reporting is not really that important because you have your own target, you're trying to hack it, you hack it successfully. You might think, why should I create a report for this? But let me tell you, make a habit of creating reports right from the beginning so that when you actually are working for an organization, it's pretty simple. You know what details to include and it'll be very helpful. So, don't take any of these phases lightly. Practice each phase, with dedication. Now, let me tell you about some of the great hacks that have happened over time. I made a list of 4 hacks. I know there are hundreds of great hacks that have happened, but I've made a list of 4 hacks just to give you the idea of how powerful a hacker can be. So the first hack I'm going to talk about is the FBI hack. So in 2016, the entire database of FBI was hacked and the identities of all undercover FBI and Homeland Security agents was made public, due to which a lot of lives were in danger. The next hack is the NASA hack. A hacker hacked into NASA and downloaded the source code used to run the International Space Station. And to fix this issue, NASA had to shut down its network for 3 weeks. So just imagine how powerful you'd be if you have the source code to run the International Space Station on your system. So this is how powerful you can be as a hacker. But you can only do this when you've got enough skills. Let's move on to the next hack, that is the commercial sites hack. A student of a university launched a DDoS attack with 70 plus computers on 50 plus networks, which affected a lot of commercial websites such as eBay, Amazon, etc. Due to which these commercial sites face a lot of business loss. And the final hack I'm going to talk about in this session is the noble hack. So a hacker hacked into different banks around the world and then stole money from these banks, and instead of using it for his own self, he donated this money to the countries living below the poverty line. So his intention was noble, and that's why I've named this the noble hack. Though his intention was noble, what he did was illegal. And all of these hacks, the 4 hacks I spoke about, was just to give you an idea of how powerful you can be. But all of these hacks were made for illegal purpose. As an ethical hacker, you should not be involved in any such illegal activities because that's not what ethical hackers do. As an ethical hacker, you should always contribute to make the security of the system, the network, basically any digital, appliance or digital device, the security of these digital devices better.
So the first point of comparison is function. That is what each of them do. So ethical hacking helps us find different vulnerabilities in the system and helps to report against it, while cybersecurity helps protect the data and the system from malicious activities. So coming to the mode of action, the focus of ethical hacking is on how to attack the system, while the focus of cybersecurity is how to protect the system. That is, ethical hacking is on the offensive side, where cybersecurity is on the defensive side. Now, coming to the spectrum, ethical hacking is a subpart of cybersecurity, while cybersecurity is a broad domain that includes a range of security techniques, which includes ethical hacking. Now, coming to the purpose of ethical hacking is to perform different penetration testing to find the vulnerabilities or exploit them, while the purpose of cybersecurity is to detect problems and guard the system against these security breaches. Now, coming to the production environment, ethical hacking requires to evaluate the systems of the organizations according to the security policies that are pre existing in the organization. While cybersecurity involves auditing all the security technologies that are already being used in these businesses and look for infringement. Next comes update. So here we are talking about how ethical hacking requires the system to regularly get tested in order to find any bug and fix any weaknesses that may already exist. While in cybersecurity, it has a routine checkup, that is a maintenance, to keep the security system up to date every day. After this, we're talking about reporting. So in ethical hacking, it is very important to make reports and documentation of the entire process of hacking, like starting from the very initial phase to the final phase. It is very important to understand the entire process of hacking. While in cybersecurity, more than documentation, it is more important to have accountability for creating a system's access rights. Now, talking about ease of learning, ethical hacking requires intensive creating thinking to crack into different systems of organization. While in cybersecurity, you can learn different technologies and tools in order to get started. So, in ethical hacking, the popular job roles include penetration tester and security manager, while in cybersecurity, the job roles include security analyst or SOC engineer. Now, coming to the average salary. In India, the average salary of any ethical hacker is around 5 lakhs per annum, while in the US, it is around $1 lakh per year. So, talking about the average salary, in India, the average salary of an ethical hacker is around 5 lakhs per annum, while in the US, it is $1 lakh per year. Whereas in cybersecurity in India, the average salary is around 6 lakhs per annum, and in US, it is $117,000 per year. So now let us understand which one is better. So depending on how an organization approaches the challenge, cybersecurity and ethical hacking play critical roles in system security. Data and computer assets for a specific company's networks are safeguarded by cybersecurity, while anything that goes into assaulting these components with authorization is considered as ethical hacking. So, the cybersecurity expert's role is to safeguard informatics against any danger before, during, or after any violation has occurred. While ethical hackers go by many titles, including White Hat, which is considered the best security professional with experience in discovering and leveraging flaws and faults in networks, much like any illegal hacker would do. So these hackers utilize the same tactics but with authorization and legally before malevolent intruders can get access. The cybersecurity and ethical hacking sectors are more important than ever because of many online threats and assaults. The need for cybersecurity experts and ethical hackers is continuously expanding. It depends upon your interest, skills, and relevant educational background to answer cybersecurity versus ethical hacking, which one is better. So choose your career option keeping these factors in mind.
Now, talking about what phishing actually is. On a day-to-day base, everyone that use internet use a web application. You can be using a web application through your apps on your smartphone or some applications on your desktop, or you might be using a web browser. Now, consider the case where you're using a web browser and you have to shop something online. Now you search for a product and you come across different websites and you like the product on two different websites. So one of these websites is a very famous, very popular, very trustworthy e-commerce website. And there is another website which is selling your product for the same price and or maybe for a more discounted price. But it is not popular. You've never heard of that e-commerce website before. Now you choose to pay for your product online, and for that you might have to enter your credit card or your debit card details. Now the question is, which website would you trust more with your personal details, with your sensitive details, that is your credit card details? Obviously, you would be less hesitant while you're entering the credit card details onto the e-commerce website that is trustworthy, and you would be more hesitant, you would be worried while entering these details onto the website that you are hearing the name for the first time. This is because you don't trust the new website. The other website, the popular website, you heard of the name before, you've used it before, and you have a trust factor with that website. So this psychology is what hackers take advantage of in phishing attacks. So hackers take advantage of this trust factor and they fake themselves as a trustworthy entity to steal your sensitive data or your personal data. So phishing is an attack of gathering sensitive information of a target, such as username, password, email ID, or other sensitive information, maybe your bank details, your credit card, your debit card details, by disguising themselves as a trustworthy entity. So as I told you previously, if you are entering any sensitive information, maybe your card details, onto a trustworthy website, you wouldn't be hesitant. So in phishing attacks, a hacker disguises himself as a trustworthy entity, then he tricks you into entering your sensitive information into that fake web application. So this is phishing. Now let us see how phishing works. Like I told you, phishing is a web-based application and this is mainly used to steal credentials. So we need a web application that is using a web server. Now every web application is connected to a web server. When you're using a web application, what happens is there is some data, the packets, the information that is being sent from your web application to the web server and from the web server back to your web application. Now this is how the communication between the web application and the web server happens. Now what happens in phishing attack is the hacker disguises himself as this web server. So you think that you are communicating with the actual web server, but in reality, you're just communicating with the fake web server or the fake web application that the hacker has built. And when you enter sensitive information onto this web server or this web application, the hacker steals your credentials. So this is how phishing works. Now let's see what are the steps for a phishing attack. So the first thing a hacker must do is create a fake website. Because like I told you, phishing is an attack where a hacker disguises himself as a trustworthy entity. So first he has to create a fake website, a fake of a genuine website, and to trick the victim to enter the credentials. The next step is to send this fake website to the victim. Now suppose a victim is trying to access Facebook, for example. If he goes to the web application by himself, maybe he'd enter the URL of the website, or he would search for that website on a search engine and then use the link to go to that website. Now when he does that, he goes to the genuine website and not to the fake website. So the second step is that the hacker has to send this fake website to the victim where the victim enters the credentials. The third step that happens is the victim thinks that this fake website is a trustworthy website and enters credentials. And finally, the hacker gets the credentials. So this is how phishing works. Now let's see how you can use phishing to steal credentials of a victim. There are different ways of using phishing, and phishing is basically stealing credentials by disguising yourself as a trustworthy entity. Now, how you use phishing depends on your victim. So there are different ways you can use phishing in. I'll be talking about two ways. The first one is using already existing tools. There are different tools that are already available. Some of these tools are already pre-installed in certain penetration testing operating system, and most of them, almost every one of them, are present online on the internet, and most of them are available on GitHub for you to download and use. So the first thing I'll be telling you, the first way is using tools. So for this demo, I'll be using SE Toolkit, which stands for Social Engineering Toolkit. And there are different tools like Vmin, Social Fish that I'm not going to be showing because it's basically the same thing you're trying to do. And when you're using a tool, there are two things you can do. The first thing is using pre-available templates. So most of these phishing tools come with pre-available templates, and you just have to use these templates to create a fake web application. So what if you want to fake a web application or creating a phishing page of a web application that is not pre-installed? In that case, you can go for the second option, that is cloning a website. So in this method, what you do is you enter the URL of the web application that you want to fake, and then the tool creates a clone of that web application. So first, let us see how you can use SE Toolkit tool, that is Social Engineering Toolkit tool, to clone a website using pre-available templates. So to enter this tool, I'll be typing SE Toolkit. I'll be getting a lot of different options that I can choose from. I'll be using the first option, that is Social Engineering Attacks, because that's what phishing comes under. So I'll choose option 1, I'll hit enter. And there are different websites. I'll be choosing option 2, that is Website Attack Vectors. And then I'll be choosing option 3, that is Credential Harvester Attack Method, because we are trying to steal the credentials of the victim. Now I've got different options. Like I told you, you can use pre-available web templates or you can use site cloners. So first I'll be telling you how you can create a fake phishing web page using pre-available templates. So I'll choose option 1. The first thing you have to do is enter the IP address that the results of the phishing has to be returned to, because when you create a fake web application and the victim enters credentials, those credentials has to be sent back to you so that you can use them. So you have to enter your IP address. To find out your IP address, you can open the terminal, then type ifconfig, and you can see different interfaces. And because I'm using a local machine for this demo, I'll be using Ethernet 0, and the IP address for this is 192.168.111.181. So I'll copy this, and as you can see that this tool is by default taking the same IP address. I can just go ahead and hit enter. And suppose you want to change the IP address, suppose you have different interfaces and you want to use a different interface, in that case you can use the IP address of the other interface. For this demo, I'll be keeping the IP address same, and I'll just go ahead and hit enter. Now there are three options. There is Java required, there is Google, and Twitter. And for this demo, I'll be creating a phishing page for Google. So I'll choose option 2, that is Google. Now the tool will run, it will create a web application, a phishing web application, and I'll just hit enter. Now the phishing web application is ready. So I'll just open the browser, and because I'm running this on my local server, I'll just hit localhost and enter. Well, you can see that there is a Google login page that is asking for an email ID and a password. And as you can see in the URL, that it is not the actual Google page, because the actual Google login page would have a different URL. Now, what you have to observe is what is shown on the terminal, because whatever the victim enters, those details can be seen on the terminal. Now what you have to do after creating a fake phishing page, you have to send this page to your victim. And when you send this page to your victim and the victim enters some details, maybe abcxyz.com and some random password, and then he hits the enter button, you can see on the terminal that the phishing tool shows the email ID and the password that is entered by the victim. So this is how you can use pre-available templates to create a phishing page. Now, what if you want to create a phishing page of a web application that is not available as a web template? In that case, there is another option that you can use, that is the site cloner. So let's see how you can use site cloner to create a phishing page. Well, for this demo, I'll be creating a phishing page of Edureka community, and the URL for that is edureka.co/community. I'll hit the enter button. Edureka community is basically a forum where people can ask questions, their doubts regarding various technologies, and there are other community members that answer to your questions. So there are different options here. Latest, most viewed, there's ask a question. It's also integrated with a blog, and what we are actually interested in this part, that is the login and sign up, because we want to steal the credentials. So this is what we are interested in, and I want to clone this site to create a phishing page. So I'll just copy the URL of this page. Now coming back to the terminal, I'll enter the phishing tool again, that is SE Toolkit, and I'll choose option 1. Here I'll be choosing option 2, that is Website Attack Vectors, and similar to the previous way, I'll be using Credential Harvester Attack Method, that is option 3. And here, instead of using option 1, that is web templates, I'll be using a site cloner, that is option 2. And similar to the previous time, it asks for the IP address. I'll hit enter because this is the IP address I want to use. And now you have to enter the URL for the web application that you want to clone. And because I copied the web application of Edureka community, I'll just paste it here and I'll hit enter. Now, this tool will take a little bit of time to clone the website, and well, it is ready. Now let's see how the phishing website looks. I'll open a new tab. I'll just close the other tab, and because I'm running this on a local server, I'll hit localhost. Well, this is the fake website. This is the fake Edureka community website. Now you can see that the interface looks exactly the same. All the options here are available, all the questions, all the details. There are different categories here, and also the login button. Now, if you have a victim that uses Edureka community regularly, then you can create a fake website, a phishing website of Edureka community, and then send this phishing website to him. So what happens is when he hits the login button, he has to enter the email ID and password. And when he enters the email ID and password, for example, I'll be entering this email ID and some random password, and I'll hit the login button. Now let's see on the terminal what details we get. Now, as you can see that there's a message that tells possible username found, possible password found, and you can see that the username and the password that I entered on the phishing page is available to me on this site. So this is how you can use phishing tools to steal credentials of your victim. Now the question is, when you create a phishing page using these tools and you send these phishing pages to your victim, the URL is something different. There is localhost or there is an IP address. And suppose you want to steal credentials of Gmail and you send one IP address and your victim opens it. He sees there's a Gmail login page. So do you think he would actually enter his information? Because it would be fishy, because if he has to log in into Gmail, he would just enter the URL by himself or go to Gmail login page by himself. He would obviously think why he has to enter his credentials on the web application, the website that you sent. So if you're just using phishing tools and just sending the IP address, in most cases you will fail because the victim will know that something's fishy. In that case, what you have to do is use the second way for phishing. So the second way for phishing is creating a custom phishing website. Now to do this, you have to study your victim, you have to understand your victim, you have to understand what pages he usually visits, what fields, what things he is usually interested in, and then depending on his interest, you have to create a phishing website. Now let me show you how you can use phishing by creating a custom phishing page. Now coming back to the Kali Linux operating system, I have created a phishing page that I will show you, and I have created a phishing page that gives you some offer. There's a special offer, and when I was creating this phishing page, I had this one friend in mind that usually keeps looking for offers to buy food because he's a foodie. He usually orders online, and every day he goes on to different websites and checks for coupons available or promo codes available. So this friend was what I had in mind, and I created this phishing page that tells special offer valid on Swiggy, Zomato, Uber Eats, Food Panda, basically different food ordering services. And I've also written that you can get 80% off on your food delivery. And to do this, you have to log in with your Gmail account. So you have to log in with your Gmail account to avail this offer. And also under the get promo code, I have created a login button, and just to make it a little legit, because usually promo codes have expiry dates, and yeah, so if I send this thing, it would look legit, and because there's an expiry date, he would log in with Gmail. Now I've also connected this web application to a database where I've designed this web application in such a way that when the user logs in to Gmail using his email ID and password, then that email ID and password is sent and stored onto my database. So if I send this phishing page to my friend, obviously because he needs promo code, he would go and hit the login button, and I've redirected this to a fake Gmail login page. He would enter his email ID and password because he wants the promo code for food, and he would enter his email ID and password and hit the login button. And then I'm just displaying something telling coupon details will be sent to your email address, and he'll be checking for the coupon details for the promo code on his email ID. But what happens in the background is his credentials are sent to my database and stored in it. So let me just check what details I've got on my database. So I'll be logging into my database first, and for this I'm using the database called test. So I'll just select that database. Let me see what tables are available here. There are two tables, and there's this table called phishing details where I'm storing the data in. So I'll just display all the rows from this table. So select star from phishing details. This is the query to print all the rows of the database table. Now let me hit enter. Well, you can see that there are two rows. This was a previously entered username and password, and this is the username and password that we just entered. So this is how you can create a custom phishing page depending on the interest of your victim and then steal credentials of your victim. Now that you've seen how to use phishing to steal credentials, now what if someone is trying to execute a phishing attack on you? How can you be safe from phishing method? So you've seen how phishing works. You've seen that the main part of phishing is the URL. So the first important point that you have to keep in mind to be safe from phishing attacks is never enter sensitive information on a web application that you don't trust, because if it's a genuine web application, if it's Gmail, if it's Facebook, and you're typing the URL and then going to the web application, then you know it is a trustworthy web application. But if there is some random web application that you've never heard of before that you don't trust, and that web application is asking for sensitive information, especially your bank details, because most of the time phishing is used to get bank credentials and also email ID and password. So always be careful not to enter sensitive information on web applications that you don't trust. The second thing is always look at the URL of the web application. Suppose you want to log in into Facebook, then the URL would be www.facebook.com. This is the homepage of Facebook. Suppose you have another URL, some other URL, and a Facebook page is displayed that is asking you for your login credentials, then you have to understand that there is something fishy. This might not be the genuine Facebook page. In that case, always be careful to look at the URL when you are entering sensitive information.
So what exactly is malvertising? Well, malvertising refers to the practice of embedding malicious code within online advertisements, and these ads are often displayed on legitimate websites which make them seem trustworthy. So, when a user clicks on the advertisement or sometimes just visit the infected site, malware gets installed on their device. Now imagine you click on an ad for a Black Friday sale, but instead of a great deal, you get a warning saying your computer might be compromised. The site then prompts you to download an application to fix the issue, but that app is actually malicious and installs the malware on your computer. So this is how malvertisements work. They trick you into interacting with an ad that seems harmless, but in reality, it's designed to exploit your device and steal your data. Now, how does malvertising operate? Malvertisements can appear on both real and fake websites, and they usually run through ad networks without proper checks. So let's discuss how they work. First, ad placements. Publishers integrate ads into their website using third-party ad networks. These networks deliver a variety of advertisements to the site. Then, malicious code injection. Some advertisements are embedded with hidden malicious code, which often sneaks through ad networks without thorough checks. Next, user interaction. Malvertisements target users in two main ways, depending on how they interact with the advertisements. First, click-based infection. This method relies on the user clicking the malicious advertisement. So once clicked, the hidden malicious code activates and installs malware on the device. Like for example, clicking an ad for a special offer might lead to a fake download page which infects your system. The next method is drive-by download. This is even sneakier because it doesn't require the user to click anything. Just visiting a web page containing a malvertisement can trigger the download of malware. And the malicious code runs silently in the background, compromising the system without the user's awareness. Next is the malware activation. Once the malware is installed, it can steal sensitive data, damage the system, or even grant attackers control of your device all without your knowledge. This seamless and deceptive process makes malvertising one of the sneakiest threats in the digital world. Now, a question that many people have is, isn't malvertising just another form of adware? Well, not exactly. So let's break down the key differences between the two. First, let us talk in terms of definition. Malvertising refers to malicious code injected into online advertisement displayed on legitimate websites. And on the other hand, adware is software that is installed directly onto your system and displays unwanted advertisements. Like for example, malvertising can compromise a trusted website, while adware hides in a program you may have downloaded. Next, talking about placement. Malvertising is found on compromised websites, meaning you're at the risk when you visit an infected page. However, adware is already installed on your device and doesn't depend on external sites. Next, talking about target audience. Malvertising primarily targets users who visit infected websites. Once you leave those websites, the immediate threat diminishes. Whereas adware continues to affect you long after installation, constantly showing unwanted ads on your device. Next, talking about mode of operation. Malvertising operates by leveraging infected websites. Without those websites, it can't execute its attack. However, adware is persistent. It runs continuously in the background of your system, affecting performance and bombarding you with ads. Next, moving on to purpose. Malvertising aims to harm users by stealing data or injecting malware. And in comparison, adware has a different goal. It generates revenue by flooding users with advertisements. And to summarize all this, we can say that malvertising relies on infected websites to attack. Adware lives on your device, running non-stop to serve ads. So both can disrupt your experience and compromise security, but understanding their differences helps you to identify and defend against these threats effectively. Next, moving on to how these ads harm users. Malvertising isn't just about annoying advertisements. It's a significant threat that can expose users to serious risk. So let's talk about some of these risks. First, drive-by downloads. So this is one of the most dangerous aspects of malvertising. Without any action from your side, no clicks or downloads, malware can automatically infiltrate your device just by visiting a website hosting a malicious advertisement. This stealthy method makes it incredibly hard to detect until it's too late. Next, forced browser redirects. Malvertisements can secretly redirect you to harmful websites without your consent. These sites may host a ransomware, exploit kits, or phishing pages designed to capture your personal data or financial credentials. Next, through overloaded ads and pop-ups. Malvertisements often trigger extensive ads or pop-ups, overwhelming your screen and slowing down your device. Beyond just being irritating, these ads may lead to malicious sites, adding to the security risk if accidentally clicked. Next, through click-initiated infections. If you interact with a malicious advertisement, you could unintentionally open the door to several threats, and this includes malware installations that can compromise your device, then phishing websites which are designed to steal sensitive information such as login credentials or payment details. The dangers of malvertising extend for beyond inconvenience. They threaten your privacy, data security, and even financial well-being, often operating in ways that are invisible to the average user. Next, let us look at the impact of malvertisements on publishers. Well, malvertising doesn't just harm users. It also poses significant risk for publishers. So let's talk about how it affects them. Here, first we have a reputation damage. When malicious advertisements are displayed on a publisher's website, users often associated the harmful experience with the site itself. Even though publishers may not have direct control over the ads, their credibility takes a hit. So over time, this erosion of trust can drive users away for good. Next, loss of traffic and revenue. As users become wary of visiting sites with malvertisements, publishers experience a decline in website traffic. For e-commerce sites or businesses reliant on ad revenue, this means fewer sales, lower engagement, and loss of income. Next is legal consequences. If a user's personal or financial data is compromised due to malvertising on a publisher's site, the publisher could face legal action. In some cases, they may be held accountable for not maintaining a secure ad environment, leading to costly lawsuits or fines. These are some reasons why it's crucial for them to carefully examine networks and implement robust security measures to prevent malicious ads from slipping through. Next, moving on to methods of malware insertions into ads. There are multiple techniques through which malware can be inserted into online ads. So let's discuss how it happens. First, malware in ad calls. So when the browser requests an ad, attackers can inject malicious code during the fetching process. And this happens through third-party ad networks or services that the publisher might be using. These malicious ad requests deliver harmful code to the user's device even before they interact with the ad. Next, malware injected post-click. After a user clicks on an ad, they are often redirected to a landing page. If that page has been compromised, it can automatically download malware onto the user's system. And this is known as the post-click injection, where that malware isn't activated until the user clicks, but it can still cause significant damage once the page loads. Next, harmful code embedded in ads. Ads can contain hidden malicious code, which may be embedded within text, images, banners, or even videos. This code can execute once the ad is displayed on the user's browser, even without clicking. Like for example, hidden scripts in banners or embedded videos can exploit browser vulnerabilities and infect the system. And these methods show how malware can be stealthily introduced into your system through ads, even without your direct interaction with the ad itself. Next, let us see the strategies to prevent malvertising. Preventing malvertising involves both proactive measures for users and publishers. So let's start with how users can stay protected against them. So for users, use an ad blocker. One of the easiest and most effective ways to prevent malvertising is to use an ad blocker. These tools block all the ads on websites, including potentially harmful ones, ensuring that malicious ads never reach your device. Next, keep your software updated. Make sure to update your browser, operating systems, and plugins regularly. Updates often contain important security patches that fix vulnerabilities that malvertisers could exploit to deliver malicious content. And keeping everything up to date is a crucial defense against threats. Next, use antivirus software. So you can install reliable antivirus software that can detect, block, and remove malware before it can infect your system. These programs are continuously updated to recognize new types of threats and provide an extra layer of protection against malicious ads. Now, let's talk about the steps publishers can take to protect their platforms. So for publishers, screen ads carefully. Publishers must verify that ads comes from trusted sources. So before appearing on a website, ads should be scanned for malicious code, helping to ensure that harmful content doesn't reach users. Next, limit dangerous content. Restrict the types of files that can be included in ads. Like for example, avoid allowing ads with executable files, scripts, or other potential dangerous content. And by limiting what can be embedded in the ads, the risk of malvertising is greatly reduced. Next, publishers can use strict ad scanning processes. Before allowing ads to be shown, implement a rigorous ad scanning process. And this process involves testing and inspecting ads with advanced security tools to ensure they are free from malicious code. Only advertisements that pass these checks should be allowed on the site. And by following these strategies, both users and publishers can significantly reduce the risk of being victimized by malvertising, ensuring a safer browsing experience for everyone. What exactly is a virus hoax? A virus hoax is a type of a scam or misinformation that tricks you into believing your computer, phone, or device is infected with the virus when it's not. These hoaxes might show you in the form of emails, pop-ups, social media messages, or text messages. And they often use scary language to make you feel like your system is at risk even though there is no actual virus. So, why do they do this? The goal behind these hoaxes is to create panic and fear so that people act quickly, such as clicking on a harmful link, downloading malicious software, or sharing personal information. And remember, virus hoaxes are fake, but they can still cause problems. They might waste your time, create unnecessary stress, or lead you to make decisions that could expose you to real risk. Now that we know what virus hoaxes are, So let's break down how these scams appear in different forms and trick us into taking hasty actions. So, how do these hoaxes show up? Hoaxes can appear in several different forms, but they all aim to deceive you into thinking you need to take immediate action. And here's how they typically manifest. First, emails. A typical hoax might land in your inbox with an urgent message like, "Your computer is infected. Click here to remove the virus." And the goal is to get you to open an attachment, download malicious software, or follow instructions that will put your data at risk. Next is pop-ups. While you're browsing the web, you might encounter pop-ups ad or warning messages that seems to come from your antivirus software. This pop-up claim that your system has been infected and often direct you to fake websites that ask for personal details or prompt you to download harmful programs. Next is the social media post. Sometimes hoaxes spread on social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram, and this post might warn about a new virus that spreads through certain links or attachments. And the message might say something like, "Share this with your friends to protect them." This tactic is designed to spread the hoax to as many people as possible. And next we have is text messages. You might receive a text messages claiming that your phone is infected with a virus. The message could contain a link to a shady website or offer you to help you fix your device for a fee. Next is the phone scams. Scammers sometimes call you and claim to be from a company like Microsoft, saying your system is compromised. They may ask you to give them remote access to your device or provide personal information. And regardless of the format, these hoaxes rely on urgency and fear to get you to act quickly. And they prey on your emotions to trick you into making decisions that benefit the scammer. Now that you understand how virus hoaxes show up, so let's move on to some real-world examples of these hoaxes that have spread like wildfire. Let's examine two real-world virus hoaxes that have circulated on the internet over the years. These are great examples of how hoaxes spread and how they can trick even the most cautious users. Let's start with the Good Times virus. In 1994, an email warning about a virus called Good Times or Good Times began circulating. The email warned users that if they received an email with the subject line Good Times or Good Times, they should delete it immediately without opening it. And according to the hoax, opening this email would infect your system with a virus that would destroy everything on your computer. It was said to be especially dangerous because it could spread quickly and easily. Now, here is the catch. The Good Times virus didn't actually exist. It was a completely made-up threat. The hoax was never based on any real virus, but the warning itself became a widespread that it turned into a kind of viral panic. What made it dangerous was that people were actually deleting legitimate emails just because they had the words Good Times in the subject line, even if they had nothing to do with any virus. And this example shows how fear-based hoaxes can create widespread confusion and harm even when there is no actual threat. The second example is the Olympic torch virus, which circulated in 2006. This one was a bit more creative. The email claimed that the virus was called the Olympic torch virus and was supposedly hidden in email attachments with a name like invitation or postcard from Hallmark. And the message warned that opening the attachment would activate the virus and immediately wipe out the data on your hard drive. It even claimed that the big companies like McAfee and Microsoft had recognized it as one of the most dangerous viruses of all time. But guess what? There was no Olympic torch virus. It was all a hoax. The real danger was the email itself. People were tricked into thinking they had to act fast or risk losing their data, and they might have even deleted important files or ignored legitimate emails because of this hoax. So what can we learn from these examples? The Good Times virus and Olympic torch virus hoaxes shows us how easily information can spread, especially when it plays on our fear. So even when the warnings are completely false, they can still cause chaos. So it's important to remember that while virus hoaxes can seem alarming, they are just hoaxes and nothing more. Seeing how these hoaxes work in real life gives us valuable insights. But now, let's shift focus to how we can spot a hoax and protect ourselves from falling victim. Knowing how to spot a hoax is critical to protecting yourself. So here are some of the key signs to look out for. First, hoaxes are too good to be true. Hoaxes love to make promises that sound too good to be true. Like for example, you might receive an email claiming you have won a huge prize or being offered free software that promises to protect your computer from virus. So while these offers might seem exciting, they are usually too good to be true. The truth is that most legitimate offers or rewards don't just appear out of nowhere in your inbox. So if something seems too perfect, it's time to be suspicious. Next, a major tactic used by hoaxes is to create a sense of urgency. You will often see phrases like, immediate action required, or your computer will be destroyed, or maybe you might act now or risk losing everything. This is meant to pressure you into acting quickly, often without thinking or questioning the message. Hoaxes depend on your panic to get you click on malicious links or attachments. Legitimate messages from companies or service providers won't demand such immediate actions unless it's necessary. Next, we have suspicious links. So when you receive an email or message, always hover over any link before clicking on them. They will show you the actual URL where the link will take you. So if the link looks suspicious, unfamiliar, or has strange character in it, don't click on it. Hoaxes messages often contain links that seems like they lead to a trustworthy website, but in reality, they may direct you to malicious sites or phishing pages designed to steal your personal information. Like for example, a link that looks like something that we have here on the screen is a red flag. Always double check the URL to ensure it's legitimate. Next, moving on to typos and grammar issues. A quick giveaway that something is a hoax is poor grammar, spelling mistakes, or awkward phrasing. So official messages from reputable companies or organizations are usually well written and error-free. So if an email is full of typos or awkward sentences, it's a sign that it might not be legitimate. Like for example, a message saying, urgent, your account will be locked if not updated immediately. To ensure your safety, click the link below. Failure to update will result in your account being disabled. Act fast. So this is definitely a warning sign. These types of errors are often found in hoaxes and phishing emails because they do not come from professional source but from someone who is trying to deceive you. Knowing how to spot a hoax is half the battle. Now, let's look at the next critical step, what you should do if you ever encounter a virus hoax message. So, it's easy to panic when you receive a virus warning, but reacting too quickly can cause more harm than good. So, here's what you should and you should not do when you encounter a virus hoax message. So, what not to do? Don't panic. The first thing to do is stay calm. These messages are designed to cause fear and confusion, but reacting impulsively can lead to mistakes. Next, don't click on the links or open attachments. So never click on the links or open attachments in the message. Doing so could lead to malicious website or trigger the download of harmful software. Then, don't respond to requests for personal information. If the message asks for personal details, login credentials, or remote access to your device, don't respond. Legitimate companies will never ask for such information via such messages. Next, what to do? Verify the alert. If you are unsure about the message, verify it with the official company or service provider that allegedly sent it. Use their official contact details from their website and not the ones provided in the message. Next, search for hoax information. If you're still unsure, look up information about the alert online. Many hoaxes are widespread, so you will likely find details that confirm whether it's fake or not. Then, do not forward. Avoid forwarding the message to others. Hoaxes spread quickly and forwarding it could help propagate the scam. Next, delete suspicious alerts. Once you have determined that it's a hoax, delete the message immediately and don't keep it in your inbox as a reminder. Then, report to the IT team. If you work in a workspace, report the hoax message to your IT team. They can investigate further and ensure that other employees are aware of the threat. And by following these simple steps, you can stay safe and help prevent hoaxes from spreading further. And by knowing how to respond to a hoax, you can stay protected. But to ensure you don't fall for hoaxes in the future, let's now explore some trusted resources to cross-check claims. Here are some trusted resources to verify hoaxes. First, we have Snopes. It helps people identify virus hoaxes by providing fact-checked articles that debunk misinformation and viral rumors, offering reliable explanation based on evidence. Next, factcheck.org. It combats virus hoaxes by analyzing and verifying claims related to health and viruses, ensuring accurate information is available to the public. Next, PolityFact. It works to expose virus hoaxes by rating the truthfulness of viral claims and misinformation using a thorough fact-checking process. Next, FullFact. It helps detect virus hoaxes by scrutinizing health-related claims and correcting misleading or false information to inform the public. Next, Lead Stories. It identifies virus hoaxes by providing real-time fact-checking and debunking viral claims, helping users avoid misinformation. And with these resources in hand, you will be well equipped to verify hoax claims. And these platforms help ensure the information you encounter is accurate and reliable. Let's now dive into the top 10 antivirus solution for cybersecurity that offers complete protection for both individuals and businesses. So first on the list we have Norton 360. So this is the best antivirus for Windows, Android and iOS. Norton 360 approved by experts are the choice of most people. It boasts a 100% malware detection rate. So here's what makes it stand out. So some of the key features include AI-based scanner, VPN, secure firewall, password manager, phishing protection with a private browser, dark web monitoring, identity theft protections, optimization tools, parental controls, Wi-Fi security alerts for Android and iOS, cloud solution up to 500 GB, ransomware protection, and much more. So when we talk about devices and compatibility, it protects up to 10 devices and works across all major operating systems. Then, the money-back guarantee is 60 days risk-free. Now, let's talk about pricing. So the basic protection for one device with Antivirus Plus is at Rs 799 per year. Next, 360 Deluxe is a favorite at 1199 rupees per year for 3 devices, including VPN, dark web monitoring and cloud storage. And for complete identity theft protection, Norton's LifeLock subscription starts at Rs 7718 per year. Norton 360 utilizes a unique scanning engine powered by heuristic analysis and machine learning, constantly outperforming built-in antiviruses like Microsoft Defender. Its additional features such as the secure firewall, parental controls, and even a free browser called Private Browser makes it a comprehensive security suite. Next up, we have Bitdefender Total Security, which also delivers a 100% malware detection rate. This antivirus uses a massive malware database, machine learning, and artificial intelligence to detect threats more effectively than almost any competitor. So here are some of the key features, such as cloud-based scanner that minimizes system strain, web protection, vulnerability scanner, system optimizer, VPN, parental controls, password manager, webcam protection, ransomware protection, identity theft protections, and much more. And when we talk about performance, during full system scans, it averages 21% CPU usage, dropping to less than 1% when running in the background. Next, let us talk about the devices and compatibility. So it covers up to 10 devices across major operating systems. And money-back guarantee is for 30-day risk-free. Now, let us have a look at the pricing. So Bitdefender Antivirus Plus for one device starts at Rs 1199 per year. Bitdefender Internet Security for up to 3 Windows is available at Rs 1799 per year. The Bitdefender Total Security Plan covers 5 licenses for Windows, Mac OS, Android, and iOS at Rs 2499 per year. However, Bitdefender Premium Security at Rs 2999 per year offers unlimited VPN usage and additional features. Its cloud-based scanning not only keeps your system running smoothly, but also provides extensive cybersecurity tools, making it an excellent value for anyone looking for a comprehensive protection suite. And for those seeking simplicity without compromising on protection, Total AV is an outstanding choice with a 99.60% malware detection rate. So here's why Total AV is perfect for beginners and advanced users alike. So the key features include an intuitive dashboard, fast and reliable antivirus scanner, Web Shield for blocking dangerous website, Total Browser for secure browsing that alerts you if a page was involved in a data breach, and a Performance Optimizer that cleans up unnecessary files. So let's have a look at the additional tools. Total AV's VPN is a secure and compatible with popular streaming sites, while its password manager offers auto-saving, auto-filling, and customizable generator and cross-device synchronization. So when we talk about devices and compatibility, it supports up to 8 devices and it is compatible with all major operating systems, including Chromebooks and even Kindle Fire tablets. So when we talk about money back guarantee, then it is 30-day risk-free. So let us have a look at the pricing. Total AV's total security for up to 8 devices at Rs 4,202 per year. For budget users, Total AV's premium covers up to 3 devices at Rs 2,487 per year. So with its powerful antivirus engine and user-friendly interface, Total AV is a perfect all-rounder for those new to cybersecurity. McAfee Total Protection is next on our list, delivering a flawless 100% malware detection rate and a suite of features ideal for families. And the key features include comprehensive malware protection, anti-phishing, a password manager, VPN, identity theft monitoring, and even an app for Chromebooks. Its anti-phishing protection reliably blocks dangerous websites, and its scam protection warns you about risky links across emails, text, and browsers. And family features include advanced parental controls with accurate location tracking, makes it one of the best choices for family safety. So when we talk about devices and compatibility, it offers protection for an unlimited number of devices. Money back guarantee is up to 30-day risk-free. Now, let us have a look at the pricing. So the basic plan is at Rs 799 per year for one device, and the premium family package at Rs 1,699 per year offers unlimited device coverage plus enhanced features. And advanced and unlimited plans provide even more protection, including identity theft coverage. So despite a slightly heavier impact on system performance during full scan, McAfee's robust protection and extensive features makes it a top contender for comprehensive online security. So if you're a Mac user, Intego is the antivirus built just for you, delivering a 100% malware detection rate for both Mac OS and even PC-based malware. So some of the key features include real-time malware protection, Mac optimization and cleaning tools, advanced backup options, network security, and parental controls. Its fast scanning engine can scan over 8 lakh files in under 2 hours, with subsequent scans taking just minutes, and it's all because of its file caching system. So unique features include Intego's customizable firewall monitors both incoming and outgoing network connections, automatically adjusting its setting based on your environments. So when we talk about devices and compatibility, it protects up to 5 Macs with an additional Windows product also available. So money back guarantee is for 30-day risk-free. Now let's have a look at the pricing. So the Mac Premium Bundle X9 includes all features at a competitive price starting at Rs 5,715 per year. So Intego not only enhances Apple's built-in security but also ensures your devices are optimized and protected, making it the best choice for the Mac OS users. Next on the list, we have Panda Dome. Panda Dome offers flexible pricing and an advanced virus scanner with a 95% malware detection rate. It stands out with its versatile range of plans and extras. So key features include web protections, optimization tools, VPN, firewall, parental controls, password manager, dark web monitoring, file encryptor, and even a free bootable antivirus rescue kit. Now let's have a look at the flexible plans. Panda Free provides basic real-time protection for Windows, an app scanner for Android, a rescue kit, and a limited VPN. The essential plan is at Rs 2,134 per year, adds a firewall and a Wi-Fi protection. The advanced plan is at Rs 2,834 per year and adds a ransomware protection. The complete package includes a password manager and optimization tools. Panda Dome Premium offers an unlimited data VPN and 24/7 support at 5,999 rupees per year. And also, It supports unlimited devices and money-back guarantee is for 30-day risk-free. Panda Dome's variety of plans let you choose the exact features you need, making it a highly adaptable solution for every user's cybersecurity requirements. The next antivirus on our list we have Kaspersky Premium. Kaspersky Premium is our next pick, offering excellent antivirus protection with a 100% malware detection rate and specialized features for online shopping and banking. So some of the key features include robust antivirus engine, anti-phishing, parental controls, webcam protection, a safe browser for online transaction, VPN with unlimited data, password manager, and even a smart home monitor to oversee your connected devices. So additional benefits includes its safety money feature creates a sandbox browser window that's secure for handling payments, while the virtual keyboard helps avoid keyloggers. So when we talk about devices and compatibility, it covers up to 20 devices and money-back guarantee for 30-day risk-free. Now, let us have a look at the pricing. Kaspersky Premium is available at Rs. 899 per year for the best value plan and with options to cover 1, 3, 5, 10 or 20 devices. Despite current restrictions for United States users due to regulatory bans, Kaspersky remains GDPR compliant, SOC 2 audited and is a trusted choice globally for secure online transactions. So the next antivirus on our list is Avira Prime. Avira Prime combines a powerful antivirus engine consistently scoring a 100% detection rate with advanced system optimization tools. It's perfect if you need both robust protection and performance improvements. So some of the key features include privacy optimization, system optimization tools such as Startup Optimizer, saving up to 2 minutes on boost time, a game booster, a junk file cleaner, a duplicate file finder, and a streamlined deliver updater. So it also includes a VPN with unlimited data and a password manager. Performance advantages are its antivirus engine operates entirely in the cloud, minimizing the impact on system performance, which is ideal for older and slower PCs. And when we talk about devices and compatibility, it protects up to 5 devices across all major operating systems and money-back guarantee for 60 days risk-free. Now, let us have a look at the pricing. Avira Prime is offered at 2,031 rupees per year for 5 devices, with other cheaper plans such as Avira Internet Security are available for 1,202 rupees per year for 1 device. Avira Prime is an excellent all-in-one solution for those who not only need security but also want to optimize their device's performance. Next on the list, we have Trend Micro. Trend Micro delivers solid protection with a 97% malware detection rate and excels in ensuring secure web browsing. So some of the key features include its anti-malware engine, enhanced with a robust browser extension, blocks online scams, unsafe websites, scam links, malicious code, and even misinformation. It also comes with a password manager secured by 256-bit AES encryption and an ad blocker. Now, let us talk about the web protection. Trend Micro's browser extension outperforms those built into Chrome, Firefox, or Safari in detecting phishing and scam sites. So when we talk about devices and compatibility, it protects up to 10 devices across various operating systems. Money-back guarantee for 30-day risk-free. Now, let us talk about pricing. So it is starting at Rs. 1,386 per year with the maximum security plan covering up to 1 device and the premium security suite at Rs. 4,710 per year for 10 devices. It is offering additional identity theft protection and a fully featured VPN. Trend Micro's excellent web protection features makes it a strong contender for those who prioritize secure browsing. Now, rounding out our list is Malwarebytes, also known for its simplicity and ease of use while providing a 95% malware detection rate. So some of the key features include a secure browser extension that blocks ads, trackers, phishing sites, and other potential scams. It also offers exploit protections that are highly customizable and effective against zero-day threats. Now, let us talk about additional benefits. So it comes bundled with a VPN offering unlimited data and servers in 45+ countries, along with identity theft protection available as an add-on. So when we talk about devices and compatibility, it covers up to 20 devices and works seamlessly across all major operating systems, including Chromebooks. So money back guarantee for 60 days risk-free. Now, let us have a look at the pricing. Malwarebytes starts at Rs 3,855 per year, making it a solid choice for those who need basic and reliable protection without a plethora of extra features. So despite its minimalist approach, Malwarebytes remains a dependable option for everyday antivirus protection. So that wraps up our comprehensive review of the top 10 antivirus for cybersecurity. Each of these products brings its strength from Norton's robust all-round security to Avera's system optimization and Malwarebytes' strength-forward protection. Whether you're a home user, a family, or a dedicated professional, there's a solution here to meet your needs.
What is social engineering? Social engineering is a technique that uses human psychology rather than technically hacking to gain access to the system or data. The criminal use human emotions such as fear, curiosity, pride, and anger to trick a victim into clicking malicious links. Hackers using social engineering manipulate their target into performing specific action or sharing confidential information. The hackers first investigate the intended victim to gather the necessary background information such as potential point to access or weak security protocol for their next attack. Now that you are clear about what is social engineering, let's move on to how does social engineering work. A typical social engineering attack involves a cyber criminal communicating with the person that they are targeting, while claiming to be from a trusted organization. In some cases, they may imitate someone the victim knows. Suppose if the manipulation is successful, the victim believes that the attacker is who they say are. The attackers then convince the victim to take additional action, which includes disclosing sensitive information such as password, date of birth, or bank account information. Alternatively, they may encourage the victim to visit a website where spyware has been installed. In worst cases, the malicious website deletes the sensitive information or completely takes over the device. Next, we will move on to the common social engineering attack techniques. And the first one is phishing. Phishing is the most common and successful type of social engineering attack. A criminal employs tricks and deception through email, chat, web ads, or website to get a person or organization to reveal their personal information or other valuables. For example, the criminal could pretend that he is from a bank or government organization or a well-known company that victim trusts. The source could be an email asking the user to click on the link to log into their account. Then it will redirect to a fake website that appears to be valid, and this is where the attack occurs. Next is spear phishing. Spear phishing is the most targeted form of phishing. The scammer personalizes their attack email with the target's name, position, phone number, and other information in attempting to trick the person who receives them, in assuring that they have a connection with the sender. For example, consider receiving an email claimed from a company's CEO requesting immediate action on a confidential project. The email is valid as it addresses by your name and refers to internal information. Wanting to confirm, you click on the attached document, unknowingly launching malware that enters the organization network and demonstrate a targeted phishing attack that uses personalized information to trick and harm specific individual or organization. Next, we have baiting. In cybersecurity, baiting refers to encouraging people with promises of something important, such as free software or media in exchange for their personal information or device access. This frequently takes the form of leaving infected USB device, CDs, or other media in public places, focusing on human curiosity to attack security. For example, baiting in cybersecurity includes leaving the USB device labeled confidential project plan on the cafeteria table and hoping that the employee will pick it up and plug it into their computer out of curiosity. Next is vishing. Vishing is also known as voice phishing. It is a method of social engineering in which attackers use phone call to trick people into disclosing sensitive information or taking action. For example, an attacker may pretend to be a bank representative, claiming that there is a security issue with the victim's account and requesting their account information or verification code. Lastly, we have scareware. Scareware is a type of malicious software or application that confuses users into believing their computer is infected with viruses or malware. It usually promotes the user to buy fake antivirus software or devices to remove the supported threats. In reality, the danger is the scareware itself, which is frequently designed to steal money from the victim who are unaware or install malware on their devices. For example, scareware is designed as a pop-up message that appears on user computer, claiming that their system has been infected with multiple viruses and encouraging them to download and install a specific antivirus program right away to remove the threats. However, clicking on the pop-up or following the instruction could install malicious software on the user computer, harming its security as well as stealing sensitive information. I hope now you have a clear understanding about the common social engineering attack techniques, so be aware of these techniques. Now let's move on to protecting against social engineering. To protect yourself and organization from social engineering, you must first arise awareness, educate others, and put in place security measures. Here are few strategies. And the first one is employee training and awareness. Hold regular training sessions to educate employees on common social engineering techniques like phishing emails and fake news. Teach them how to identify and ensure communication. Configure the accuracy of requests and immediately notify any unusual behaviors. Next is execute strong security guidelines. Develop and implement strong security measures and processes, such as password management, access control, and data handling protocols. Ensure that employees understand and follow these policies to reduce the risk of unauthorized access or disclosure of sensitive information. Next we have implement multi-factor authentication. Implement multi-factor authentication across all systems and applications to add a layer of security beyond password. Request user to provide additional authentication factors such as temporary codes sent to their mobile device to configure their identity and prevent unauthorized access even if their passwords are affected. Next is regular security assessment. Conduct regular security assessment such as examination and hacking test to identify and address potential flaws in your organization structure, processes, and controls. Be active in discovering and reducing security risks. And lastly, we have stay informed and up to date. Stay up to date on the latest social engineering strategies and cybersecurity threats by following industry news, subscribing to safety notification, and practicing in appropriate decisions or communities. Update software and security tools with the most recent patches and update to ensure protection. Next, we will discuss why do cybercriminals use social engineering. Social engineering have become a popular method for hackers among cybersecurity in recent years. It has been demonstrated to be the most effective method for criminals to inside an organization. Cybercriminals are employing more complex human hacking scam. A social engineer will learn everything possible about a person or business. This could include using social media or searching for a target's information online. To avoid the danger of social engineers, you must pay close attention, educate yourself, and be aware of the method used by the hackers. Now you know why cybercriminals use social engineering. Let's move on to why is social engineering so dangerous. One of the most dangerous aspects of social engineering is that the attack do not have to be directed at anyone. A single successful fooled victim can provide enough information to trigger an attack that affects the entire organization. Over time, social engineering attacks have become more complex. Not only do fake websites or emails appear realistic enough to trigger a victim into disclosing sensitive information or personal information that can be used to identify theft. But social engineering has also become one of the most common ways of attackers to get past an organization's first defense in order to cause more confusion and harm. Now, we will take a look at the best practices to prevent social engineering attacks. Be careful in what you share. And no, you don't have to be afraid about these attacks. It is possible to prevent them. And here are few ways to help. First is set spam filter to hide. Never use the same password for different accounts. Then use two-factor or multi-factor authentication. When doubt, change the password right away. And lastly, educate employees. I hope now you have a clear understanding about social engineering and cybersecurity. In this video, we have covered many topics such as what are the attacks, how will they attack your system or organization, and what are the prevention.
Now, cyber attacks are taking place all the time. Even as we speak, the security of some organization, big or small, is being compromised. For example, if you visit this site out here, that is Threat Cloud, you can actually view all the cyber attacks that are actually happening right now. Let me just give you a quick demonstration of how that looks like. Okay, so as you guys can see out here, these are all the places that are being compromised right now. The red parts actually show us the part that is being compromised, and the yellow places actually show us from where it's being compromised from. Okay, as you guys can see now that someone from the Netherlands is actually attacking this place and someone from USA was attacking Mexico. It's a pretty interesting site and actually gives you a scale of how many cyber attacks are actually happening all the time in the world. Okay, now getting back, I think looking at all these types of cyber attacks, it's only necessary that we educate ourselves about all the types of cyber threats that we have. So these are the 8 cyber threats that we're going to be discussing today. Firstly, we're going to start with malware. So malware is an all-encompassing term for a variety of cyber attacks, including Trojans, viruses, and worms. Malware is simply defined as code with malicious intent that typically steals data or destroys something on the computer. The way malware goes about doing its damage can be helpful in categorizing what kind of malware you're dealing with. So let's discuss it. So first of all, viruses. Like their biological namesakes, viruses attach themselves to clean files and infect other clean files, and they can spread uncontrollably, damaging a system's core functionality and deleting or corrupting files. They usually appear as executable files that you might have downloaded from the internet. Then there are also Trojans. Now, this kind of malware disguises itself as legitimate software or is included in legitimate software that can be tampered with. It tends to act discreetly and creates backdoors in your security to let other malwares in. Then we have worms. Worms infect entire networks of devices, either local or across the internet, by using the network's interfaces. It uses each consecutive infected machine to infect more. And then we have botnets and such, where botnets are networks of infected computers that are made to work together under the controller of an attacker. So basically, you can encounter malware if you have some OS vulnerabilities, or if you download some illegitimate software from somewhere, or you have some other email attachment that was compromised with. Okay, so how exactly do you remove malware, or how exactly do you fight against it? Well, each form of malware has its own way of infecting and damaging computers and data, and so each one requires a different malware removal method. The best way to prevent malware is to avoid clicking on links or downloading attachments from unknown senders, and this is sometimes done by deploying a robust and updated firewall, which prevents the transfer of large data files over the network in a hope to weed out attachments that may contain malware. It's also important to make sure your computer's operating system, whether it be Windows, Mac OS, Linux, uses the most up-to-date security updates. And software programmers update programs frequently to address any holes or weak points. And it's important to install all these updates as well as to decrease your own system weaknesses. So next up on our list of cyber threats, we have phishing. So what exactly is phishing? Well, often posing as a request for data from a trusted third party, phishing attacks are sent via email and ask users to click on a link and enter their personal data. Phishing emails have gotten much more sophisticated in recent years and making it difficult for some people to discern a legitimate request for information from a false one. Now, phishing emails often fall into the same category as spam, but are way more harmful than just a simple ad. So, how exactly does phishing work? Well, most people associate phishing with email messages that spoof or mimic bank, credit card companies, or other businesses like Amazon, eBay, and Facebook. These messages look authentic and attempt to get victims to reveal their personal information. But email messages are only one small piece of a phishing scam. From beginning to end, the process involves 5 steps. The first step is planning. The phisher must decide which business to target and determine how to get email addresses for the customers of that business. Then they must go through the setup phase. Once they know which business to spoof and who their victims are, phishers create methods for delivering the messages and collecting the data. Then they have to execute the attack, and this is the step most people are familiar with. That is, the phisher sends a phony message that appears to be from a reputable source. After that, the phisher records the information the victims enter into the web page or pop-up windows. And in the last step, which is basically identity theft and fraud, the phishers use the information they've gathered to make illegal purchases or otherwise commit fraud. And as many as a fourth of the victims never fully recover. So how exactly can you be actually preventing yourself from getting phished? Well, the only thing that you can do is being aware of how phishing emails actually work. So first of all, a phishing email has some very specific properties. So firstly, you'll have something like a very generalized way of addressing someone, like dear client. Then your message will not be actually from a very reputable source. So out here, as you can see, it's written as Amazon on the label, but if you actually inspect the email address that it came from, it's from management@maisoncanada.ca, which is not exactly a legitimate Amazon address. Third, you can actually hover over the redirect links and see where they actually redirect you to. Now, this redirects me to www.fakeamazon.com, as you can see out here. So basically, you know this is actually a phishing email, and you should actually report this email to your administrators or anybody else that you think is supposed to be concerned with this. Also, let me give you guys a quick demonstration on how phishing actually works from the perspective of an attacker. So first of all, I have actually created a phishing website for harvesting Facebook credentials. I simply just took the source code of the Facebook login page and pasted it, and then made a backend code in PHP, which makes a log file of all the Facebook passwords that get actually entered onto the phishing page. Now, I've also sent myself an email as to make sure this looks legitimate, but this is only for spreading awareness, so please don't use this method for actually harvesting credentials. That's actually a very illegal thing to do. So let's get started. First of all, you'll go to your email and see that you'll get some email saying your Facebook credentials have been compromised. So when you open it, it looks pretty legit. Well, I haven't made it look all that legit. It should look legit, but the point out here is to actually make you aware of how this works. So as you guys can see, it says, "Dear client, we have strong reasons to believe that your credentials may have been compromised and might have been used by someone else. We have locked your Facebook account. Please click here to unlock. Sincerely, Facebook Associate Team." So if we actually click here, we are actually redirected to a nice looking Facebook page, which is exactly how Facebook looks like when you're logging in. Now, suppose I were to actually log into my Facebook account, which I won't. I'll just use some random ID, like this is an email @gmail.com, and let's put password as admin123, and we click login. Now, since my Facebook is actually already logged in, it'll just redirect to facebook.com, and you might just see me logged in. But on a normal computer, it'll just redirect you to www.facebook.com, which should just show this site again. Okay, so once I click login out here, all that the backend code that I've written in PHP out here will do is that it's going to take all the parameters that I've entered into this website, that is my email address and the password, and just generate a log file about it. So let's just hit login and see what happens. So as you guys can see, I've been redirected to the original Facebook page that is not meant for phishing. And on my system out here, I have a log file. And this log file will show exactly, as you can see, I've fished out the email address. This is an email @gmail.com. And it's also showed the password, that is admin123. So this is how exactly phishing works. You enter an email address, and you're entering the email address on a phishing website, and then it just redirects you to the original site. But by this time, you've already compromised your credentials. So always be careful when dealing with such emails. So now jumping back to our session, the next type of cyber attacks we're going to discuss is password attacks. So an attempt to obtain or decrypt a user's password for illegal use is exactly what a password attack is. Hackers can use cracking programs, dictionary attacks, and password sniffers in password attacks. Password cracking refers to various measures used to discover computer passwords. This is usually accomplished by recovering passwords from data stored in or transported from a computer system. Password cracking is done by either repeatedly guessing the password, usually through a computer algorithm in which the computer tries numerous combinations until the password is successfully discovered. Now, password attacks can be done for several reasons. But the most malicious reason is in order to gain unauthorized access to a computer with the computer's owner's awareness not being in place. Now, this results in cybercrime such as stealing passwords for the purpose of accessing bank information. Now today, there are three common methods used to break into a password-protected system. The first is a brute force attack. A hacker uses a computer program or script to try to log in with possible password combinations, usually starting with the easiest to guess password. So just think, if a hacker has a company list, he or she can easily guess usernames. If even one of the users has a password 123, he will quickly be able to get in. The next are dictionary attacks. Now, a hacker uses a program or script to try to log in by cycling through the combinations of common words. In contrast with brute force attacks, where a large proportion key space is searched systematically, a dictionary attack tries only those possibilities which are most likely to succeed, typically derived from a list of words, for example, a dictionary. Generally, dictionary attacks succeed because most people have a tendency to choose passwords which are short or such as single words found in the dictionaries, or simple, easy predicted variations on words such as appending a digit or so. Now, the last kind of password attacks are used by keylogger attacks. A hacker uses a program to track all of the user's keystrokes. So at the end of the day, everything the user has typed, including the login IDs and passwords, have been recorded. A keylogger attack is different than a brute force or dictionary attack in many ways, not the least of which the key logging program used is a malware that must first make it onto the user's device. And the keylogger attacks are also different because stronger passwords don't provide much protection against them, which is one reason that multi-factor authentication is becoming a must-have for all businesses and organizations. Now, the only way to stop yourself from getting killed in the whole password attack conundrum is by actually practicing the best practices that are being discussed in the whole industry about passwords. So basically, you should update your password regularly. You should use alphanumerics in your password. And you should never use words that are actually in the dictionary. It's always advisable to use garbage words that make no sense for passwords, as they just increase your security. So moving on, we're going to discuss DDoS attacks. So what exactly is a DDoS or a DOS attack? Well, first of all, it stands for Distributed Denial of Service, and a DOS attack focuses on disrupting the service to a network, as the name suggests. Attackers send high volume of data of traffic through the network until the network becomes overloaded and can no longer function. So there are a few different ways attackers can achieve DOS attack, but the most common is the Distributed Denial of Service attack. This involves the attacker using multiple computers to send the traffic or data that will overload the system. In many instances, a person may not even realize that his or her computer has been hijacked and is contributing to the DOS attack. Now, disrupting services can have serious consequences relating to security and online access. Many instances of large-scale DOS attacks have been implemented as a single sign of protest towards governments or individuals and have led to severe punishment, including major jail time. So, how can you prevent DOS attacks against yourself? Well, firstly, unless your company is huge, it's rare that you would be even targeted by an outside group or attackers for a DOS attack. Your site or network could still fall victim to one. However, if another organization on your network is targeted. Now, the best way to prevent an additional breach is to keep your system as secure as possible with regular software updates, online security monitoring, and monitoring of your data flow to identify any unusual or threatening spikes in traffic before they become a problem. DOS attacks can also be perpetrated by simply cutting a cable or dislodging a plug that connects your website server to the internet. So due diligence in physically monitoring your connections is recommended as well. Okay, so next up on our list is man-in-the-middle attacks. So by impersonating the endpoints in an online information exchange, the man-in-the-middle attack can obtain information from the end user and the entity he or she is communicating with. For example, if you are banking online, the man in the middle would communicate with you by impersonating your bank and communicate with the bank by impersonating you. The man in the middle would then receive all of the information transferred between both parties, which could include sensitive data such as bank accounts and personal information. So how does it exactly work? Normally, an MITM gains access through a non-encrypted wireless access point, which is basically one that doesn't use WAP, WPA, or any of the other security measures. Then they would have to access all of the information being transferred between both parties by actually spoofing something called Address Resolution Protocol. That is the protocol that is used when you are actually connecting to your gateway from your computer. So how can you exactly prevent MITM attacks from happening against you? So firstly, you have to use an encrypted WAP, that is an encrypted wireless access point. Next, you should always check the security of your connection, because when somebody is actually trying to compromise your security, he will try to actually strip down the HTTPS or HSTS that is being injected in the website, which is basically the security protocols. So if something like this HTTPS is not appearing in your website, you're on an insecure website where your credentials or your information can be compromised. And the last and final measure that you can actually use is by investing in a virtual private network which spoofs your entire IP, and you can just browse the internet with perfect comfort. Next up on our list is drive-by downloads. So gone are the days where you had to click to accept a download or install a software update in order to become infected. Now just opening a compromised web page could allow dangerous code to install on your device. You just need to visit or drive by a web page without stopping, or to click accept any software, and the malicious code can download in the background to your device. A drive-by download refers to the unintentional download of a virus or malicious software onto your computer or mobile device. A drive-by download will usually take advantage or exploit a browser or app or operating system that is out of date and has security flaws. This initial code that is downloaded is often very small, and since its job is often simply to contact another computer where it can pull down the rest of the code onto your smartphone, tablet, or other computers. Often, a web page will contain several different types of malicious code in hopes that one of them will match a weakness on your computer. So how does this exactly work? Well, first you visit the site, and during the three-way handshake connection of the TCP/IP protocol, a backend script is triggered. As soon as a connection is made while the last ACK packet is sent, a download is also triggered, and the malware is basically injected into your system. Now, the best advice I can share about avoiding drive-by downloads is to avoid visiting websites that could be considered dangerous or malicious. This includes adult content, file-sharing websites, or anything that offers you a free trip to the Bahamas. Now, some other tips to stay protected include keep your internet browser and operating system up to date, use a safe search protocol that warns you when to navigate to a malicious site, and use comprehensive security software on all your devices like McAfee All Access and keeping it up to date. Okay, so that was it about drive-by downloads. Next up is maladvertising or malvertising. So malvertising is the name we in the security industry give to criminally controlled advertisements which intentionally infect people and businesses. These can be any ad on any site, often ones which you use as a part of your everyday internet usage, and it is a growing problem, as is evident by a recent US Senate report and the establishment of bodies like Trust in Ads. Now, whilst the technology being used in the background is very advanced, the way it presents to the person being infected is simple. To all intents and purposes, the advertisement looks the same as any other, but has been placed by a criminal. Like you can see the Mint ad out here, it's really out of place, so you could say it's been made by a criminal. Now, without your knowledge, a tiny piece of code hidden deep in the advertisement is making your computer go to the criminal servers. These then catalog details about your computer and its location before choosing which piece of malware to send you. And this doesn't need a new browser window and you won't know about it. So basically, you're redirected to some criminal server, the malware injection takes place, and voila, you're infected. It's a pretty dangerous thing to be in. So how exactly can you stop malvertising? Well, first of all, you need to use an ad blocker, which is a very must in this day and age. You can have ad blocker extensions installed on your browser, whether it be Chrome, Safari, or Mozilla. Also, regular software updates of your browser and other softwares that work peripheral to your browser always help. And next is some common sense. Any advertisement that is about a lottery that's offering you free money is probably going to scam you and inject a malware too. So never click on those ads. So the last kind of cyber attacks we are going to discover today and discuss about is rogue software. So rogue security software is a form of malicious software and internet fraud that misleads users into believing that there is a virus on their computer and manipulates them into paying money for a fake malware removal tool. It is a form of scareware that manipulates users through fear and a form of ransomware. Rogue security software has been a serious security threat in desktop computing since 2008. So now, how does a rogue security software work? These scams manipulating users into download the program through a variety of techniques. Some of these methods include ads offering free or trial versions of security programs, often pricey upgrades, or encouraging the purchase of deluxe versions. Then also pop-ups warning that your computer is infected with a virus, which encourages you to clean it by clicking on the program. And then manipulated SEO rankings that put infected website as the top hits when you search. These links then redirect you to a landing page that claims your machine is infected and encourages you a free trial of the rogue security program. Now, once the scareware is installed, it can steal all your information, slow your computer, corrupt your files, disable updates for legitimate antivirus softwares, or even prevent you from visiting legitimate security software vendor sites. Well, talking about prevention, the best defense is a good offense. And in this case, an updated firewall makes sure that you have a working one in your office that protects you and your employees from these type of attacks. It is also a good idea to install a trusted antivirus or anti-spyware software program that can detect threats like these. And also a general level of distrust on the internet and not actually believing anything right off the bat is the way to go.
Let us understand what is cyber kill chain. Well, the cyber kill chain is a concept borrowed from the military's key chain adapted to cybersecurity by Lockheed Martin in 2011. And it's a step-by-step framework that helps organizations identify and stop cyber attacks at different stages. And this model is particularly useful for defending against advanced persistent threats, which are sophisticated attacks that involve reconnaissance, malware, social engineering, and more. The cyber kill chain is all about understanding the attacker's process so that you can detect, prevent, and respond to threats effectively. Now that we know what the cyber kill chain is, so let's break it down into 7 stages that make up this framework. Here, each stage plays a critical role in an attack. So let's take a closer look. Now, let's break down the 7 stages of the cyber kill chain and see what happens at each stage. Stage 1 is reconnaissance. Attackers gather information about the target, and this includes collecting publicly available data, scanning for vulnerabilities with tools, and identifying potential entry points. Stage 2 is weaponization. Here, attackers create malicious payloads tailored to the target's vulnerabilities, and they may develop new malware, modify existing tools to bypass defenses. Stage 3 is delivery. This is when the malicious payload reaches the target through methods like phishing emails, exploiting hardware or software vulnerabilities. Stage 4 is exploitation. The payload is activated and then the attacker exploits vulnerabilities to gain access. This often includes a lateral movement across the network. Stage 5 is installation. Here, attackers install malware or backdoors to establish persistent access. Examples include Trojan horses, command line interfaces. Stage 6 is command and control. Attackers establish a remote connection to monitor and guide their attack, and often using obfuscation techniques to evade detection. Stage 7 is actions on objectives, and this is the final stage where attackers achieve their goal, such as data theft, encrypting files for ransom, and compromising supply chains. While the cyber kill chain provides a strong foundation, it's not only the framework out there. One of the most popular comparison is with the MITRE ATT&CK framework. So, how do they stack up? So let's compare. So here we are going to compare the cyber kill chain versus MITRE ATT&CK. The cyber kill chain is often compared to the MITRE ATT&CK framework, but there are some key differences. First, in terms of structure. The cyber kill chain has the linear structure with 7 stages, while the MITRE ATT&CK is more flexible and focuses on tactics and techniques in no specific order. Next, in terms of focus, the cyber kill chain provides a high-level overview, whereas MITRE ATT&CK examines the granular details of attack execution. Now, both are valuable, but the choice depends on your organization's need and threat landscape. As cyber threats have grown more sophisticated, the cyber kill chain has evolved to stay relevant. But what changes have been made, and how has it adapted to modern challenges? Let's explore its evolution. Since its introduction in 2011, the cyber kill chain has evolved to address modern threats. However, attackers have become more sophisticated, often skipping or combining stages. For example, file-less malware and AI-driven attacks don't always follow traditional patterns. Here, attackers exploit newer technologies like IoT, cloud computing, and cryptocurrency. This evolution has challenged defenders to adapt and integrate more dynamic frameworks like MITRE ATT&CK. Even with its strength, the cyber kill chain isn't perfect. it has some limitations that cybersecurity professionals need to consider. So what are these weaknesses and how do they impact its effectiveness? So let us see the weaknesses in cyber kill chain. While the cyber kill chain is a powerful tool, it has some limitations, such as limited detection, and it focuses heavily on malware but struggles with newer threats like fileless attacks and insider threats. Next is the rigid structure. Not all attacks follow the linear 7-stage process. Next is the emerging threats. Advanced techniques like deepfake phishing and AI-driven attacks require more flexible defenses. And to overcome these weaknesses, organizations should complement the cyber kill chain with other frameworks and advanced technologies. Despite its limitations, the cyber kill chain remains a valuable tool in the fight against cyber threats. So let's wrap things up by understanding how it contributes to strengthening cybersecurity strategies today. So here are the roles of cyber kill chain in cybersecurity. So, as I said, despite its limitation, the cyber kill chain remains an essential tool for understanding and combating cyber attacks, such as provides a clear roadmap for identifying threats, then helps organizations to design proactive defenses, and encourages a mindset of active threat hunting rather than passive defense.
Let's see some of the top cyber attacks in history. Starting off with Adobe. Adobe was going through hell. Well, you see, Adobe announced on October 2013 a massive attack or massive hacking of its IT infrastructure, where personal information of about 22.9 million accounts was stolen, which includes login IDs, passwords, name, credit card numbers, and expiry date. Another file discovered on the internet later about number of accounts that were affected by this attack was about 150 million. To access this information, hackers took advantage of security breaches at publishers specifically related to security practices and around passwords. The stolen passwords have been encrypted instead of being chopped as per recommendation. Fortunately, this led to banking data not being stolen. This is because of high quality encryption by Adobe. The company was attacked not only for its customer information but also for its product data. Indeed, the most worrying part about Adobe was about 40 GB of source code. For instance, the entire source code of Cold Fusion product was stolen, as well as the part of source code of Adobe Acrobat Reader and Photoshop was also stolen. So the next one is a target. So people usually say it as targeted, right? So Target, this is the second largest US discount retailer chain, which was a victim of large-scale cyber attack in December 2013. Data from about 110 million customers was hijacked between 27 November to December 15, including banking data of 40 million customers and personal data, which included names, postal address, telephone numbers, and emails. And it was not the target who discovered the attack. The American Secret Service who detected abnormal banking movement and warned the brand. According to several US security services, the hacker group was located in Eastern Europe. It had installed malware in the cash registers to read information from credit card terminals. The technique is known as RAM scraping. Once the data has been hacked, attacker resold it to the black market. Target was ultimately required to pay over $18 million as a settlement for state investigation into the attack. Moving ahead to the next one, that is Sony. So there was a panic at Sony. In April 2011, Sony's PlayStation Network was attacked. The multiplayer gaming service, online games purchasing, and live content distribution of Japanese brand contained the personal data of 77 million users was leaked. Banking information of tens and thousands of players was also compromised. After the intrusion was detected, PlayStation Network as well as Sony Online Entertainment were closed for 1 month. To appease their users, Sony paid around $15 million in compensation, plus few $1 million as a legal fees in addition to having to refund people whose banking accounts were illegally used. This cyber attack could have been largely avoided. Indeed, hackers were well known about vulnerability that Sony chose to ignore. Data was unencrypted and could easily be hijacked to a very simple technique, that is SQL injection. Moving ahead to our next crisis, that is at Equifax. Equifax, an American credit company, revealed that it had suffered a cybersecurity attack over a course of months. Detected in 2017, it contained personal data which had names, date of birth, social security numbers, and driver license numbers. It contained information of about 143 million Americans, Canadians, and British customers, as well as 200,000 credit card numbers. So moving ahead, we have a cyber attack which occurred in South Korea. South Korea learned in January 2014 that data from about 100 million credit cards have been stolen over the course of several years. In addition to that, 20 million bank accounts have been hijacked. For fear of having their bank accounts emptied, more than 200 million South Koreans had their credit card blocked or replaced. Behind the theft was an employee of South Korean Credit Bureau. He stole personal information from customers of credit card companies when he worked for them, for a consultant by simply copying the data to an external hard drive. He then resold the data to credit card traders and telemarketing companies. As you see here, this is a classic example of an insider threat. So the next cyber attack that occurred was with Marriott Hotels. You see, information of about 500 million guests at Marriott Hotel was compromised. Their banking details, date of birth, and many other information have been swept out. It seems that the account or the hacking was taking place since 2014, but was only spotted during the month of September of 2018. Marriott was first alerted to the potential breach in September. It said that there are internal security tools found someone was trying to access its database. It then found out people seem to have been hacking its database since 2014, and they copied information apparently with the intent of taking it. Alright guys, these were some of the top cyber attacks that struck the industry. So moving ahead, let's check out some of the challenges that we are facing with respect to cybersecurity. Starting off with ransomware attack. Ransomware attacks have become popular in last few years and pose one of the most India's prominent cybersecurity challenge in 2020. According to cybersecurity firm Sophia, about 82% of India's organizations were hit by ransomware attack in last 6 months. You see, ransomware attack involves hacking into a user's data and preventing them from accessing it until a ransom amount is being paid. Although ransomware attacks are critical for individual users, but more so for businesses who can't access the data for running their daily operation. However, with the most ransomware attack, attackers don't release the data even after the payment, instead try to exploit more money. The next most common cybersecurity challenge is IoT attack. According to IoT analysis, there will be about 106 billion IoT devices in 2021. IoT devices are computing, digital, and mechanical devices that can autonomously transmit data over a network. Examples of an IoT device include desktop, laptop, mobile phones, smart security devices, and many more. As the adoption of IoT devices is increasing in an unpredicted rate, so are the challenges of cybersecurity. Attacking IoT device can result in compromise of sensitive user data, and safeguarding IoT device is one of the biggest challenges in the cybersecurity domain. The next type of attack is the cloud attack. We all know most of us today use cloud services for personal and professional needs. Also, hacking cloud platform to steal our user data is one of the challenges in cybersecurity for businesses. We all are aware of the infamous iCloud attack, which exposed private photos of celebrity. If such attacks is carried out in enterprise data, it could pose a massive threat to the organization and maybe could even lead to its possible collapse. Finally, we have phishing attack. You see, phishing is a type of social engineering attack often used to steal user data, including login credentials or credit card numbers and many more. Unlike ransomware attack, the hacker, upon gaining access to the confidential user data, doesn't block it. Instead, they use it for their own advantage, such as online shopping and illegal money transfer. Phishing attacks are prevalent among hackers as they can exploit user data until the user finds out about it. Phishing attack remains one of the major challenges for cybersecurity in India, as the demographic here isn't well versed with handling confidential data. So moving ahead, let's see the future of cybersecurity. The rate at which cybercrime is increasing is alarming. Almost every week, a high-profile cybercrime is being reported. Every business is in its own unique stage of digital transformation. However, it doesn't matter how far your business is going, it should consider security as its topmost priority. Cybersecurity professionals will be in high demand. You see, the need for cybersecurity professionals is dire as with the passing days, as new attacks are being coined which are more harmful than the previous one. These rising threats require skilled cybersecurity professionals to help ensure safeguard for the individual as well as for the organization. We can also expect robust integration of artificial intelligence in cybersecurity tools and techniques. This is because it improves security expertise, analyzation, study, and understanding cybercrime. It enhances security technology that companies use to combat cybercrimes and help keep their organization and customers safe. We can also expect more of automation. In the future, automation of many roles and tools can also be heavily implemented. This will allow performing a constant search for threats and deploying immediate remedies, right?
Firstly, let's go over what DOS and DDoS means. Now, to understand a DDoS attack, it is essential to understand the fundamentals of a DOS attack. DOS simply stands for denial of service. This service could be of any kind. For example, imagine your mother confiscates your cell phone when you are preparing for your exams to help you study without any sort of distraction. While the intentions of your mother is truly out of care and concern, you are being denied the service of calling and any other service offered by your cell phone. Now, with respect to a computer and computer networks, a denial of service could be in the form of hijacking web servers, overloading ports with requests, rendering them unusable, denying wireless authentication, and denying any sort of service that is provided on the internet. Attacks of such intent can be performed from a single machine. While single machine attacks are much easier to execute and monitor, they are also easy to detect and mitigate. To solve this issue, the attack could be executed from multiple devices spread across a wide area. Not only does this make it difficult to stop the attack, but it also becomes near impossible to point out the main culprit. Such attacks are called distributed denial of service or DDoS attacks. Now let's see how they work. The main idea of a DDoS attack, as explained, is making a certain service unavailable. Since everything that is attacked is in reality running on a machine, the service can be made unavailable if the performance of the machine can be brought down. This is the fundamental behind DOS and DDoS attacks. Now, some DOS attacks are executed by flooding servers with connection requests until the server is overloaded and is deemed useless. Others are executed by sending unfragmented packets to a server which they are unable to handle. These methods, when executed by a botnet, exponentially increase the amount of damage that they are doing, and their difficulty to mitigate increases in leaps and bounds. To understand more about how these attacks work, let us look at the different types of attacks. Now, while there are plenty of ways to perform a DDoS attack, I'll be listing down the more famous ones. These methodologies have become famous due to their success rate and the damage they have caused over time. It is important to note that with the advancement in technology, the more creative minds have devised more devious ways to perform DOS attacks. Now, the first type of methodology that we're going to discuss is called ping of death. Now, according to the TCP/IP protocol, the maximum size of a packet can be 65,535 bytes. The ping of death attack exploits this particular fact. In this type of attack, the attacker sends packets that are more than the max packet size when the packet fragments are added up. Computers generally do not know what to do with such packets and end up freezing or sometimes crashing entirely. Then we come to reflected attacks. This particular attack is more often than not used with the help of a botnet. The attacker sends a host of innocent computers a connection request using a botnet, which are also called reflectors. Now, this connection that comes from the botnet looks like it comes from the victim, and this is done by spoofing the source part in the packet header. This makes the host of computers send an acknowledgement to the victim computer. Since there are multiple such requests from the different computers to the same machine, this overloads the computer and crashes it. This type of attack is also known as a Smurf attack. Another type of attack is called mail bomb. Now, mail bomb attacks generally attack email servers. In this type of attack, instead of packets, oversized emails filled with random garbage values are sent to the targeted email server. This generally crashes the email server due to a sudden spike in load and renders them useless until fixed. Last but not the least, we have the teardrop attack. So in this type of attack, the fragmentation offset field of a packet is abused. One of the fields in an IP header is the fragment offset field, indicating the starting position or offset of the data contained in a fragmented packet relative to the data in the original packet. If the sum of the offset and the size of one fragmented packet differs from that of the next fragmented packet, the packets overlap. Now, when this happens, a server vulnerable to teardrop attacks is unable to reassemble the packets, resulting in a denial of service condition. Okay, so that was all the theoretical portion of this video. Now it's time to actually perform our very own DDoS attack. Okay, so now that we finished the theoretical part of how DDoS actually works and what it actually is with its different types, let me just give you guys a quick demonstration on how you could apply a denial of service attack on a wireless network anywhere around you. Like this could be somewhere like Starbucks where you're sitting, or this could be a library also, or your college institution. No matter where you're sitting, this procedure will work. So the first thing we want to do is actually open up a terminal, as because we will be doing most of our work on a command line basis. Now for this particular demonstration, we will be actually using two tools. First is AirCrackNG, which is a suite of tools which contains AirCrackNG, AirMonNG, AirReplayNG, and AeroDumpNG. So these are the four tools that come along with it. And the second one that we'll be using is called MacChanger. Okay, so let me just put my terminal on maximum so you guys can see what I'm actually writing out. So first thing we want to do is actually log in as a root. So let me just do that quickly. So because we need to log in as root because most of the stuff that we're going to do right now will need administrator access. Now, the first thing we want to do is check out our wireless network card's name, and we can do that easily by typing ifconfig. Now you can see that my wireless card is called WLO1, and we get the MAC address and we also get the IPv6 address. So that's my wireless network card, and we'll be actually setting that up in monitor mode. Now, before we actually go into and start up our network card in monitor mode, let me just show you how you can install the two tools that I just spoke about, that is AircrackNG and MacChanger. So to install AircrackNG, you can just go apt-get install AircrackNG, hit enter, and this should do it for you. I already have it installed, so it's not going to do much. To install MacChanger, you could just go the same command, that is apt-get install MacChanger. And you can check if both the tools have been installed properly by opening the manual pages by typing man aircrackng, and this will open up the manual page for you. And let's also do the same for MacChanger. So what we're going to do first is set up our network interface card into monitor mode. So to do that, all we have to do is type ifconfig, and we need to put our network interface card down. So we go WLO1 down, and with the command iwconfig, we go mode monitor. Don't forget to specify the interface that you're working on. So iwconfig WLO1 mode monitor. And all you have to do now is put it back up. So what we are going to type is ifconfig WLO1 up. You can check the mode. It'll say managed if it's in monitoring mode. So as you guys can see, it says mode managed. So that's how we're going to go ahead. So you can check that just for your own purposes. So we can also check for only WLO1 by specifying the interface. Or you could also check the mode only by passing it through a pipe function, and that is using grep mode. So iwconfig WLO1 grep and mode. Well, mode begins with a capital M, so that's how you would probably return it. So as you guys can see, that has returned the mode for us, along with the access point and the frequency. Okay, so that was a little fun trivia on how you could fetch the mode from a certain command, that like iwconfig, by passing it through a pipe and grabbing it with mode. Grab basically means grab. Okay, so now moving on, we'll get to the more important stuff now. So firstly, we need to check for some sub-processes that might still be running and that might actually interfere with our scanning process. So to do that, what we do is airmon-ng check and then the name of the interface. Now, as you guys can see, I have the network manager that is running out here, and we need to kill that first, and that can be easily done by going kill with the PID. After that, you can run a general command called airmon-ng check and kill. So whatever it finds, it will kill it accordingly. And when it produces no results like this, that means you're ready to go, as there are no sub-processes running that might actually interfere with our scan. Now, what we want to do is we want to run a dump scan on the network interface card and check out all the possible access points that are available to us. So as you guys can see, this produces a bunch of access points, and they come with their BSS IDs. They also have the power, which is the PWR, that is the power of the signal. And let me go down back again. So yeah, you can see the beacons, you can see the data, you can see the channels available. And what the BSS ID is, it's the MAC ID that is actually tied in with the ESS ID, which basically represents the name of the router. Now, what we want to do from here is we want to choose which router we want to actually DOS. Now, the whole process of DOSing is actually we will continuously de-authenticate all the devices that are connected to it. So for now, I have chosen Edureka Wi-Fi to actually DOS out. And once I send a de-authentication broadcast, it will actually de-authenticate all the devices that are connected to it. Now, this de-authentication is done with a tool called Air Replay, which is a part of the AircrackNG suite of tools. Now let us just see how we can use Air Replay by opening up the help command. So we go --help, and this opens up the help command for us. Now, as you guys can see, it shows us that we can send a de-authentication message by typing in the -0, and then we need to type in the count. So what we are going to do is type in -0, which will send a de-authentication message, and now we can type 1 or 0. So 1 will send only one de-authentication message, while 0 will continuously loop it and send a bunch of de-authentication messages. We are going to say 0 because we want to be sure that we are de-authenticating everybody. And we can also generally specify the person we also want to specifically deauthenticate. But for this demonstration, I'm just going to try and deauthenticate everybody that is there. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy down the MAC address or the BSS ID as you would know it. And then we are going to run the authentication message. Now, as you guys can see, our deauthentication message is beginning to hunt on channel 9. Now, as you guys know, and as I already know, that our BSS ID or the MAC address is working on channel 6. Now, we can easily change the channel that our interface is working on by just going iwconfig w1 and then channel and then specifying the channel. Now, as you guys can see, our chosen router is working on channel 6, so that's exactly what we're going to do. Now, as you guys can see, it immediately starts sending deauthentication codes to the specified router. And this will actually make any device that is connected to that router almost unusable. You might see that you are still connected to the Wi-Fi, but try browsing the internet with them. You will never be able to actually reach any site, as I'm constantly deauthenticating your service. You will need that 4-way handshake all the time. And even if it completes, you are suddenly deauthenticated again because I'm running this thing on a loop. Now, you can let this command run for a few moments or how much of a time you want to DDoS that guy for. Well, this is not exactly a DDoS because you're doing it from one single machine, but you can also optimize this code to actually look like it's running from several different machines. So let me just show you how to do that. We're going to write a script file to actually optimize our code a lot. So this script file will actually automate most of the things that we just did and also optimize a little by changing our MAC address every single time. So we become hard to actually point out. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to put our wireless network card down. And maybe that's not the first thing that I want to do. Just give me a moment to think about this. I haven't actually thought this through, and I'm doing this on the fly. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to start a while loop that is going to continuously run until we actually externally stop it. So we go while true, and then we're going to say do. And the first thing that we want to do is send out a deauthentication message, and we are going to send it around 10 deauthentication messages. And we want to run it on a specific BSS ID. So that is the BSS ID that I had copied. So let me just put in that. And then we just put in the interface that it's supposed to work on. Now, what we want to do after that is we want to change the MAC address after we have sent all these 10 packets. So what we will need to do is put down our wireless network. And as I already discussed, we can do that with ifconfig wl1 down. And now what we want to do is change our MAC address. So we can do that with the simple tool that we had installed and saying MAC changer -r. So let me just open up a quick tab and show you guys how MAC changer actually works. Now you can already check out my other video called the Ethical Hacking course, which actually covers a lot of topics, and MAC changer is just one of them. And you can check how to use it in depth in that video. But for now, let me just give you a brief introduction to how MAC changer works. The MAC changer will basically give you a new MAC address every time. Let me just open up the help menu for you guys. So as you guys can see, these are the options that are available to us. We can get a random MAC address. We can also tell it to show our MAC address. And we also have to specify the interface when we want to show us the MAC address. Now let me just generate a new MAC address. So you see out here that interface up or insufficient permissions is being shown. So this means we always have to put down our interface first. So let me just do that quickly. ifconfig wl1 down. And now what we want to do is give ourselves a new MAC address. And boom, roasted, we already have a new MAC address, as you guys can see from the new MAC part. Now, if we put back our network interface card and then try and show our MAC address again, we see that our current MAC and our permanent MAC are two completely different MAC addresses. And our current MAC and the new MAC are identical. So this is how you can actually generate new MAC addresses to spoof your own identity on the wire. And that is very useful in this case because the person you're attacking will be so confused as to what to do because your MAC address is changing every time. And there's no real solution to the situation that you're creating for him. At least I don't know of any solution. If you do know how to stop this for yourself, please leave it down in the comment section below and help the world a little bit. Now, we want to also get to know what our MAC address is every time. So let me just pipe my function through the whole thing. And let me just try and grab the new MAC address. So MAC changer are wl1 and grep MAC. And then we want to put our network card in the monitor mode. And then we also want to put up our network interface card. Now what we want to do out here is optimize it. So we can't be attacking constantly. So let us put a sleep timer. So this will make our program sleep for a particular amount of time. I'm going to make it sleep for 5 seconds. So after every 5 seconds, it's gonna send that particular BSS ID 10 deauthentication messages. Then it's gonna bring down my interface card. It's gonna change my MAC address. It's gonna put back the interface card into monitor mode and sleep for 5 seconds and then repeat the entire process. And to end the script, let's just say done. So that will denote when the loop is done. Now let me just save it. Control O, Control X to exit. And there we go. Okay, so first of all, to actually run this, need to give it some more permissions. So as you guys can see, we already have it. Let me just put it in a much more readable format. Okay, so as you guys can see, our DOS.sh doesn't really have executability. So we can do that with the command chmod. So I'm going to give it some executable permissions. So chmod plus x and then the name of the file. So this will actually change our DOS.sh into a executable bash script. Okay, so it seems that we have done some error. So let's just go back into our bash script and check for the error that we have probably done. So nano dos.sh. Okay, so the thing that I am missing is that I forgot the -a that I'm supposed to put before putting the BSS ID in the air replay ng part of the code. So let me just go ahead and quickly do that. Okay, so now that that is done, let me just save it and quickly exit and see if this thing is working. Okay, so now we are trying to work out our script. Now, you guys should know that this Edureka Wi-Fi is my company's Wi-Fi and I have complete permission to go ahead and do this to them. Also, my company's Wi-Fi is kind of secure, so every time it senses that a deauthentication message is being sent like that, it kind of changes the channel that it is working on. So these guys are really smart, smarter than me most of the time. And this time, I'm just going to try and force them to work on channel 6. So let me just go ahead and run my script once. Okay, so let me just check that they're still working on channel 6. Yep, they're still working on channel 6. Let me just check my script once if it's correctly done, if I have the perfect MAC ID. Let me just copy in the MAC ID just to be sure once again. So there you go, we've copied it. Let's go into the script and let's paste it out. Okay, so now that that is done and we have the MAC IDs and everything set up properly, let me just show you how to run the script. So you go dot and // and then you said dos.sh. Now you see that our thing is working on channel 8. So this will definitely not work and will say that BSS ID is not there. So what we need to do, as I had showed to you guys earlier, we can go iwconfig WL1 and change the channel to channel 6. Oops, I changed it to channel 8 again. This will not work. I'm sorry, that was my bad. So now that we have changed it to channel 6, you can see that it is sending everything immediately. Okay, so that is actually running our script very well. And as you guys can see, the security measures that are taken by my company, it will not always work on channel 6. It'll keep rotating now until it finds a safe channel. So it really can't find a safe channel. I will always be DOSing on channel 6 and it will run sometimes and it won't run sometimes, but mostly with unsecure Wi-Fi that is running at your home mostly, this will work 100% times. So let me just stop this because my company will go mad on me if I just keep on DOSing them. So this brings us to the end of our demonstration. This is how you can always DOS your neighbors if they're annoying you. But remember, if you're caught, you could be prosecuted. So this was about how DDoS works, what DDoS actually is, and the different types, and how you can do one on your own with your own system.
So let's move on and understand what brute force attack is. By definition, brute force is a hacking technique used to find out the user's credentials by trying various possible credentials. So what happens in brute force attack is you are not exploiting any vulnerability in the web application. You're basically trying all the possible combinations and permutations of passwords and usernames of your victim and trying to see if you can get any of those right. So brute force is a hacking technique where you are guessing the credentials. You're not basically exploiting any vulnerability of the web application. It is a trial and error method because you have a large list of usernames and a large list of passwords, And in some cases, if you know what the username is, then the username is single, but the password is a large list of possible passwords. So you have to try each of these combinations and see whether you get it right or wrong. So it's basically a trial and error method. And for brute force attacks, you need a username list and a password list. So in some cases, you need a list for both the username and the password. In some cases, if you know the username, then you only need the password list. And some of the tools that are used for brute force are Metasploit, John the Ripper, AirCrackNG, Hydra, and Medusa. So this is what brute force attack is in brief. Now let's see how brute force attack works. This is the flow diagram of how brute force attack works. First, there's a brute force tool to which you feed usernames and passwords, maybe one username and a list of passwords, or a list of usernames and a list of passwords. So this brute force tool will send these usernames and passwords, the combination of these usernames and passwords, to the web application or to the application in general, where the username and password is checked, it is authenticated, and depending on the response of the application, the tool decides whether the credentials were right or wrong. So if the login was successful, then the username and password is considered to be right. If the login was a failure, then the username and the password, that combination of the username and password, is considered to be wrong. So this is how brute force works. Let's take an example of a web application where you're trying to log in into this website. There are two fields, there's username and password. Username can be a username or your phone number or your email address, and then there's a password. So what happens is there's a brute forcing tool. In this case, I've taken the example to be Hydra as a brute forcing tool. And then there's a passwords and username list. So what happens is you feed this password and username list to the brute forcing tool, and this brute forcing tool will send a combination of username and password to the web application. And here this username and password is validated and verified. If there is a success message or if the login was successful, then the username and password is considered to be right. The credentials is considered to be right and valid. And this credential is stored somewhere in the tool. And this happens for all the username and passwords present in the username list and the password list. Suppose there's a username and password that does not let you log in, then in that case it means that username and password is wrong, and that username and password is just let off because it's of no use to us. So this is what happens throughout the username list and the password list. All the combinations of username and password is sent to the application, and the response after the authentication is analyzed to see whether the credentials were right or wrong. If the credentials are right, then those credentials are stored somewhere in the tool, and if the credentials are wrong, then that combination of username and password is just let go. So this is how brute force attack works. Now let's see a demo where I'll be showing you how to use brute force attack on a web application. So this is the web page that I've created to show you how brute forcing attack works. This is a dummy web page that I'm running on my local server. Now, as you can see that there are two fields, there's a username field and there's a password field, and we are going to try to use a tool to guess the username and password for this web application. Now, because I need to guess, I need a list of usernames and I need a list of passwords. So I've created a custom username and password list, and I'll just show you the contents of these lists. So the username.txt file contains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 usernames: admin, Edureka, CH, hacking, and edureka.co. And there's another list called password.txt which has a few passwords. Now let me show you which combination of username and password is valid and authenticated. So the first username is admin and the password is 123456. Let me hit the login button and see what happens. So it's a success, which means the login is success. And the other valid username and password is Edureka and Edureka123. And it's also a success. Now what if I give any other input? The username is Edureka. I'll just type some random input and try to log in, and it's a failure. There are only two valid username and password. One is admin as a username and 123456 as a password. The second username is Edureka and Edureka123 as the password. Now these lists that I've displayed, it has got both the right username and password. So it's got admin and it's also got Edureka, and the password list has got the right passwords, that is Edureka123 and 123456 for the user admin. Now I'm going to use a brute force tool called Hydra to run a brute force attack on this web application. So the command for this Hydra tool is Hydra. Let's see what all options it's got. Okay, so if you type Hydra-H, which says help, you can see a lot of options here. The syntax is given. There are different options that you can see, and also a few examples. Now to hack this web application, I'll be using this tool called Hydra, and I'll be giving it a username list. The option for this will be -L. If you want to give a single username, then you have to use small l or lowercase l, and because I have a list, I'll be using the uppercase L. And the path for that particular list. So the path for this list that I'm going to be using is root username.text. Now I have to give the option for the password list. So the option will be -uppercase P. If you have a single password, then you have to use smaller case p. And then I'll be giving the path for the password file, which is password.txt. Now I have to give the IP address of the web application. Now because I'm running this web application on my local host, the IP address will be 127.0.0.1. And the next option I'll be giving is the way the data is being passed. So there are mainly two ways. There is post method and there is get method. If you don't know what these methods are, go back to the SQL injection video that I've made in the playlist where I've explained what the get and the post method is. So when you enter the username and password and you hit the login button, you don't see anything on the URL, which is a clear indication that this web application uses a post method. So I'll be mentioning that in the command, and the option for that is http form post. And next I'll be using the URL for this. So there's the IP address or the domain of the web application, and then there are directories. So I'll just be typing /brute force because that's where the web application is. And then after I enter the username and password, this takes me to a new page called login.php. So this means that my credentials are being checked by this particular file called login.php. And that is actually the web page where I have to run my brute force attack on. So I'll be mentioning that. I'll be mentioning login.php. Next, I have to tell the tool where to enter the username and where to enter the password. For this, I'll just right click on the text box and I'll hit inspect element. So when I do this, I will find the name of that particular text box. In this case, the name for that particular text box is uname. So I'll be using that in my command. So it'll be uname equal to, and in between caps will be my user. So this tells the tool to replace the elements in the list, in the password list and the username list at this particular position. So this is the username, and the next parameter will be password, and the name for the password field here is pass. So I'll be using that in my command. So pass equal to, and I'll be using caps and pass. And after this, I'll have to mention one more thing to tell the tool when the login is successful and when the login is a failure. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type some random password, and this is the message I get when the login is not right. That means when the credentials are wrong. So this is the message, and I'll be telling the tool that this is a message that I get when the credentials are wrong. So ignore the username and password combinations that return a failure message. That indirectly means whichever credentials are being used and the message failure is not displayed, that particular username and password is the right credential. Now let's run this command and see if this tool can find out the right credentials. Earlier I've shown you what the right credentials are. The username is admin and the password is 123456. The other username is Edureka and the password is Edureka123. So let me just hit the enter button and run this tool. So now we can see that this tool has run a brute force attack on the web application, and it has found out the right username and the right password. So these are the usernames like I showed you earlier, which are the right credentials. And all the other combinations of username and password are wrong, and that's not displayed. So this is how you can use a brute force attack on a web application.
Now, one more thing I'm going to mention here is how to create a username and password list. In my case, because I knew what the username and password was, I created a custom list. I typed it by hand and created a username and password list. But in most of the cases, you don't know what the password is. Maybe you found out the username somehow, but you don't know what the password is. But you can make an educated guess on what the username or what the password might be. In this case, you can use a tool called Crunch, which is a list generator, to generate the list of passwords automatically. So I'll be showing you how you can do that. So this is the tool. It's called Crunch. And let's see the syntax of it. So this is a syntax. So crunch, minimum, maximum, and options, where minimum and maximum are numbers. So basically you type crunch, then you give the minimum number of characters the password should have. I'll enter 3. Then you mention the maximum number of characters that password should have. I'll try 5. And the possible characters that password can have. So I'll try A, B, C, D, E, and I'll hit the enter button. Now we can see that this tool is generating all these passwords. Like you can see, it's generated all the possible passwords using that combination of characters for that particular length. So it's generated 3875 lines. So this is a very helpful tool if you're making an educated guess. But the problem with brute force attack is, suppose the password is complex or it's lengthy, then it will take a lot of time to generate the password list. For example, suppose you have no idea what the password could be and you type a few alphabets here and all the numbers, and the length, because most of the passwords require a minimum length of 6 characters, suppose the maximum is 8. Now you see the password generator has to generate this number of passwords and it takes a lot of time. Even if you're using a fast computer, it will take a lot of time, sometimes hours, sometimes days, sometimes weeks, and depending on the length and the complexity, maybe years sometimes. So this method of generating a password is basically the last thing you should be doing because it takes a lot of time. Like you can see, it's still on the letter B and it's still on 6 characters. It's generating passwords of only 6 characters even now. So this is how you can generate a password list. So when you run the command, you can also see some information about how much time it might take or how much the size of the file can be. So I'll just run this command again and I'll not let it execute. I'll just show you the information that it's displayed. So basically when I'm trying to generate a password of minimum 6 letters, 6 characters and a maximum of 8 characters with these combinations of characters, it has to generate 61 GB of data, which is a lot. And that's why it takes so much time. So this is how you can use brute force attack to guess the credentials of a victim. Now let's see how you can prevent brute force attacks. So while you're creating your password, it's very important for you to create a strong password. And also when you're building a web application, you have to take measures so that you can prevent brute force attacks on your web application. So here's a list of some of the most common prevention methods. The first thing is to increase a password length. Now, like I showed you while using the Crunch password generator, it takes a lot of time when the length of the password is more. So basically, if you create a password with a greater length, it will take more time, making it more difficult for the hacker to hack your password. The next prevention method is to use password complexity. Suppose you use only numbers as your password, it's easy to guess because the password generator can generate your password pretty quick. And suppose you're using a combination of letters and numbers, the complexity increases. Suppose you're using letters, numbers, and special characters, then the password complexity increases even more. So it's better that you increase your password length and also use letters, numbers, and characters. The next way to prevent brute force attack as a web developer would be limiting login attempts. So what you can do is you have to limit the login attempt. Suppose you have a web application and I am trying to log into that, and I give a lot of wrong attempts because basically brute force is trying and guessing. So before the hacker gets the right password, there can be a lot of times where he's trying with invalid or wrong username and password. So what you have to do is limit the login attempts. Maybe do something like let the user attempt for login 3 times, and if the first 3 times if the attempt is wrong, then freeze that account or freeze that login for that particular user for some time, maybe 10 minutes or 15 minutes. This will increase the time the hacker takes to hack your password, making it difficult for him. The next thing you can do is implement OTPs. A lot of web applications these days, especially in the finance sector, use OTPs because maybe your password and username is easy to guess, but when you use OTPs, there's some other parameter that is used to verify your account. So this will make it almost impossible for a brute force attack to successfully work because it's not just the username and password that's required to log in, it's also another parameter, the OTP. The next thing you can do is using CAPTCHAs. This is a very powerful way and a lot of web applications use this because brute forcing tools mainly guess the username and password. When you use different CAPTCHAs, it makes it almost impossible for a brute force attack to bypass the login or to guess the right password and username. And then you can use two-factor authentication. Two-factor authentication is basically 2 steps where the user has to authenticate his account. So one can be the username and password. The next can be a secret question and you have to give an answer to that.
What CSRF is and why it's such a dangerous vulnerability in web applications. Well, cross-site request forgery, also known as CSRF, is a web security vulnerability that allows an attacker to induce users to perform actions that they do not intend to perform. It allows an attacker to partly circumvent the same origin policy, which is designed to prevent different websites from interfering with each other. Now, to really understand the severity of CSRF, let's look at the real-world example. In 2015, a vulnerability was discovered in the popular web app X, which allowed attackers to use CSRF to perform unauthorized actions on user accounts, such as transferring money or changing account settings. These kinds of attacks highlight just how serious CSRF can be when not properly mitigated. A successful CSRF exploit in this case would give an attacker full control over the victim's actions without them even knowing it. Now, let's compare CSRF with another commonly discussed vulnerability, cross-site scripting or XSS. While they sound similar, they work in very different ways. Well, cross-site scripting allows an attacker to execute arbitrary JavaScript within the browser of a victim user. This can lead to the attacker stealing cookies, session tokens, or even performing actions on behalf of the victim. And on the other hand, cross-site request forgery allows an attacker to trick a victim user into performing actions they didn't intend to, like submitting a form or changing account settings, all without the user knowing. Now, let's talk about the key differences between CSRF and XSS. First, if we talk about the scope of impact, XSS is generally more dangerous than CSRF because it allows attackers to perform any actions the victim can do, while CSRF typically affects only specific actions that the user is authorized for. And another thing is that CSRF is a one-way attack where the attackers can make the victim send a request but cannot access the response. Whereas the XSS is two-way, meaning the attacker can inject scripts and capture the responses, making it more versatile and dangerous. Now to summarize, XSS provides broader attack potential, whereas CSRF is more limited but still risky if not properly defended against. Now that we know the basics of CSRF, so let's take a closer look at what can happen when this vulnerability is exploited successfully. In a successful CSRF attack, the attacker causes the victim user to act unintentionally. Like for example, this might be to change the email addresses of the bank account or to make a funds transfer. So depending on the nature of the action, the attacker might be able to gain full control over the user's account. If the compromised user has a privileged role within the application, then the attacker might be able to take full control of all the application's data and functionality. So now we know the potential damage a CSRF attack can cause. Let's move on to how these attacks actually work. For a CSRF attack to be possible, 3 key conditions must be in place. First, a relevant action. There is an action within the application that the attacker has a reason to induce. This might be a privilege action such as modifying permissions for other users or any action on a user-specific data such as changing the user's own password. Next comes the cookies-based session handling. Here, performing the action involves issuing one or more HTTP requests and the application relies mainly on session cookies to identify the user who has made the request. There is no other mechanism in place for tracking sessions or validating user requests. Next comes the no unpredictable request parameters. The requests that perform the action do not contain any parameters whose values the attackers cannot determine or guess. For example, when causing a user to change their password, the function is not vulnerable if an attacker needs to know the value of the existing password. Alright, let's take a look at how a CSRF attacks works with an example. So imagine there's an application that lets user change their email address. Here's the request that the app might send when the user tries to update their email. Now, this request meets all the conditions for a CSRF attack. Here, the action, changing the email address, is something an attacker would want to perform. Next, the app uses a session cookies to identify the user without any additional tokens or checks to secure the session. Then, the attacker can easily guess the values needed for this request. And with this condition in place, the attackers can construct a web page containing the following HTML code. So, when a victim visits the page, the following happens. First, the page triggers the HTTP request to the vulnerable website. Then, if the victim is logged in, their browser automatically includes their session cookie in the request. Next, the vulnerable website processes the request as it came from the victim, and it changes their email address without them even knowing. And this is where the malicious script automatically submits the form once the victim visits the page, triggering the attack. So one thing to remember here is, although CSRF is normally described in a relation to cookie-based session handling, it also arises in other contexts where the application automatically adds some user credentials to request, such as HTTP basic authentication and certificate-based authentication. So now that we have outlined the key conditions for a CSRF attack, so let's look at how these exploits are actually delivered to victims. So, the delivery mechanisms for cross-site request forgery attacks are essential for the same as for reflected cross-site scripting. Typically, the attacker will place the malicious HTML onto the website that they control and then induce victims to visit that website. This might be done by feeding the user a link to the website via an email or social media message. Or, if the attack is placed into a popular website, they may just wait for the users to visit the website. Now that we have covered how CSRF exploits are delivered to victims, so let's dive into a live demonstration where we will exploit a CSRF vulnerabilities in DVWA, showing you the entire process from setup to execution. In this demo, we will set up DVWA on both Parrot OS, which will be our attacker machine, and Ubuntu, which is our victim machine. Then perform a CSRF attack to change the password on the victim's DVWA account. So in step 1, let us set up DVWA on Parrot OS, which is an attacker machine. So let's walk through setting up Damn Vulnerable Web Application or DVWA on Parrot OS. DVWA is a fantastic tool for practicing web application security. So before we start, ensure Parrot OS is updated. So for that, type this command. So this keeps your system ready for any installation. Now, DVWA requires Apache, MySQL and PHP. So run the following command to install them. So this setups your web server and database. Next, you need to start the necessary services such as Apache and MySQL. So for Apache, write this command. Well, and for MySQL, you can write this command. Alright. So you can also enable them to start automatically on boot using the enable option. Next, you need to log into MySQL using this command. So once this is done, let's set up the database and user for DVWA in MySQL. First, let's create a database for DVWA. So type create database DVWA and then press enter. So this command creates a new database named DVWA, where DVWA will store all its data in this database. Next, we will create a user for DVWA. So type create user and inside the single quotes, type DVWA underscore user at localhost and then followed by identified by root. And now press enter. Here, we are creating a new MySQL user named DVWA user who will only be able to access the database from the local host. So we also set the password for this user as root. You can also change this password to something more secure if you would like. But for now, we are using root for simplicity. Now, let's give the new user permission to access and manage the DVWA database. So for that, type grant all privileges on DVWA and after full stop give *2 and using single quotes write DVWA underscore user at localhost and press enter. Alright, so this command grants DVWA user all privileges on the DVWA database. This means they can read, write and modify data within the database. Finally, we will apply the changes to MySQL's user privileges. So for that, type flush privileges and press enter. Here, the flush privileges command refreshes MySQL's internal memory, so it recognizes the changes we have made to the user permissions. So without this, MySQL won't apply the new user privileges. So next, we need to download DVWA from its official GitHub repository. For this, go to the browser. So here let us type DVWA and click on the first link. As you can see on the screen, you have the code button over here. So let's click on it. So from here, copy this link. Let's go back to our terminal and here we will clone this repository. So for that, type git clone and paste the link here. So followed by this link, we will specify the web server directory where we want to store DVWA. So as you can see, we were denied. So make sure you have the root permission, else you will get an error saying permission denied. And this places DVWA in the web server directory. So first, rename the sample configuration file and then navigate to the DVWA configuration directory. So for that, let us type the command. So this is the command and then we will change the extension of the config file to .php. So for that, type this command. Now we will edit the DVWA configuration file. So for that, we will open it with Nano Editor. Now as you scroll down, we will change some configuration. So here we are going to configure three things. That is, first we need to change the username to DVWA user. And then we will change password to root. And finally we will make sure our database name is DVWA. Okay, now let us save this. Now we need to set proper permissions for the DVWA directory. So for that, let us type the command. So this is the command. Okay, so this ensures Apache has access to DVWA files. And next we will restart Apache. So for that, let us type the command. Alright, so once this is done, now open your browser and go to http localhost DVWA. And here, log in with the default credentials, that is username as admin and password as password. After logging in, you will see the DVWA dashboard. And to finalize the setup, go to the setup page and click on the create or reset database button. And this initializes the database for DVWA. And once the database is reset, log in again using the same default credentials, that is username as admin and password to be as password. And that's it. Your DVWA is now ready to start experimenting with CSRF vulnerabilities. And step 2 is set up DVWA on Ubuntu machine, which is our victim machine. Now to set up DVWA on your Ubuntu machine, follow the same steps we just covered for Parrot OS. So here the installation and configuration process is identical, so you can easily replicate the setup on Ubuntu. So once you have set up DVWA on both the attacker and victim machines, we can proceed with the demonstration. Now let us move on to step 3, performing the CSRF attack on Parrot OS. First, make sure to set up the DVWA security to low. Now go to the CSRF tab. After logging in, navigate to the CSRF section on the DVWA portal and then change the password to Edureka. And in the CSRF section, change the password to Edureka and submit the form. So once the confirmation message appears that the password has been changed, note the URL displayed in your browser's address bar. Copy the URL where the password change has been confirmed and paste it into the text file or notepad for the later use. Now, moving on to the step 4. Execute the CSRF attack on Ubuntu machine. First thing is to make sure to change the DVWA security to low. Then, navigate to the CSRF tab on Ubuntu and in the CSRF section on the Ubuntu machine, paste the malicious URL which you copied earlier from the Parrot OS into the browser's address bar. So, after pasting the URL and pressing enter, you should see a password change confirmation on the Ubuntu machine as well. Next, to confirm the password change, click on Test Credential and enter the new password Edureka. And here, if the login is successful, it confirms that the password has been changed on the victim's DVWA portal. Well, this demo shows how an attacker can change the password of another user without their knowledge simply by exploiting a CSRF vulnerabilities. So by manipulating the victim's browser, an attacker can perform unauthorized action, highlighting the risk associated with such vulnerabilities in web applications. Now that we understand how the attack is delivered, so let's talk about how you can defend your application against CSRF. Nowadays, successfully finding and exploiting CSRF vulnerabilities often involves bypassing anti-CSRF measures deployed by the target website, the victim's browser, or both. The most common defenses you will encounter are as follows. First, CSRF tokens. A CSRF token is a unique, secret, and unpredictable value that is generated by the server-side application and shared with the client. When attempting to perform a sensitive action, such as submitting a form, the client must include the correct CSRF token in the request. This makes it very difficult for an attacker to construct a valid request on behalf of the victim. Next comes the same-site cookies. Same-site is a browser security mechanism that determines when a website's cookies are included in requests originating from other websites. As requests to perform sensitive actions typically require an authenticated session cookie, the appropriate same-site restrictions may prevent an attacker from triggering these actions cross-site. Next, referral-based validation. Some applications make use of HTTP referrer header to attempt to defend against CSRF attacks, normally by verifying that the request originated from the application's own domain. This is generally less effective than CSRF token validation. And with these defenses in place, your applications will be much better equipped to handle and prevent CSRF attacks.
What is cross-site scripting attack? Cross-site scripting attack is basically a code injection attack executed on the client side of the web application. The client side of a web application is usually the software that is used to interact with the web application, and in most cases, it is the browser that is used to interact with the web application. So in cross-site scripting attack, we inject a malicious code onto the web browser to make the web application do something that is ideally not supposed to do. So in this case, in this attack, the attacker injects the malicious script through the web browser. And what happens is this malicious script executes on the web application after it's injected on the web browser. The malicious script is executed either when the victim visits the web page or the web server. Now, like I told you, there are different types of cross-site scripting. Depending on what kind of cross-site scripting is being used, the malicious script executes when the victim visits the web page, a single web page, or maybe the web browser. This attack is mainly used to steal sensitive information like cookies, session tokens, and maybe other sensitive information, maybe if you're passing your username or password, and using this malicious script, using cross-site scripting, those information can be stolen from the web browser or the web server. Cross-site scripting can also be used to modify the contents of the website. Because cross-site scripting attack is a code injection attack, you can modify the contents of the website by injecting malicious code onto the web server or the web browser. Now this is a brief about cross-site scripting. Now let's see how cross-site scripting actually works. Let's see what's the logic behind this attack. Cross-site scripting is basically a web application hacking technique. So you need a website, you need a web server, and a victim. So what happens when you ideally access a website? So you have your laptop and then you use the internet connection to access a web page, and maybe you interacted, maybe you send data to the web application, maybe you enter your data in the text box, or even if you don't, there is some transaction of data that's happening between you and the web server through the website. So what happens is you send a request to the web server through the website, and then the response from the web server is sent back to you through the web page or the website. Now what happens in cross-site scripting attack is a hacker can inject a malicious code on the website, which is then sent either to the victim or to the web server depending on what kind of cross-site scripting you're using. And when this happens, the malicious script is executed either when the victim visits a web page or when the victim tries to access a page or access some data from the web server. And when all this is happening, a hacker can inject a code which can be used to steal the credentials or any sensitive information. And by this logic, a hacker can inject a malicious script that can be used to steal the credentials or any other sensitive information of the victim, either from the web browser or the web server. So this is the logic behind cross-site scripting attack. Now let's look at the different types of cross-site scripting attacks. There are mainly three types of cross-site scripting attack. One is the reflected cross-site scripting, and also cross-site scripting is also known as XSS. That's the abbreviation for it. So the first type is reflected. In this case, the data is not stored on the web server. The next type is a DOM, which makes use of the document object model to inject the malicious script. And the third type is the stored cross-site scripting. In this case, the malicious script is stored on the web server. So I'll be explaining these types in detail in the next slides when I'm telling you how to hack each of these kind. So let's move on and see how you can use cross-site scripting attack to hack a web application. Now, like I told you earlier, there are three types of cross-site scripting attacks, and I'll be showing you how to hack each of them. So the first type would be reflected cross-site scripting. So in this type of attack, the script is executed on the victim side, and it is mainly executed on the browser. So the script is not sent to the server, or even if it's sent, depending on the API calls or the requests, the script is not stored on the browser side. And that's why it's called reflected cross-site scripting, because the malicious script is reflected on the victim side and it's not really stored on the server. Now let's see how to hack a web application using reflected cross-site scripting. I'm using Damn Vulnerable Web Application to show you these demos. So if you don't know what this is or how to install and configure it, I have a video on how to install Damn Vulnerable Web Application. Go through it, install it on your system, and then you can practice different hacking techniques on this. So here I've chosen a reflected cross-site scripting attack. Now let's see how this works. Here's a text box where I have to enter my name and then hit a submit button. So let me just enter some value and see how this web application is designed to work. I'll be entering my name and I'll hit the submit button. So I can see that this web application or this website is designed to echo my name on the website. So what happens is when I enter a name and the web page takes the input and prints hello and the input that was given by me. Now, as you can see, I cannot really modify a lot, but I have total control over what input I can give in the text box. So this is the place where I'll be injecting my code. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type a HTML code. I'll use a h1 tag first, which is used to mention the headers, and I'll type something and I'll close the tag. So this is the code used to display something in h1 tag. So let me just submit, and if this web application is vulnerable to reflected cross-site scripting, you should see a different output. So let me just hit the submit button. So here you can see that the output is modified because I've used the h1 tag. The way that my input is displayed on the web application is different, and this clearly indicates that this web application is vulnerable to cross-site scripting attacks. Now let me give some malicious script here. So I'll be typing script. This is the tag to execute any script, and I'll be creating a pop-up to display something. And let me just hit the submit button, and if this works, you should see a pop-up that says hello. And yeah, you did see a pop-up that says hello. So this clearly means that this web application is vulnerable to reflected cross-site scripting. Now you might be thinking, how is this hacking a web application? Just because I inject a code that displays the content in a different way, it's not really hacking, right? So let me tell you how this can be dangerous. So instead of displaying something in a different way, I'll try to get some sensitive information from this web application. And what I'm gonna do is use the script tag and create a pop-up, but instead of printing a string, I'll try to access the cookies for this web application or for this user basically. So let me just hit the submit button. And here you can see that the session ID is displayed. And using this session ID, I can log into a different account even if I don't know the username and password for that account. Now, what is a session ID? Basically, a session ID is a unique string assigned to a particular user when the session is going on by the web server to identify that particular user. So suppose you log into your account, your Gmail account, your Facebook account, or your banking account, and I can get hold of your session ID. I can use this session ID, and using a tool like Burpsuit, I can log into your account without even knowing the password. So this is how dangerous a cross-site scripting attack can be. Now, I was just using the low security level. Let me just increase the security level and see what changes has to be done in this attack. So I'll just increase the level to medium. I'll click the reflected cross-site scripting attack again. Now let me give the same input. Let me give script, alert, and some string. And I'll just close the script tag. I'll hit the submit button. Now you can see that previously when the security was low, you saw a pop-up that said hello, but in this case, I don't see a pop-up. That means that this web application under medium security is doing something to avoid cross-site scripting. Now, how would you know what it's actually doing? Now look at the output. The input I gave was script, alert, hello, and I closed the script tag. So this was the input that I gave to the web application, and the output was only this. So this means that the web application is doing something to eliminate this script tag and the end script tag. So I'll just change my input to something like this. So I'll be using the same input, but I'll modify it a little. Because the web application is designed to remove the script tag, I'll just modify it a little. I'll just modify this code to look something like this. I'll add a nested script tag. First, let me give this as an input. Let's see if it works, and if it works, I'll tell you how this actually works and what's the logic behind this. So just copy paste this and let me hit the submit button. Now, like you can see, this actually worked. So when I use the nested script tag, it actually worked. Now let me explain how this actually worked. So like I told you, this web application is designed to eliminate the script tag. And when I give this as the input, what the web application did is it looked at the input, it found the script tag here, and it eliminated the script tag. And because I had nested a script tag, even when it eliminated the main script tag, there was another script tag that was formed. And this is how you could see the pop-up. So basically, when you nest a script tag, the script tag is eliminated. And when the script tag is eliminated, the divided part of the script tag is concatenated as a string like you can see here, and then this code is executed. So this is how we can use cross-site scripting if the web application is designed to eliminate the script tag. Now let me just increase the security. I'll just increase it to high and hit the submit button. Then let me go to cross-site scripting reflected. Let me give the first input, that is the direct approach, and you don't see a pop-up. So it means that the web application is handling the cross-site scripting attack. Let me try the previous input. And even now you see the same output. Now let me just show you the code that is used to sanitize the input on this web application. So this is the code that is used to sanitize the input. So what's happening here is this code is making use of regular expression, and wherever there's a script tag found or wherever there's a script tag formed, it is replacing that with a blank space or with an empty character. So basically this means that we cannot use the script tag in any way. Now what other options do we have? So what you can do is give a malicious script or give a malicious input without using a script tag. Now what you can do is you can use other tags of HTML or PHP. I'll be using the image tag. I'll be mentioning the source to some random thing, and I'll be using this function called onMouseOver and what the web page should do when the mouse is over that particular image. So this line basically tells there's an image and the source to that image is this file, which is a dummy value in this case. And if the mouse is over that image, then create a pop-up that displays the string hello. Now let me just give this as the input and see if it works. I'll just hit the submit button. Okay, so now we can see that it says hello, but you didn't see a pop-up. And because we've given a function on mouse over, for the alert or for the pop-up to appear, you have to move your cursor on the image. So when I move the cursor on the image, you see that the pop-up appears. Now what you can do is, in this case, I've not given any image as a source, but what you can do is you can download an image that says click here, and instead of giving a dummy value, you can give the source to that image. So when you use that malicious code, what will be displayed is hello and the image that says click here. So when the user will go to that image to click on that image, basically because the mouse is over that image, you see a pop-up. So that's when your malicious code will be executed. So this is all about reflected cross-site scripting. Let's move on to the next type, that is stored cross-site scripting. So like you saw in reflected cross-site scripting, the data is not being stored on the web server. It is executed on the web browser. Now in stored cross-site scripting, what happens is the script is stored and executed on the server. So there are a lot of web applications like Facebook where you comment on a picture, where someone uploads a picture, you comment on a picture, or you post a status on your wall or on your timeline. So this data is stored in the database of the server. And every time somebody clicks on that page or tries to access that data, the web server fetches that data from the database and then displays it on the web browser. So when you're using stored cross-site scripting attack, you're basically storing this malicious script on the web server or the database that is being used by the web server. The advantage of stored cross-site scripting is, because it is stored on the web server, every time any user that is accessing that data will be executing the malicious code. Now let's see how you can use stored cross-site scripting to hack a web application. So this is a web page for stored cross-site scripting attack. There's a name and there's a message. So let me just give some input. I'll type test1 and the message will be message1, and I'll just hit the sign guestbook button. So basically this takes a name and it takes a message and then it stores that. So even if I refresh this, you can see that the data is still present because this is stored in the database and it is being fetched every time I access this web page. Now what I'm gonna do is try to inject some malicious code here. So I'll give the name as test2 and then I'll try the first input, the direct approach, and I'll hit the sign guestbook button. So you can see that there's a pop-up that appears. So this means that this web application is vulnerable to cross-site scripting attack. So even if I refresh this, you can see that it executes. The malicious script executes. So every time a user visits this web page, the malicious script executes. So it's the same in the case of applications that store data from the user. For example, like I told you about Facebook, when you post something, there's a comment, or when you post something on your timeline, you post a status on your timeline, and any other user or any other profile accesses that page to view your photos or to look at your status or the comments on any of the posts. They basically ask the web server to fetch that data, and that data is basically stored in a database. So in that case, any user who accesses that data executes that malicious script. Now let me just increase the security and see what changes we have to make or what security features have been implemented. And before trying the next injection, I'll just clear this guestbook, or else every time I refresh, the malicious code will be executed and I'll see the outputs, I'll see the pop-ups. So let me just clear the guestbook. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is gonna type the same input that I gave earlier. So that'll be test1 and the malicious script. Hit the guestbook button and see that it's not working. I don't see a pop-up here. So there's some way that this web application on a medium level is handling the malicious input. Now I'm gonna try to give the malicious input in the name field, but I'm not able to type a lot of characters. Let me see the message field. I'll just type message1 and I'm not able to type more characters. So this is because the text box is limited to take a limited number of characters. I'm gonna manipulate this by changing that restriction. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna inspect the web page, and here I can see that there's a line that says max length equal to 10, which means that this text box is designed to take only 10 characters as input. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this value to 100 and I'll just hit the enter button and close this window and now try to give the input. So because I've manipulated it, I've changed the max length of the input. I can give more characters as the input, and let's see if it works. It still didn't work. That means even the name field is designed to sanitize the input. Now let me just modify the input. So I'm gonna nest the script tag, because here I can see that the script tags are being eliminated or they're being cut off. So if I find a way to manipulate the script tag like I showed you in reflected cross-site scripting, maybe I can execute this code. So what I'm gonna do is paste the script. I'll again have to change the max length. I'll change the max length to 100 and then give the input. And here I'll be using nested script tags similar to the way that I use in reflected cross-site scripting. I'll type a message here, message2, and let me see if this works. Well, it did work. And because I could see from the output that the web application was designed to eliminate the script tag, I just manipulated the way you inserted the script tag. I used the nested script tag, and then I could execute the malicious code. Now let's move on to the next level of security, and before that I'll just clear the guest book and I'll just increase the security. Go back to cross-site scripting stored. Now again I'm gonna try the previous input, the previous malicious script, and see if it works. I'll change the max length to 100 again. Give the nested script tag as the input, and the message would be message1. Let's see if it works. Okay, it didn't work. And similar to how it was used in reflected cross-site scripting, I think this code is also using regular expressions to eliminate any script tags. But just to confirm, I'll just open the code for you and see if it's actually true. Yes, so it's same in this case. So what it's doing, it's basically identifying all the script tags using regular expressions and then replacing it with a blank space. So it basically means that you cannot use any script tags. So you need to use the alternative of the script tag. Now similar to the previous case, like how we use in reflected cross-site scripting, I'm going to use the image tag for this. And before that, I'll change the max length field. And the input I'll be giving will be image source X on mouse over. I'll be creating a pop-up that says hello and some message here. I'll just hit the sign guestbook button. So now we can see that this worked, but the pop-up didn't appear because the function that I use is on mouse over. So let me see if I get the mouse over on the image. Yes, it did work. So when I brought the mouse over that image, you saw that the pop-up appeared. So this is how stored cross-site scripting can be hacked. Now let's move on to the next type of cross-site scripting attack, that is DOM cross-site scripting. So DOM basically stands for Document Object Model, and it is basically the way the website is designed. So when you use DOM cross-site scripting, it is a client-side attack. The script is not sent to the server or it is not stored on the server. It stays on the client side. And the way this works is the web page sends a request to the server sends a response. The server script is executed first, and this is the genuine script that the server has to execute. So that is executed first, and then the malicious script is executed. So let's see how to use DOM cross-site scripting. So this is the web page that is vulnerable to DOM cross-site scripting. So there are different options here, there are different languages, and when I select one and hit the select button, nothing is seen on the web page, but you can see the URL is changed. So you can see that the default is set to English. Now let me change the value. I'll hit the select button. Let me change the language and hit the select button. So you can see that the language is being changed. So basically in this web page, I don't have a text box where I can give the input. Every manipulation that I have to do or every script that I have to inject here should be done in the URL. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to manipulate this. So instead of giving French, I'll use my malicious script here. So the script will be script alert hello, and I'll close the script tag. So when I executed it, you can see that the pop-up appeared. That means in DOM based cross-site scripting, you mainly manipulate the URL that is being used. or the URL that is being generated. So this is the low level. Let me increase the security. I'll change it to high. Let me give the same input again. Script, alert, the string is hello, and I'll close the script tag. Let me hit the enter button. Well, it didn't work. It actually went back to default as English. So let's see what's the code behind this. What's the logic behind this? So what's happening here is it's finding the script tag and it's just stripping the script tag and it's setting the default to English. So it means I cannot use the script tag. Now what if I use the nested script tag? Let me try that also. Let me nest the script tag like I did in the previous stages. Let me nest the script tag. Well, this also didn't work. So this web application under medium security is designed in such a way that if there's any script tag, it will set the default to English, the language to English. Now, how can you bypass this? For this, I'm going to inspect the element. So let me see how the web page is displaying all this data. Here you can see there's a form tag and there are different options here. So I'm going to make use of this syntax to inject my malicious query. I'll just copy paste this. So this is the line that displays English as the value. So what I'm going to do is manipulate this. So the way this is designed is there's a select tag and under this there are different options. English. I'm not typing the whole code because I want you to understand the logic and other inputs, and then the select tag is closed. And when one of the option is selected, maybe English, so this option is selected. If I choose any different option, maybe French, then this line is selected and so on. So what I'm going to do is manipulate the URL in such a way that the option tags is closed earlier. So basically when I choose English as the default, it says English default. So this part of the code is executed and this is used to close. But instead of letting the page do it, I'll give that as the input in the URL. So what I'm going to do in the URL is I'm going to close the tag right here, the option tag and the select tag, and I'm going to use the body tag here and the function onload, which has to create a pop-up that says hello. Let me hit the enter button. Now as you can see here, I could successfully inject the malicious code in the URL. So how this works is, so when I choose English as the option, this part is executed. So instead of the web page closing this for me, I'm adding another option tag and I'm adding another select tag. So what happens is this part of the code does not execute because I'm closing it here and then I'm typing my malicious script here. And that's how this code successfully executed for medium security level. Now let me increase the security level to high and see how it works. Let me try the direct approach. Well, this didn't work. Let me use the previous approach. Well, this also didn't work. So the web page is designed to sanitize the URL. So let me see the code for this. So this code is designed in such a way that it only takes these languages as the input, and if there's anything else apart from these languages, it will set the default to English. Now, how to approach this? So to hack this, you need a little idea about how web pages are designed. There's something called an anchor tag. So anchor tags are basically used to index a particular part of the web page. Let me show you an example. So I'll open a blog that uses the anchor tag and then explain you how this works. So here you can see the URL that says edureka.co blog and the URL of the blog. And if you scroll down a little, as usual, there are different contents on the web page. And what I want you to see is the index part. So there are different topics that are covered in this blog, and here's a list of it. So what happens when I click on one of this is the web page takes me to that particular part of the web page. So in case I click this, it takes me to how to use network scanning tool. And in case I click on types of network scanning, it'll take me to that part of the web page. Now what I want you to observe is whenever I click on one of the anchor tags, the URL is regenerated to point me to that particular section of the web page. I'm going to make use of this feature of web design or web development to hack our web application. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a pound symbol or the hash symbol and then use my malicious script after that. So because the pound symbol is used to index or to point to a certain page on the same website, this web page will not consider it as the input. It will just think that we are trying to point to a particular part in the web page. So let me type hello and then close the script tag. Let me hit the enter button and see if this actually works. Well, it did work. So you can see that there's a pop-up that says hello. And this is how you can use a pound sign or the internal anchor feature of the blogs to inject the malicious code. So this is all about cross-site scripting attack. We saw 3 types of cross-site scripting, that is reflected, stored, and DOM. And what type of cross-site scripting attack you use depends on how the web page is designed. You cannot use DOM cross-site scripting on a web page that is vulnerable to stored cross-site scripting. So first you have to understand how the web page works, how the web application works, and then decide which type of cross-site scripting attack to use. Now let's move on to the next topic, that is how to prevent cross-site scripting attacks. So the first thing you can do is escape the user input. So there are special characters like greater than symbol, smaller than symbol, which are generally used in tags or in malicious script, or maybe the percentage symbol. So the first thing you can do is escaping these characters, which means that you take off the special feature of this character and make it just another text character. The next thing you can do is consider all input as a threat. Because the user has complete control on what input he gives, you have to assume that every input is a thread and sanitize and handle every input with care. The next thing you can do is data validation. Suppose you have a field of login where you can enter username and password. What you can do is use data validation, especially in case of email IDs, because you know the generic format for an email ID. There should be a username, there should be a @ symbol, then something, then .com or .something. So you can use data validation to avoid cross-site scripting attacks. Next thing you have to do is sanitize the data. Like you saw in the demo that some of the web pages were sanitizing data. They were eliminating the script tags, or they were eliminating any script tag found, and they were also using regular expressions to eliminate all the script tags that can be generated. So this is how you can sanitize data, the input data. Next thing you can do is encode the output. So what happens is when I gave the script tag and alert as the input as the malicious script, the arrow symbols were being treated as the arrow symbols. What you can do is you can URL encode them. So the arrow symbol will be something like %25. So when you encode it, it's no longer a malicious script. So you can use encoding, URL encoding for the input or for the output. Next thing you can do is use the right response headers. You can decide what the response headers should be. You can decide what data can be sent or what data can be received through the response headers. And finally, what you can do is use content security policies. So this is a standard. It is also known as CSP standard. So you can use a content security policy to avoid cross-site scripting. To know more about this, you can just Google it. You can just Google content security policy to know what standards are this.
So let's start by understanding SSRF or server-side request forgery. SSRF is a security flaw that occurs when an attacker manipulates a web application or API to request internal resources. These internal resources could include sensitive data, private systems, or even services that are not meant to be accessible externally. And by exploiting these vulnerabilities, attackers can potentially gain unauthorized access, expose sensitive data, compromise systems, and even execute malicious code remotely. Now that we know what SSRF is, let's dive into how this vulnerability works. Imagine a web application that allows users to import data from a URL, publish data to a URL, or fetch data from a remote resource. But what if the application doesn't validate or sanitize the user-provided URLs? So the application becomes vulnerable to an SSRF attack. So here's how it works. The attacker finds an input field, form, or parameter in the application where they can specify a URL. And instead of providing a legitimate URL, the attacker crafts a malicious one. So this URL could point to internal systems, private APIs, or even metadata services in cloud environments. For example, a common target is the metadata service in cloud servers, which can be accessed via this. Then these services often store sensitive information such as configuration details or authentication keys. The server, trusting the user's input, processes this malicious URL and it makes a server-side request to a specified resource, unknowingly carrying out the attacker's commands. So through this manipulation, an attacker can access sensitive internal resources such as private database or REST APIs. Next, exploit resources that assume all requests from the server are trustworthy. Then, scan internal systems to identify weaknesses or open ports. Then extract sensitive data and exfiltrate it to an external location they control. SSRF has become so prominent that it is listed among the OWASP's top 10 vulnerabilities, a widely recognized list of the most critical web application security risks. This highlights just how severe and common SSRF attacks are. Now that we understand how SSRF works, let's explore the real-world impacts these attacks can have on organizations and their systems. A successful SSRF attack can have far-reaching consequences. First, here we have unauthorized access. Attackers can gain access to sensitive configuration such as server files, cloud metadata, or even open ports. For example, they might extract credentials or manipulate configurations to further exploit the system. Next, internal port scanning. With SSRF, attackers can perform internal network scans, identifying weak or unprotected services. This reconnaissance helps them plan more advanced attacks. Next, exploit chaining. SSRF vulnerabilities are often a stepping stone to more severe exploits, like remote code execution or reflected XSS attacks. This means a simple SSRF vulnerability can lead to a complete system compromise. And then we have malicious onward attacks. Attackers can exploit SSRF to launch malicious requests to external systems. These requests appear to originate from the victim organization, leading to reputational damage. Now, let's talk about a real-world examples of the devastating impact SSRF can have. In early 2024, a critical SSRF vulnerability, CVE 2024-21893, in Ivanti Connect Secure and Policy Secure products was massively exploited. This flaw allowed attackers to bypass authentication and access restricted resources. And if we talk about its impact, over 170 unique IPs were used for attacks aiming to establish reverse shells and extract sensitive data. Threat actors chained this vulnerability with others, achieving unauthenticated remote code execution. And over 28,000 Ivanti devices were identified as exploited across 145 countries, with hundreds confirmed compromised. Organizations including the European Union issued urgent advices to mitigate the risk. So this incident highlights the massive risk SSRF poses, especially in today's interconnected systems and cloud environments. So now that we have explored the impact of SSRF attacks, let's see their different types. Understanding these categories will help you grasp the various ways attackers exploit this vulnerability. So here are the types of SSRF attacks. SSRF can manifest in different ways, depending on what the attacker is targeting. So we will explore three primary types. First, attacks targeting the server itself. Next, cross-site port attacks. And finally, metadata exploitation in AWS, Azure, and Oracle cloud environments. First, we will talk about SSRF attacks where the server itself becomes the target. So, accessing restricted URLs. So, imagine a web application that lets user load content from a URL. Now, if there is no proper validation, an attacker could change the URL to something internal like this. Okay, so this could expose sensitive data or admin panels. Next, reading files on the server. So sometimes attackers use SSRF to access local files on the server. For example, they could craft a request to something like this. This might give them a list of system users, which is a valuable first step in hacking. Then, using uncommon protocols. SSRF can also abuse less common protocols like FTP or Gopher. For example, an attacker could send emails or interact with internal APIs using payloads like this. Next, let's examine cross-site port attacks or XSPA. So in this type of attack, SSRF scans open ports or services inside a network. So first we have scanning ports. An attacker could make the server check if the ports are open on the network, such as this. Next we have probing private IPs. They might even scan private IP range like this. Here, as you can see on the screen. So this helps them map out the network and find services to target. Finally, we have exploitations of cloud metadata endpoints. This endpoint stores sensitive information like access keys, configurations, and instance details. Now, let's see how this works for AWS Cloud. In AWS, there is a special endpoint that stores metadata. It's always available at this. So if attackers exploit SSRF to hit this endpoint, they can extract instance details like the server's host name or IP address. Also, IAM role credentials which can look like this. So with these credentials, attackers might access AWS services or steal data. Now that we have explored different types of SSRF attacks, let's take it a step further and examine blind SSRF vulnerability, which is a bit more challenging but equally fascinating. So now we will explore blind SSRF and its potential impact and how attackers find and exploit these vulnerabilities. Plus, we will talk about some advanced techniques used to elevate blind SSRF attacks. So, let's get into it. So first, what is blind SSRF? Blind SSRF occurs when a server processes a backend HTTP request based on an attacker's URL, but the response isn't visible to the attackers in the front end. So you can make the server send requests to other systems but can't directly see the result. Now, let's talk about the impact. At the first glance, the impact of blind SSRF might seem lower compared to regular SSRF because you can't directly retrieve sensitive data. However, it's still dangerous because attackers can probe internal systems or hidden applications, and they might uncover vulnerabilities like shell shock or exploit servers that haven't been patched. And in external cases, they could even achieve remote code execution, gaining complete control over the server. While it's not always as direct, blind SSRF still poses a serious risk. So now comes the interesting part. How to find and exploit blind SSRF vulnerabilities. So first is using out-of-brand techniques. The most effective way to detect blind SSRF is by using out-of-brand techniques, also known as OAST. And here's how it works. You can create unique domain name that point to a system you control. Next, send these domain names in your payloads to the vulnerable application. And if the application is vulnerable, it will make an HTTP request to your domain and you will detect that interaction. So this way, even though the server's response isn't visible to you, you can confirm its behavior indirectly. Next is using Burp Collaborator. The easiest tool for performing OAST testing is Burp Collaborator. And here's how you can use it. First, generate a unique domain name in Burp Collaborator. Then, inject this domain name into your payload and send it to the application. Next, monitor for interactions like DNS, lookups, or HTTP requests from the application to your domain. So if you detect any interaction, then congratulations, you have found a blind SSRF vulnerability. Now that we have explored blind SSRF vulnerabilities and their potential impact, let's talk about the techniques to prevent SSRF attacks effectively. Preventing SSRF attacks require a multi-layered approach, since attackers can use creative ways to bypass simple defenses. And here are some of the best practices to mitigate SSRF risk. First, we have avoid blacklist and use whitelist instead. So blacklist rely on blocking specific inputs, but attackers can easily bypass them using wildcard DNS services, HTTP redirects, or alternate IP encodings. While whitelist only allows access to trusted IP addresses or DNS names that the application needs. So this limits the scope of potentially malicious requests. Next, preventing attack is validate and sanitize user input. So ensure that the user provided URLs are thoroughly validated. Also, reject requests to private IP addresses or disallowed domains. The next way to prevent attack is by handling server responses carefully. Never forward raw response bodies received from server-initiated requests directly to the client. Instead, filter the responses and only rely expected data to prevent leaking sensitive server information to attackers. Next, restrict URL schemas. Allow only the necessary URL schemas such as HTTP and HTTPS. Then, unused schemas like file, gopher or dictionary to block attackers from exploiting these protocols. Next, secure internal services. Many internal services, for example, Redis, MongoDB, or Elasticsearch, don't require authentication by default. Enforce authentication for all services, even those operating within local networks. Next, monitor and log requests. Implement logging for outgoing requests initiated by the server. Analyze logs regularly to identify abnormal patterns that might indicate SSRF attempts. Next, leverage security tools and frameworks. Use web application firewalls or SSRF detection plugins to detect and block potential attacks in real time. And by combining these measures, you can significantly reduce the chances of SSRF vulnerabilities being exploited, making your applications more resilient against potential threats.
So let us understand what SQL injection is. SQL injection is one of the most used and one of the most common web-based attacks. So for SQL injection to work, you need a web application that uses a database. Let me tell you with an example what SQL injection is. Consider an example where there's a web application that's using a database. This web application might be taking input from the user and storing the information onto the database, or it might be fetching data from the database and displaying out to the user. In either case, what happens is there's a SQL query or a database query that's generated on the web application, which is sent to the database, and this query is executed on the database and relevant information is returned back to the web application. Now, this is how the normal scenario is. So what happens when you use SQL injection is you manipulate this database query in order to make it do something that it is ideally not supposed to do. So you change the SQL query, you manipulate it, you inject some malicious string in the SQL query and then make it do something that it is not ideally supposed to do. So what happens is you manipulate the query and then this malicious query is sent to the database, it's executed there and the relevant results are returned. Now this is SQL injection. So SQL injection is a code injection technique which is used to execute malicious SQL statements on the database. So basically SQL injection attack is something that you use to take over database servers. Now that you've got a high level understanding of what SQL injection is, let's understand how SQL injection works. Moving on to understanding how SQL injection works, let's take an example of a web application that takes username and password for login. Now on a day-to-day basis, you use a lot of web application where the first thing you have to do is log in into the web application. You can consider the example of your Gmail account, your email ID, your Facebook account, your Twitter, Instagram, and even your internet banking services. So the first thing you have to do in order to use the features or the functions of this web application is to log in into the web application. So what you usually do is you enter the username, then you enter the password. Now, because SQL injection works only on a web application that's using the database, and suppose the details of all the username and their password is stored in a database, what actually happens is there's a database, and in this database there's a table that is storing all the usernames and their respective passwords. So when you hit the login button after entering the username and the password, that input information is sent to the database and it is cross-checked with the table. So if there is any user with that username and the password to that username is right, then there's a successful match and there's a successful login. And if there is no user with that particular username, or if there is a user with that particular username but the password to that username is wrong, then the login is unsuccessful. So this is how the usual case is. Now what we are actually interested in is not the flow of how this works, but the SQL query that's generated in order to do this job. So for this example, the simple query that would be generated would look something like this. So there is select star where Star means fetch any number of rows that matches some condition from users, where users is the name of the database table. Then there's a condition to check the username equal to abc@xyz.com and the password should be 123456. So when this SQL query is generated, if there is a user with the username abc@xyz.com and the password to that username is 123456, then that particular row is returned. And if there is no user with this particular username and password, then there is no rows or there is no values returned. So basically, if this SQL query returns some value or returns a true value, then the login is successful. And if this SQL query returns a false value, then the login is unsuccessful. So this is how it actually works. Now, like I told you, we are not interested in the flow of how this works. We are only interested in the SQL query that's generated. Let me just highlight the SQL query for you. So this is the same SQL query that I showed in the previous slide. Now what I've done is I've highlighted some part of this SQL query. Now why have I done that? I've highlighted the part that is the input to this SQL query. Now when you're using a web application, the SQL query is pre-generated by the web application and the only control the user has is over the input. So the part I've highlighted is the user input, and that's the only part in the whole SQL query that the user has control over. So whatever changes we have to make or whatever we have to do in order to execute a SQL injection attack should be done by giving the right inputs. Now, like I told you that if this SQL query returns true, then the login is successful. And if this SQL query returns false, then the login is unsuccessful. So SQL injection attack is a web-based attack where we manipulate this SQL query in order to always return true, even if we don't know the username or if we don't know the password. Now the question is, how can we do that? To do that, we'll be using something called an OR logic gate. So for that, I'll be explaining you first what an OR logic is. So OR logic is a function that takes certain inputs and gives an output. Now let's take an example where A and B is the input and out is the output. Now suppose there's an OR function running on the inputs A and B. If both the inputs are false, then the output is false. If one of the input is true, then the output is true. And if both the inputs are true, then the output is true. Now what you have to observe here is when one of the input is true, then irrespective of what the other input is, the output is always true. So whenever there's one input true, the output is always true. And we'll be using this feature of the OR function in the SQL injection attack. So there is this SQL query and the objective is to make this SQL query return true. So I'm going to manipulate this SQL query to something like this. And like I told you that the user doesn't have control over the SQL query that's generated, and the only control the user has is over the input that is given. So I'll be giving this as the input. The input will be inverted comma space or 1 equal to 1 hyphen hyphen space. Now this part of this query is the part which always returns true. Now let me just highlight that particular part for you and explain how this malicious string actually works. Now the input is inverted comma space or space 1 equal to 1. Now the first inverted comma is used to close the string parameter. Whenever you give something as an input in the input box of the web application, then it is considered as a string in most of the cases, especially for username and the password. So the first inverted comma is used to close this parameter, the string parameter. Then there is the OR function, and after that there is a statement that is 1 equal to 1. Now if you see this, there are two inputs. There's the OR function and there's one input to the left hand side and there's one input to the right hand side. What we are interested in is the statement that is to the right hand side of the OR function, that is 1 equal to 1. Now this is a statement that will always return true because 1 is always equal to 1. And like we've already understood that if one of the input to the OR function is true, then irrespective of what the other input is, the result will always be true. So in this case, because 1 is always equal to 1 and that is true, then this function, the OR function, will always return true. And hence, the SQL query will always return true. Now what is the use of the extra double hyphen that I've used? So the double hyphen I've used is to comment out the rest of the SQL query. and that's why I faded out the and password part. So when I use double hyphen, it doesn't matter what the next part of the SQL query is. And like we've understood that this OR function returns true, then this SQL query returns true, meaning that the login is successful. So this is how SQL injection works. Now let's see how you can use SQL injection to attack a web application. In the previous slide, I showed you one malicious string that can be used for SQL injection. But there is no one universal string that can be used for SQL injection. Now, what kind of SQL injection you use or how you use the SQL injection depends on how the web application is built. Just so you can understand in a better way how SQL injection can be used differently, I have taken two examples in this session where in each case the data is being passed in different ways. So first I'll explain to you what are these different methods that the data is being passed. So the first way that the data is being passed is by using the get method. So when a web application is using the get method to pass data, maybe from one web page to another or from a web page to the database, the data that is being sent is sent through the URL of the request. So the data that is being sent is visible in the URL. Let's take an example where there's a login page and there's a username and a password field. You enter the username maybe as admin and the password is also the admin. And when you hit the login button, suppose the web application is using the get method, then the URL request will look something like this. In this case, there's the name of the web page and there is also the information that is being passed, that is the username and the password. So when you use the get method, the data that is being passed is visible in the URL. Now let's see an example where there's a web application that is using the get method, and let's see how you can use SQL injection to hack that web application. I've built this web application that uses get method to pass the data, and this is how the web application looks. Before telling you how it works, let's just have a look at the database. So to show you the contents of the database, let me first log in into the database. Now I'm using the database named test, so let me just select it first. So first let's see what are the contents of this database table. So the name of the database table is login details. So let me just print out all the rows and columns that are in this table. So there are two columns in this table. One is the username and one is the password, and there are three entries, the username and password for the respective username. Now let's see how this web application works. So first I'll show you the code I've used to build this web application. So this is the code that handles the login activity. So first it takes the data from the web application, the HTML page, then it connects to the database, then it uses the SQL query and it selects the user which has that particular username and that password. And if there's a user with that particular username and password, then it prints a success message. And if there is no user with that username and password, then it prints a failure message. Now let's see how this web application works. So I'll just give some valid inputs first. There is admin with the password admin. Let me just hit the login button. Well, this was a success. Let me try another input where the username is Edureka and the password is 123456. Let me try logging in and it was also a success. Now what if I give some wrong input? So I'll give Tony as the username and some random thing as a password. Let me try logging in and it's a failure because that user name does not exist in the database and obviously the password also. Now what you have to observe is because this web application is using the get method to pass data, you can see the data in the URL of the string, especially this part where the username is Tony and the password is this random string. Well, now we can see that the data is being passed using the get method and the data is visible in the URL of the request. Now what we'll do to use SQL injection attack on this is we'll use that malicious string I showed you during the slides to bypass this login. So what I'm going to do is erase the username and use the malicious string. So the string is inverted comma space or 1 equal to 1 hyphen hyphen space. So what should happen when I hit enter is this SQL query should return true and the login should be successful and we should see a success message on the screen. So let me just hit the enter button. Well, the login was successful and we can see that the SQL injection attack worked. This is how you can use SQL injection while you're trying to hack the web application that uses get method to pass data. Well, there's another method that can be used to pass data and it is called the post method. Now let's see what this post method is. When a web application is using the post method to pass data maybe from one web page to another or from a web page to the database, then the data that is being sent is not visible in the URL string. Now let me show you how you can use SQL injection attack on a web application that is using the post method. This is the web application that uses post method to pass data from the web page to the database. I've kept the interface same because it doesn't matter how the web application looks. So what matters is how it works. So let me give some valid input at first. The first username was admin and the password was admin. Let me just hit the login button and you see the login was successful. Let me use another entry. The username is Edureka and the password is 123456. And let me hit the login button and the login was successful. Now let me try some wrong input, some invalid input, some random characters and some random password. Let me hit the login button and the login was a failure. So you can see that the web application works in the exact same way, apart from one thing, that when I hit the login button, the username and the password is not seen in the URL. You can only see the name of the web page and not the data that is being sent. Now in the previous case, you could see the username and the password in the URL and you use the malicious string to hack the web application. Now that there is no username and password in the URL, how would you hack this web application? Like I told you while explaining how SQL injection works, the only control the user has over the web application is in the input that he gives. So whatever malicious string that we are going to enter will be through the input that we give to the web application. Now let's use the malicious string in the username and the password field and see whether it is vulnerable to SQL injection. Well, the malicious string was inverted comma or 1 equal to 1 hyphen hyphen space, and let me just give some random password and let me hit the login button. Well, this was a success and you can see I didn't give the right username and I didn't give the right password, but still I used the malicious string and used SQL injection attack on this web application. Well, this is how you can hack a web application that is using post method to transfer data. Now the next part of this session is how to prevent SQL injection. Well, when you are an ethical hacker and you have to test a web application for vulnerabilities, and suppose you found that that web application is vulnerable to SQL injection attacks. Now you have to tell the organization on how they can make their security better. And that's why it's important to know that how you can prevent SQL injection attacks. There are different ways of preventing SQL injection attacks, and it all depends on how the web application is built. Just so you know, I'll be explaining one such way that you can use to prevent SQL injection attack. Now there's another web application that I've built that prevents SQL injection attacks. So let me just show you how it works. I'll show you the code and I'll show you what changes I've made and then explain how this prevents SQL injection attacks. So the first part of the code is same. It takes username and password from the HTML page from the input and then it connects to the database and then it runs some SQL query to check if the username and the password is valid. And finally, it returns a success if it's true, and it returns a failure message if the login is unsuccessful. Now the changes I've made is in this part of the code. What I've done is I'm using some method, some function called prepare and bind parameter. And what this actually does is it binds the whole input that the user gives as a string. Like I told you previously that the inverted comma was used to close the string parameter. When you use the bind parameter function, that whole malicious string is considered as a string. Now just so you can understand it better, I've just visualized this logic so you can understand better. So I'll get back to the slide and explain how this works. So what we actually did was there was a username and the password field and we entered the malicious string in the username or the password and we could log in successfully. Now when you use the methods that I use in the code, what actually happens is this whole string, the whole malicious string is considered as a string and the inverted comma used is also considered as a string. Now when you use the bind parameter function, what happens is the whole malicious string is considered as a string and the or 1 equal to 1 hyphen hyphen is not considered as a logic in the code. So when you use the bind parameter and even if you give this malicious string as the input, it is sent to the database as the string. It is compared, it is cross-checked with the username and the password in the database table. And because there is no match, the login will be unsuccessful. This is one way how you can prevent SQL injection. There are many other ways that you can use. You can use form validations. You can limit the characters that can be used as password. And there are many other ways, and it all depends on how the web application is built.
What is identification? What is an identity? In computer terms, identity it is not only for human beings. It is not easy for us, even the computers, is just to recognize user from an object only by a name. Later we'll also discuss on the common naming conventions. So when someone with the username of Jack or Tom or Jill or anyone, because there might be obviously a possible of having multiple Toms, multiple Jacks, multiple Jills, or I mean multiple A's can be in a simple organization. So what will happen is whenever computer generates a object, we call it as an object. Even username or user account is an object. Computer is also an object. Telephone, the index is also an object. So every time when an object is created, a unique security identifier is generated. The security identifier will be like an alphanumeric string. It actually likes not only with the names, any name user security identifier. For example, do you see the text in yellow? It's S-1-5-21-3 and so on. It's a combination multiple strings assist together. It's a number with starting with the string yes, security identifier or it's a string. So this is how it looks like. For we are seeing on example of username Brink. The username Brink has a security identifier of SID of this value. So whenever the same SID will not be assigned to other Jack or other Brink or other Jill, it is unique and it is more static. It will not change often because when an account is created, it will be assigned particularly for it and it will be removed once the object is deleted. In computer terms, the security identifier is generated, and also for physically recognition, we have multiple real world scenario which comes in the physical security. The ID cards, which we always use to access the doors, the near field communication, what we also have it is in the debit cards, the latest access cards which are enabled with NFC, which can be accessed only within a range of 3 to 4 inches. So when we go beyond that, it will not work. So the identity is not only for users, object, any software, any hardware or any kind of service account or any object which is inside a digital world will have a unique ID. Those will be also called as GUID or UUID. The databases are stored in a key management system. Actually, that's a key management system will be encrypted zone. Most of the passwords stored in the key management key vault will be in the hashes. It will not be a plain text or a directly encrypted text. It's a hash value. It may be a passphrase or it may be a complete paragraph. The password may be or even a few characters. When the password is digested, it will be generating a hash, and those hashes will be initially managed. That will be used to verify whether the user is giving the right password or not. But the exact password which is stored or created while the user during the user's actions, that will be highly compressed, and that will be also encrypted and stored. The actual encrypted password will not be accessible over the network or directly by accessing the physical machine. Even when hacker or technology which Microsoft right now uses, it's Kerberos, and it's much more secure. And even when we have direct hands on the Kerberos, we can have the hash values, not the passwords directly. So what are the digital artifacts? So artifacts are any result of a particular action by a particular thing or a particular object. What are the possibilities or what could be a digital artifacts? Or when we create a user account, we obviously will create username. We will be providing a option to create a passphrase. So obviously a unique identifier for the object. So digitally, even date of birth, phone numbers, your Aadhaar card numbers, your social security number, your transaction IDs, anything and everything whichever generated in digital means are called digital identity artifacts. So when talking on the SIM, any event generated on SIM that also will have a event ID. So any transaction should obviously have a identifier for it. So authentication and authorization. Authentication is means validating whether a user is actually available in the system or not. And if the user is available in the system, whether his credential or authentication method is successful or not. The user may have a single factor authentication, that is single factor authentication just by using username or a password, or username a PIN number, username a passphrase, or username with the OTP. OTP, that's single factor. Multi-factor authentication is nothing but using multiple combinations. As I already told you, what you know is your username and password. What you are, it's your biometrics, your iris scanner, retina scanner, your palm scanner, fingerprint scanner. These are what you are. You are actually what? That is called a one of the other factor. And what you have would be your access card, your smartphone for receiving an OTP, and where you are, which location you are, what you do. That will be your signature, your speech recognition, voice recognition. These other multiple type of factors can be included in a combination. So with two or more factors included for a single authentication, it's called multi-factor authentication. So the authentication process initially to identify which object or which user is trying to authenticate into the system. Initially, it just validates whether in the existing record, if the object is available or not. If it's available, whether the inputted password or authenticator is valid. If it matches, it then moves on to the authorization level. So what do you mean by authorization? This is a question. What we did so far, we identified, we verified the person, verified the identity of the person. As a network administrator or a security professional, what is the value add he can do apart from relying on standard operating system and application password encryption? Instead of using a single factor authentication, using a multi-factor or combination of factors, that's one of the good practice. And always nowadays, the passwords which are used inside the network, most passwords and sessions are becoming tokenized. So nowhere we are relying on passwords. For example, we can talk about heap. Okay, there is one of the challenge hashed. Let me get the list. So I'll explain you what are the protocols. What are the protocols it used for authentication? There are multiple. So authorization is actually once the person is identified and he's authenticated. Authorization is the phase where we decide what are the rights a person possesses and what are the object he can access and what are the actions he can perform on a particular object. So everything will be determined and assigned during this phase. This is called authorization. So the authorization control can be also based on multiple factors and multiple controls or multiple attributes to be taken in the consideration. So when a user logs in after business hours, we can decide what time the user needs to be provided authorized. He should be authorized to access the computers. When a business is functioning from 8 a.m. or 7 a.m. in the morning till 5 or 6 or even 7 in the evening, the user can able to log in user only from the 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. If the user tries to log in beyond the business hours, we can set a configuration. The user should not be accessed. So the authorization phase will be over because it will obviously reduce the amount of time a security event analyst will put into. If an user is not logging into the system post 7 or post business hours, there will not be an event which are created by a user and which should not be suspicious. And when the user is not active or active in the system, only the regular functions or any scheduled task or scheduled backups or scheduled updates that will be running in the system, and that will be the amount of logs which are generated during those system will be those time will be lesser. So the lesser number of logs to be analyzed, and obviously this is one of the way we can reduce the amount of logs sent to the SIM. And also based on when the user is trying to log in. For example, if a user already logged into a system and he wants to try logging in from a multiple system, instead of accessing multiple authorizing him multiple times from multiple computers, we can decline or deny access for simultaneous sessions or multiple sessions, or else just terminating the one session from one computer and giving access back to the latest computer, most recent computer which he tries to log in. These are the simple controls we can implement into. So the authorization factor is up to the security administrator and the security team, and even a system administrator or network administrator who gives access. He can follow the simple practices, I mean, best practices prescribed by SANS or NIST. Even from, I think I'm not much into the network devices, but I think I have seen somewhere in FireEye based an article, which I think I read, that also gives the best practices what we can follow on the network devices or network based authorizations, and also setting up the access channels just to allow access only when a user tries to come connect from a VPN or from a particular geolocation. So the access controls can be crafted as per the requirement of our business. So what are the authorization and authentication principles? What do we implement? We use single factor authentication, multi-factor authentication. I mean, combination of multiple authenticators is called multi-factor authentication. The authenticator management. The authenticator management will come into play the Kerberos, LDAP, Radius, TACAX plus, diameter, etc. Multiple will come into play. These are the things which help us in managing the proper authentication and identity management suites. So this explains the same. Single factor authentication. What is a single factor authentication? A single challenge or a single password. What is the implementation cost? It is very inexpensive and it is simple to enable and simple to use. There is no additional configuration needed. It is easy to do. But what is the risk actually involved in it? The password can be easily guessed, or the password can be easily eavesdropped, or it can be even viewed from the, I mean, shoulder surfing, to be saying. Obviously, people can see what passwords you type in, or basically, people will have predefined or pre-used passwords. Some people even forgot to change the password once they receive them. And every enterprise or every organization have a habit of providing a unique password or same password to multiple any and every user. Password one, a default one, user 13. These are common passwords which will be given out to all. But what happens when a user forgets to change the password after he receives it? It is easily guessable, and any even his one of his colleagues could try logging in. So always the best practice is to change the password once we receive it, and not to use the default passwords. It's a rule. We have to take it as a rule. Even if it's a network device, basics, routers, switches, or whatever it may be, any device which comes with the default password, please change it when you start using it. So the risk mitigation, what are the things we can do just to solve this? We can have a complex password. Instead of password, we can have a passphrase. A passphrase is nothing but multiple words. Or even if you're okay to type, you can have it as a paragraph. So the periodically changing the password, how often you need to change the password. A single password can be used for 30 days or 60 days, maximum of 90 days. I did not see a scenario which a password is allowed to be used more than 90 days. So multi-factor authentication. Multi-factor authentication is using multiple factors, multiple authenticators to grant access into the network. What is the implementation cost? The implementation, it's expensive because we need to implement any third-party application suite, or we need to configure additional server for providing a two-factor authentication mechanism to function properly. So that is a bit complex than using a single factor authentication. What is the examples of usabilities? Are you mixing up with your biometrics along with your passwords, or receiving a one-time password? So what is the benefit of having a multi-factor authentication? Benefit of multi-factor authentication is it is difficult to break, as you have multiple factors included for authentication. And also guessing of the password can be happening. I mean, guessing of the password will happen anytime in 1 day or 2 day, even maybe a week, and password could be broken. But breaking the password in combination to other factor, it's obviously hard. You may able to find the password at particular number of time. At least you might try 35 lakhs time to get a password. You succeeded receiving password, but you need to have the other factor in combination. So that would be a really tougher task for one to guess both the factors at the time. So the same goes here. What are the things how we mitigate the password exposure? I mean, revealing the password. Just to make sure have a complex password. Always try to include numbers, special characters, alphabets in lowercase and uppercase. and also maybe a longer one, 20 or 30. Whenever you log into a simple example, a simple concept, I can teach it to you. Previously, you might be seen Yahoo emails or some other email accounts will come up with the option of using pictures. When you enter your, I'm not sure whether it's working or not. Now Yahoo is having or not. So what I do is I'll be having a teddy bear. This would be my account image, Yahoo image or Facebook image or any other social media account image. What usually people will think when I have it as a profile picture. This makes no sense to other people. This is obviously just a teddy bear. What I have used as my profile picture, and what could it really mean? So, in case of using a longer password or passphrase, you might obviously have a tendency to forget it. So, you can generate a pattern. It's what the teddy bear is actually doing. It's sitting. So, again, use a sitting teddy with a bow, I call, or a tie, I call. So this is just a passphrase creation. So it's just making you to remember it. Always having a flower. It not goes only for the teddy bear. Any image which makes you remember your password or passphrase, it's obviously good. This just a small suggestion from my end. I just used plain text. Sitting teddy bear at one. Sitting teddy bear with a tie instead of a. I used at. So you can use combination of it. So people will have some more tendency of changing the characters. So instead of I, so instead of yes, people will use a string character. People will use string. Instead of I, people will have exclamation mark. So TT exclamation. So E can be replaced with 3. Likewise, whatever combination which works for you, you can modify it. So this looks something weird. So for breaking this password, it takes some more additional time. So it's almost 20 characters. Mix it with alphanumerically, it got 20 characters. So breaking it, it will be a bit complex than the regular password. So always make sure that you use a different application per a different password per application. Usage of same password for multiple applications will obviously get other accounts to compromised when linked to. So the identity management. What is an identity? We already seen that identity in the digital world. Every object and every user or every resource will have a unique identification. So security identifier SID is for users in Windows environment, and not only Windows environment, even in Mac and Linux environment. But the unique identifier pattern will be different. So the objects in the computers are called will have a separate GUID. GUID is given for hardware devices inside a computer. It's called general or global unique identifier. This is universally unique identifier. So SID, GUID, UID, these are the identifiers for identifying a particular object. So what this slide says, this is to just to recognize the resource. The unique identifier, it also the point in yellow. I can give a contrast. Most of the time, many companies will have full-time employees, and usually it's a normal tendency or normal pattern in any of the organization to have at least 20 to 30% of contract employees. So whenever they need, they'll get them in, and whenever they don't, they'll just end the contract. I mean, terminating the contract just before the tenurity, it's obviously common. So that will not be a big impact to the business. It happens. So it also helps us identify who are the contract employees and what are the term, when was the contract is ending, and what was the contract class we actually use it. Using it in multiple factors, also we can identify or create a policy or procedure to authorize the user for particular object or particular access particular resource in your environment. So what is an authenticator mechanism? So authenticator is nothing but your password, your soft token, or anything. For authentication, you need the authenticator. What it could be, it can be a PKI certificate, or it can be a token, or it can be a passphrase or password which you already know that. So as we discussed before, for authentication, the authenticator is required. For authenticator management is the important concept. What it does is it will invoke, it will issue, it will revoke the service for the authenticators. So when a person passes in username and password, he's authenticated. The authenticator management is the key object or the key service which will create the token or create the session for it, this lets when the user is created and when his expiry date is and how long a user can be accessing the environment. So the session management, the termination that will be created by the authentication management. So as we discussed before, as the point, using the default authenticator mechanism or using the default configuration or default setting is always dangerous. Always just change the setting or configure your services as per the business requirement. So what are the tenants of authorization? Tenants are nothing but they are the integral parts. Or tenant. There is no rule for having all the tenants at place. We have a few in place or mixed combination in place or all in effect when it required to the business. So we discuss about segregation of duties because we already know that what is a segregation of duties. Need to know basic. Just reading out the headlines, I'll explain you the topics in the back. Principle of least privilege, unsuccessful logins, session concurrency, we already discussed, notification of system usage. These are the different attributes, or we can also call it as a tenant of authorization. So these are the points which are considered while authorizing a particular object. So let's see the segregation of duties. What is segregation of duties? The picture below shows two different users. Both seems to be looking similar. They have a similar coffee cup, similar keyboard, mice, and monitors. They even look resembling similar. But what actually the duty separation is, the developer will have a set of access. The tester will have a set of access. The tools and the files which was accessible by the tester cannot be accessed by the developer, and it's vice versa. So these people, they both on the same environment, they both on the same network, they both work on the same enterprise, but the access and the privilege will differ from user to user. This is segregation of duties. Even if it's a system administrator, he will not have the access to network administration. He may be a system administrator or he may be a network administrator, he will not access to the security operations. So wherever a user needs access, only then and there the access is provided, and that too the we'll be saying what are the guidelines to be considering before authorizing a particular object. And this is one of the other concept, need to know basic. I mean, need to know basic. It is just like saying this is the minimal requirement for a particular person to carry out his everyday activity. So when a user needs access for some other thing, obviously he'll be given access. If it's a regular employee or a full-time employee or a third-party contract employee, the basic information or very least access will be provided to him based on his role or as per the contract. So what is the example here? For example, an employee using an allotted virtual machine may need the credential of the local user for logging into the computer. Okay. When a user gets access to log into the local virtual machine, he will be getting a standard user account, but he will not be provided access to the hypervisor or even to the root access, or he would not have the domain administrator, even the system administrator access. He'll be provided with the basic user access. And the second example, the user, for example, a manager needs to know the salary of his employees or his subordinates. He might be provided access to view the salaries and how much is the package and how much he takes home, but he would not be having access to the other team members. These are two examples of having the need to know the basics. So also the principle of least privilege. Principle of least privilege, in the previous slide, we seen the least access to know the information. I mean, like just a read access. He can only view the information or he can just know the information about it. The same thing goes here is the privilege access. What are the actions he can perform? What are the ways he can be controlled in the environment? Whether he can able to write to a file or read to a file or to execute a file or to delete a file, modifying the file, renaming the file. What are the things can be assigned to this member? The same set of privilege as we see on the first slide, the tester will have some set of privileges and the developer will have some set of privileges, but both will have the certain level of privilege only for the task which they are intended to. If they need to run Visual Studio for programming, a developer, he can run it, that too as a standard user, not as an administrator or with an elevated privilege. So this is the concept of providing least privilege or providing only the limited access for the user to continue or carry out the everyday task. If there is any superficial access needs to be provided, that can be provided based on the exception, and that too time based, and that would be revoked periodically. So this is also a factor, unsuccessful logins. what we call unsuccessful logins, when a user tries to log in for multiple times and he's not able to log in properly. But actually, he's a trusted user. He does not have any intention to break into the computer, or does not have any intention to log into other users' account. There may be multiple factors of getting failures in the login. We also take it as a consideration of number of unsuccessful attempts. What are the ways we can mitigate it? We'll set account lockdown. When unsuccessful login for 3 or 4 times, the user will not be able to log in again for next 30 minutes or for next 24 hours, or continuously until the user calls on to the customer care, I mean service desk, or he logs into the self-service portal to unlock his account. Session concurrency, we already seen that the session concurrency, whenever a user authenticates and gets authorized to enter into the network, every login will have a certain session created, and every session will have a expiry, as we already be aware about it. So when a user tries to log in from multiple computers, we can terminate whether concurrent login is enabled or not. If he really I mean managerial user or executive level user, if he needs to work both on his workstation and laptop, we can provide multiple sessions, and that too not required. But if in special exception, we can provide concurrent login, or we can just pass on the previous login to the current computer which he tries to log in, or completely terminate both the sessions. It's completely up to the management who to decide what kind of authorization procedure or policy we need to include in it. Notification of system usage, this is more common whenever you try logging into the corporate environment. It may be a virtual machine, or it's a laptop, or it's a desktop. Even before key typing in your username and password, there will be a system message that shows this property belongs to particular organization, and usage of particular resource or authorized materials is only for the business purpose. And it's just like NDA, non-disclosure agreement kind, or if it's a statement legal which prescribes the legal terms and conditions of usage of the particular resource. This is common on once you access the environment. Regulation of access, this is simple diagram will explains. So what happens in the left, when a user uses password, the username, it matches to the IAM store. IAM store is also has the list of usernames, and 100% of the IAM stores will have the password hashes instead of passwords. So even the password hash will be encrypted, and that will be sent to the IAM store in an encrypted manner. So no more plain text in even intranet or anywhere. So the encrypted hash will be matched along with the existing value, and so that the person will be verified whether he got the privilege or not. If he got yes, he'll be granted access. He'll be sent to the authorization phase. If it's not, he'll be just sending it denied. What is an access control? The access control is nothing but restricting or providing access to particular resource or an object. What are the forms of access control? It may be physical access control and both logical access control. Whatever we provide rights or limitations or restriction inside the computer, it's logical, and what interacts to the physical world, it's physical. You might be coming across the server rooms which are locked separately. Those needs separate access cards, separate password management, separate access restrictions. So those are called physical. Not even just before entering into your corporate building, you need to have your ID card, just same RF access card, just to get into the system. So what are the types of access control? So there are 4 different access control. There, to be precise, it's 5. Fifth one is missing here. I'll be explaining that is first one is mandatory access control, that is MAC, discretionary access control, that is DAC, role based access control, and rule based access control. Along with it, we have one more access control called attribute based access control. We'll be discussing further on it. Key consideration of providing an access. What are the things we can consider? So the initial thing is to not to provide access to no one. No privilege, no access concept. So when a user account is created, or it can authenticate. The authorization first phase is no privilege, no access. It can also add in a layer by layer, we can create the access. So after blocking it, we'll add certain objects to it, and only the certain objects can be accessed by it. So after that, we can, if there is any special request or special exceptions, we can provide access. And also after a particular time of expiry or particular time of approval, we can revoke the access. And periodically, we need to audit and determine whether this access is necessary for this role or for this user. These are the considerations we need to have in mind. when assigning or allotting access to a particular user or an object. So the mandatory access control, it's global. I mean, what I meant global, it's mean the complete infrastructure, the complete enterprise. Usually this will be happening on military or government agencies. Even nowadays, top corporates will have the same technology, same access control. The mandatory access control is designed or created in global wide, and this will be enforced by the operating system, the application access control, and this decision tree or the access rights or administration rights, whatever privilege we given, that cannot be changed by end user or even anyone. So what is the purpose or what is the main reason of having the mandatory access control in military or in government agencies or top enterprises? The mandatory access control will have the ability to classify the files. In the previous session, we seen about data classification, how the data to be confidential or top secret or to be public or general. When we have Mac in the place, we have the ability to assign data classification for any object and every object. So based on the object's data classification, we can allot rules. So even for a single file, resume.log, that can be classified as a top secret. So those simple file can be available on any file system. It may be available on a file store, any shared location. Any people can see that there is a file, but nobody will be able to access the file. So this kind of mandatory access control is highly important because we can classify any object, not only the data object, user object, system object, resource object, any object in the digital will be controlled and classified, and we can create customized rule for it. Discretionary access control. This is also a type of access control where a user provides access to other objects. He will be having the ability to change or alter the attributes or alter the access controls. For example, the user A on the file a.text, he got the read, write, and execute access. So, but for the file B, he got only the read access. Likewise, the user Jill will have only the read access on the file a.text, but he got the full access. He can write, read, and execute. So this is just a simple example. Likewise, the object can be altered. Here, the user-wise, the object has been provided access. Role-based access control is more common. Role, when an organization is created, hierarchy is decided, and based on the hierarchy, every designation will have a particular set of roles. Role and particular role needs particular privilege or particular access to for a particular object in the computer environment. So this will be based on the role of an employee. For example, I'll be creating a finance group. The object under the finance group, I can assign the rights. The finance group can access folders to finance. The finance group can access to financial applications, and they can visit particular websites, particular banking websites, or particular domains internally to log in to the financially. So these are some of the example of access I'll be assigning to the finance group. When a new person comes in, when a new employee comes in, or when newly deployed to the finance team, we'll be assigning the person to the finance group, which is particularly specifically created for the role finance. So when we add him to the particular group, obviously he will be having the access of financial softwares, financial application, and financial data. So what happens when the person is not applicable and for finance, and he'll be moved to the HR? We'll be removing him from the HR group, I mean finance group, and adding it to the HR group. So the group changes, the role changes as per the access. He'll be having the access for HR folders, HR applications, and HR data. So likewise, for every role, we'll be having the segregation. I mean, duties and access segregated. That will be provided only based on the role he plays in the environment, I mean, enterprise. The role-based access control is not as close as the role-based access control. The rules can be customized. It can be customized or specific application level or specific object level. This rule where I can combine. For example, so when a user needs to log in from a remote computer, he needs to access a VPN connection. So the VPN connection needs particular set of IP range. So only we configure a rule. Only the certain range of IPs can enter into the corporate premise. So we can block it. This is one kind of rule. Without ID card, the employee will not be permitted inside. That can be a rule. After business hours, post business hours, the user account should be automatically logged off. If it's 5 in the evening, the computer will give a notification and it will automatically log off. This is one of the rule. So the rules will be customized and that can be assigned to any object as per the requirement. So the access administration has three subcategories. Provisioning, this is allowing or creating, initiating account access. The important term, as like the other objects, it's monitoring and continuous review of the activities and the changes and the effect of the particular access. And the third step is terminating. When the access is no longer available, when the object is no longer available, how the termination will be taken place. So, what are the topics? What are the things we consider when we provide an access? Actually, this deals with how long the access needs to be in the system or how often it has to be used in it. We need to think about the organization's security consideration before providing the access. So, the provision of access, when it done during the creation of access or creation of the object, it will be easy for IT team to segregate or streamline the processes. So also the high level categories of user provisioning. One is the discretionary account provisioning. This is actually done by the system administrator. Those are the people who will be deciding who needs to be given what access. Self-service account provisioning. That is a way the self name explanatory. The user can request for it. It's a tool based, software based. User can raise a request and automatically based on his previous existing criteria, existing configuration, the software decides whether to provide the access or not. A temporary access, he can obviously get it. So workflow based access to account provisioning. A simple example of self-service account provisioning is creating your own guest Wi-Fi, or you can log into the page. I need a Wi-Fi account. You'll give a request. In a second or less than a minute, you'll be provided with a temporary username and password for just using the guest Wi-Fi access. So workflow based account provisioning, it's not only involves on the single work role or single duty or single responsibility, as long as the duty or responsibility of a particular account needs to be extended or needs to be involved multiple segments, it will be added. So for example, if a person from my IT team, he got access to the particular set of privilege and access to particular set of doors, but what happens to the housekeeping when the business closes? Obviously they need access to get into all the cabins because for cleaning or maintaining purpose. So the access restriction will not work as like the IT or other department people. Based on the areas they need to go, the access differs, and that too we can restrict what time they can access in. If it's available only during when the IT people are available, they can come in, or beyond the business hours they cannot access into the certain cubicles or certain rooms, certain meeting points, etc. Automated account provisioning is a predefined stream process where the set of data or set of rules are previously configured. Those will be assigned when a new account is initiated. So most of the time the discretionary and automated account provisioning is more common in generating the account type. So the access monitoring and review. Access monitoring and review, it's not only the provisioning, the duty will not stop at the phase of provisioning it. Monitoring each and every transaction and any transaction of the account, the service, typically any access. For example, what is the regular type of behavior? What time the user actually logs into the computer? Will he be on time? That can be tracked. If the office hour starts by 10 in the morning, if the user regularly access by 11 in the morning, he's obviously late, or he might be 5 or 10 minutes prior to the business hours. We can identify with the login patterns, or is he usually logins with the same IP address or unique IP address? What is the physical location or global location he logs in from? What are the applications he access? How long he's be accessing the application? What are the files he created? What are the amount of time he invests in network? What is the total network bandwidth he consumes on a typical work day? Is there any excess, I mean anomalies? For example, if he uses only 500 MB or less than a GB of data a day, in sometimes if it's exceed 3G, 2 gigs, 3 gigs, there is obviously an anomaly. It means that the data is somewhat moving, maybe internal data or external data. When it crosses beyond the baseline, there should be an alerting. So also like physically we can check what are the cabins his physical card is accessed, and what are the places he visits, and what are the devices he connect to the corporate environment. Anything and everything will be monitored. He may be trying to log in from his personal computer, on the user account which is provided by the corporate network, company. Those are the examples. We any and every activity and every transaction will be monitored and reviewed. This is a continuous process. And also the fourth point, when a user is transferred or moved to physically or logically inside a subcategory, the appropriate roles and rights will be assigned to him. So what is the access termination? When an employee leaves wantedly, we'll be conducting a survey, proper exit survey, why he needs to leave the company and what are the access was provided to him. Was the IT assets provided to him collected back? Was the assets damaged? Was the data tampered? Those things to be taken into consideration. And if the employee was terminated for some cause, so before termination reason, we'll be investigating further on the recent activities. What are the activities he does? What happened and what made the cause? So before terminating him, the background check and the cause analysis that will be happening. And one more point I need to notify is when an employee is getting terminated or a contract ends, the user account will not be deleted because, as a best practice, as a security practice, when we delete the account, the security identifier will be automatically removed. And the security identifier will be enabled, included to each and any event or any transaction belonging to this particular employee. When the account is deleted, the SID will differ. So when we recreate the same username, same account, it will not give the same security identifier. So it is always a best practice to disable the account instead of deleting it. So anytime in future, if things needed, we need to dig back into the logs which were more than a year. Obviously, if we need to find what is the leak or what was the severity of the damage, we need to look into it. We need the complete information. So most enterprise will have the best practices of keeping the logs up to 6 months in a hard bucket. So anytime anything when happens, so they can have it in lesser period, and later on the older logs will be moved on to a safer storage location. And the minimum period, any enterprise will have maintained at least 1 year of logs for all the activities. So what's mentioned is the administrative purpose should be defined procedure. The termination process will be taken care, and the proper logical and physical removal of the access. When the employee is out of the company, his access cards will be taken off, and even if the employee did not submit his access cards, it will not be functioning when he comes back. So the termination thing will be handled in multiple teams: the HR team, the PMO team, the security risk team, the administration team. Every other team needs to be work in coordination way, so that all the records and all the entries has to be terminated in the proper manner. So far we learned about what is authorization, what is authentication and access controls. We need to know about management of identity and access. Now are we coming for the identity and access management part. So this is the picture. What it shows, a person is using a login screen. As usual, it shows a login page with the username and password. Below to the username and password screen, he sees a padlock, which also asks for a unique number or code. On the second picture, we see that he received an SMS with the code 24541420. Typically, what it is a one-time password. So the identity management is not only typically for the user account, anything digitally. So this one, the user uses the multi-factor authentication. He uses a username and password along with the OTP and is getting into the network. So he's getting identified. What are the things getting identified here? The user's computer is getting identified, the user's name and password used for authentication, and the phone number he used to receive the SMS. And if there is a mobile device management installed in it, the device in which the SIM card is present is also can be notified. And at the time, the computer's MAC address will be registered, computer's IP address will be registered. With the naming convention, we can identify whether it's a personal computer or it's a company provided computer, what time he logs in. So with a single login session, we can collect so many information about a particular user or identify the object. We can look into the what is identity and access management. What are the key capabilities of identity and access management? Identity and access management is a harmonious group of policies, processes, and systems. Harmonious, it integrated into policies, processes, and systems. So it also helps the organization or enterprise to define, govern, or create or identify the security informations, manage access to the various resources inside the environment. So what are the capabilities? It usually helps in management of digital identities, and also it manages the user authentications, and it manages the resource access authorizations. So these are the three key capabilities of a IDAM. User authentication, so it provides a digital verification or digital identity to the user. So what actually happens is when a user uses a username and password, he authenticates, he gets a digital recognition or digital ID, which also we can call as a session token or session ID. So the user authentication can be achieved only by providing a valid credential or a proof of identity. So types of user credential, what are the things? Something you know, what you know, that can be a password, a passphrase, anything can be remembered easily, or anything which is not common, which is not unique, only you knows that. So what you have is tokens, OTPs, RFID. Simple, your smartphone can be accessed or used as something you have, something you are that cannot be changed. What you're born with, that should be always with you. Your retinas, your thumb impression, your image. Sometimes your face will change periodically when you grow old, but the iris scanners, the retina scanners, your fingerprints, that will always stays with you most of the time. And what you do, something you do, that can be your signature, that can be your speech pattern, your the usage of words, or anytime somewhere if people have a tendency to use colors. Americans use different spelling for color, COLOR, wherein regular we use COLOUR to specify the same meaning. But the tendency of missing a U is also matching as something you do. Authorization of access to resources, what will happen is once the authentication is complete, the controller resource is the which decides whether to provide access to the confidential information or the provided information. So as like the process which I explained to you before, once the authentication part is done, the authorization part, where the user, the computer, the system will decide what are the objects, what are the resource the particular user needs to, or at the time it's allowed to. So this is a simple example how the IDAM workflow works. So on the left, what we can see is Mr. John. He shares his ID. This is John to the IDAM server. It will check initially what will happen is it will check whether the ID is valid or whether it's authenticated. So it goes to the authentication dictionary, checks whether the he's authenticated or not, and comes back. So once he is authenticated, he'll be given access to the resource. So what is the life cycle of IDAM? Provisioning of the account, I mean creation of the account, and second phase is goes to the authentication. So once it authenticates, it establishes a connection, secure session. So later on, it authorizes whether the user is able to access particular model or object. What are the other things a user can do? He can reset his password. He can request for permissions, or he can raise a request for change in roles or change in assignment policies through self-service. With IDAM, we can also monitor usage of the resources or any transaction happening digitally using this session, and also the termination of this account. These are the six components. This is the six stages of life cycle of an IDAM. So what are the benefits of IDAM to businesses? Using single sign-on or using identity access management, it minimizes the data breach. It helps us in preventing or protecting the resources from getting into the wrong hands. Only the simple concept of IDAM is providing right access to the right object on the right time. We need to give the right access to the right object on the right time for the right user. Everything to be on the right side. So obviously using a single sign-on or a multi-factor authenticated method in IDAM, it minimizes the data breach and minimize the risk of data breach, to be precise. And this can be a centralized access control. Instead of single computer, it can be in central location. Any DC can work on it, or we can install a separate server which takes care of the authentication and authorization part, not to load too much on the domain controller. So also as like the DC, it can be centralizedly managed. IDAM, it also helps the employees. What they can do is they can work on multiple devices, they can use multiple locations, they can use their own computers, or they can have the concept of BYOD. They can work anytime, any place. So also it helps us in getting the single sign on. I mean, instead of logging into the multiple application with multiple usernames and multiple password, when a single service will help the user to logging into multiple accounts. This is just simplifying the user experience. So when the user logs into the computer or the workstation with his corporate credential, username and password, automatically he should be able to log into other services related to his work instead of the user manually need to key in the password and username. So the identity access and management, it also has it comes in the federation concept where a customer can use a third party resource or third party authenticator. For example, cloud, if he needs to access cloud resource, he can use a cloud AD account authentication or a cloud SSO object just to authenticate, and so he can access into the resource. So for the partners and as well as the organization, IDAM plays a crucial role in providing the data security and also to the assignation of rights and responsibilities. So this is a tree diagram which helps us in what are the factors, what are the attributes which contribute the decision of IDAM. I mean, typically the challenges faced by the business on using IDAM technology. On the left, a user may be communicating to the vendor, communicating to the customers or third party external employees, regular employees. He needs to be communicated, and his account needs to be authorized and authenticated across the multiple platforms. Third party, 3P, third party, when it is in the user perspective, the user needs to communicate. I mean, a user interacts with regular employees, external employees, third parties, vendors, customers. As a user point, he'll be connected to multiple segments. And wherein the user communicates with the business access path, it may be a in-house applications or in-house device, or it may be a public device, a bring your own device, or IoT. These are the devices which are connected to the user based on the business requirement. And what again it goes on the software part, the user, the towards the right it's an infrastructure, and towards the top it's the application. User, infrastructure, application, these are the three important things what works on it. On the top, it is a SaaS, software as a service, or on-premise hosted apps, privately hosted apps, third-party based host apps. The devices, the user, and the applications need to be identified and authorized or granted access based on the business requirement. This is the complex, I mean, this is the challenges which are faced by IAM. Actually, IAM helps the enterprise to overcome these challenges. So what we see, siloed IDAM approach to different audiences. This is simply previously what traditionally what we were doing previously and what was happening in the reality. This is simply a chart which explains it. So what revolves in the center? It's technically disconnect because what business thinks will not work properly in the reality. Traditional concepts or the ideology what we followed long back was not suitable for the right environment. Typically what it creates a disconnect between the identity and access management and the business reality. What also it does, it weakens the controls and it authorizes, I mean, control of authentication and authorization, the older traditional identity and access management. So for provisioning a cross domain access or cross forest domain access, that will not be working when it was not centralized or it was in a single concept or siloed IDAM. So now getting the IDAM centralized, everything into link, it made our job so easy for getting identified and accessed to the resource so easily across multiple platforms and multiple domains. So this is also one of the important concepts, the concept of zero trust. So zero trust is a security concept according to which organizations should never spontaneously trust any request from access. So zero trust is before investigating or before collecting the complete information or before understanding the actual need or actual purpose, any request will not be solicited. I mean, it not be trusted. Always work on the principles of least privilege, and it will help us as ensure the security of the sensitive application and the data. So what it says that each and every connection request must be thoroughly verified before permitting the access. So that is how it accesses. So initially, when after the authentication is done, based on the concept of the zero trust, no access, no rights will be provided. When we know about the firewall concept, what lies on the bottom, I mean, very last rule will be block all connections or terminate all connections. This is what actually has the rule set will be processed from top to bottom. The bottom rule will be always block all, not to provide. deny access, this is the thing which is the last rule we'll be processing. So when we stack responsibilities or roles above that, the rules will be processed from top to bottom. Above block all apps, I'll be giving access, provide access only to MS Word. So this is the only rule which is above that, applied. So the user can use only the Microsoft Word. So anything else will block. The zero trust model of information security primarily helps organization to transcend beyond the traditional castle based approach of security, which considered everything inside is secure. So what initially happened is same like a castle. We cannot think the peons, the workers, the soldiers or the ministers who are all inside the castle. That does not mean that everyone is safe or everyone is trusted. So the same concept goes here. Anything inside a corporate environment or enterprise environment cannot be treated as secure until and unless it proves it identity or authenticity. So it is always a concept of not to trust anything and everything. One more advantage what we'll be having is when we don't trust anything, we'll not be sitting idle or will not be comfortable setting up one thing. When we stop trusting and start suspecting anything and everything in the security, because this cannot be applicable for other people, but the people who we are in security field is obviously we need to be more cautious and be more suspicious on any activity. Anything can be malicious. If brute force attack, can I can because I can simultaneously block connections from a particular IP. To be simply enough, I can provide access from a particular IP to the particular device only to a particular port. But if he tries to connect to with the multiple ports or 3 or 4 ports within a minute or within 30 seconds, I'll be terminating the connection. So simply what I'm doing is I'm just blocking the port scan. If a connection is established through a particular IP, particular port, that's okay. That as long as the session getting expired, it will be available and no disturbance will be hindered or no one will be taken care. But the same thing if it scans for other port or tries to connect in a different port 1 or 2 times in a minute, obviously it's suspicious. The attacker now they are not busting the attack. The 65,535 ports can be scanned in a single minute, but if they does so, it will initiate the alert. So the scanning mechanism is already lowered down. So scanning a port per minute, 2 ports per minute, 3 ports per minute, we can create the conditions. So likewise, anything or any transaction we'll be monitoring and we'll be thinking in a way or seeing it in a way how suspicious this particular behavior, particular action can be lead to. What are the approaches for an effective IDAM strategy? So what would be the thing? It would improve the customer experience across all channels. The all channels in the mean of being a cloud-based resource or accessing the resource from multiple domains or accessing from multiple softwares even. So there will not be any identity interdependencies. So okay, there will be identity interdependency. One identifier will be linked with the enough rights and roles. This will not be applicable to others. Every unique identity is unique. So also it ensures executive attention to buy-in. So when the proper IDAM strategy is in play, it will not give a disruption to the employee services or it will not hinder anything to the regular activity. 2 point star. Interdependencies, one unique identifier linked with other things. So what is the future of identity and access management? So the infrastructure what we had before 4 years is not right here. Most of the time we need corporate adapted using cloud-based applications, some like Salesforce, ServiceNow, Zoho. Most of the companies which adopt the cloud-based model, software as a service, for accessing in to the cloud-based service, we definitely need a cloud-based authentication mechanism that can be routed to a in-house IDAM solution or a cloud-based IDAM solution. The authentication and the authorization will not make pain to the customers. It should be fluid and it should be transparent and it should be happening in the background and lesser number of time, smaller fraction of time. It should support the rapid adaptation of the cloud, integration and data exchange between multiple business diversities. You might be seeing that you can use a Google account to log into Facebook, or you can use a Facebook account to log into Twitter, or you can use the Facebook account to log into Instagram. So single account can be used for accessing or logging into the multiple account. This is a trust model We'll be also talking about the trust model, how it works, and how the SAML, OpenID, OAuth method, those works. Password protection. So far, we already spoke about password. What is a best practice for the password? Password should be kept secret. Only then it can be called as a password. The password should be easy to remember and difficult for anyone else to guess. It should be easy for you to remember, but it should be very difficult for the rest to guess what exactly the password could be. Usage of multiple combination of words, numbers, and alphanumeric characters, special characters. Sometimes even people will have a tendency to code all 256 characters. When you hold on Alt key and type in 111, it will give a different character. This is not exactly O, not even a capital O. You can just test it. Open a notepad and hold on your Alt key and type in 0 to 256, 0 to 255. You should be getting a unique character that will not be usually available on your keyboard. When I hold on the Alt key and press 220, I'll be getting this block character. This will not obviously be on the dictionary mode. When you use these kind of special characters, you cannot break into the password. Simply test. I'll hold the Alt key and press 123. I'm getting the braces, but it's not equal. Alt 223, Alt 224. So these are the characters which will not be usually used by the customers. What the pattern or the dictionary mode have is what are the key characters available on the keyboard layout. If it's a UK based keyboard, the characters will be different. The US based keyboard, US English based keyboard, that is different. The French keyboard characters will be different. The Russian keyboard characters will be different. But using a combination of multiple characters or the characters which is not in the dictionary or not in the brute force title, we can always say secure that the password cannot be guessed, or even when we type something in 001, password cannot be guessed, and password cannot be used on the dictionary mode or brute force attack. You can also use the ASCII table to find it out. So what, let us test what happens when we try holding down the Alt key and 137. Alt 137. Based on my keyboard layout, it gives a different symbol. So I need to get this symbol 0137, it says. Let's type Alt 137, Alt 0137. When I key in 0137, it gives me the same symbol. You will not able to find this symbol on any keyboard layout. You can simply refer to Alt codes. Alt plus the 255 keys, 0 to 255 keys. And not to use the known passwords. When the password is common, when the password is available and applicable to any other user account, it is obviously useless to have the password. So we should be having a unique password, or password remembering techniques, or storing the passwords in any password vault. Password storage. The password storage mechanism will obviously have a unique way or a unique hashing mechanism. It also uses cryptography to store the username and password. It also uses a special salt, what we call a salt, adding a unique characters. For example, if my username is username, and it which will give a hash value of 123456. But salting is a special character include along with your include. I can make this as a special hashing character. I can place this end of the username. Sometimes it may be inserted in between the username, or it may be start of the username, or multiple hashing values will be introduced. Multiple salting, these are the salting values will be inserted. So when the salting value is inserted, I'll be giving a different hash value. 123345. So this is how the hashes will be stored, and this is will the hash mechanism also works. So it is not easy for brute forcing the hash values and getting back to the original state. The usage of the particular salt value is determined by the time or multiple factors, the length of the string or the time of the input method or the keyboard letter, anything that can be. So it will just hash your username and password and store only the hash values. So reverse breaking or using a rainbow table attack to retrieve it back, it's typically pretty hard, because most of the time the MD5 values are broken, and the list of values in MD5 is already available on the internet, so it's available. But as I mentioned before, the hash collision, two values can have the same hash values. I mean, two data, a 1 MB file or a 10 GB have file. Both are different, but sometimes due to the limitation of the hashing, the MD5 value may be unique. But what happens when the password manager also uses the same MD5? We cannot match it because the older MD5 is already broken. And same hash will be available for the multiple one. It is hard for us to identify what to key in and how to retrieve it back. So what a user thinks on the password. The user thinks when I have a simple password, it will be easy for me to get into it and I can remember it so easily. When using a simple password, it obviously higher chance of getting the account get compromised. So whenever a password is provided to you, whenever a default password is given to you, please reset it and use your own complex password. And always do not write it down or do not share it down or do not disclose the password at any means. Demo 1, this is Kane enabled tool. Kane enabled tool cannot be run on a latest machine because it needs an older XP 2000 machine. The Kane enable is a tool. It uses the dictionary and rainbow table attack, brute force attack to retrieve the password. But we don't have the latest one available. If someone has the older configuration file, older computer, they can definitely test it. Okay, the John the Ripper, Aircrack NG, Hashcat, Intercept NG, these are not available for Windows-based operating system. All the software seems to be Linux based, and these are the default tools which comes along with your Kali or Sparrow distro. Ettercap is one of the tool which helps us to capture the Ethernet traffic. So what happens when your password is compromised, your account is compromised? Obviously the ID theft happen. Nowadays people say that my account got hacked after some vague or unwanted post on their wallpaper, wall page. So nowadays we people keep on repeatedly hearing that my Twitter account got hacked, my Facebook account got hacked. This is when one account is compromised, it obviously lead to other accounts as well. The attacker is so smart, he might be trying your username and password on multiple platforms. Not only if he knows your Facebook password, he will not be sticking along with your Facebook and just digging what you did and what you on to just to chat on behalf of you. If someone has access to your account, obviously people think that you're the person working on it. When we have email address compromised, we might be having the telephone bills, your statements, bank statements, or most people might be configuring your email address as your password recovery mechanism, password recovery source. So what are the common methods identity theft happens? Shoulder surfing is simply watching from your back or watching from your side what the pin number or what the password you key into the computer. This is called shoulder surfing. Phishing may be emails or pop-ups which takes you to the wrong page, which actually resembles like an actual login page. Most fake Facebook pages or bank login pages, which the appearance would be similar or close enough to the actual trusted site, but the intention is it will get the username and password in the background. That is called phishing. Spamming also can be of the same. The spamming leads to phishing. When we send multiple alerts, because when we craft an email for you, when you repeatedly receiving a particular type of email or particular type of form, particular type of information, what it says. For example, your bank account needs to be linked with your Aadhaar card. A repeated message I'll be receiving on the next email. Your bank account needs to be linked with your Aadhaar card. So one or other, you might be missed because when you keep on repeatedly seeing some information, you obviously have a tendency to remember the fact. Okay, I need to link my bank account with Aadhaar card. So unknowingly or knowingly or without any precaution, you will might be clicking on a link and it will be taking to a page which should also be resembling like a actual bank login page. But when you enter your key in your username and password, you will go nowhere. It will be diverted to some other page. But in such scenarios, whenever you come across any, if you know that if you realize it later, even after a week or even after hours, week is too long. Whenever a password is got into the actual server, there is an automated process when the user key in the username and password. The first thing the application will do is it log into the user account and it will change the password. So within hours or within minutes, when you realize that you lost your password, please go and change your password. So the malware can also steal it. Malware can be installed on a local computer. That can be a spyware. That can be anything which can spy on you. It will collect your information. It can collect your password, logins, your personal information, anything and everything. So the dumpster diving is nothing but just searching for your personal information. We can use Google for searching you. We can have a multi-go network. Multi-go, that is a special tool available in Kali Linux. That is a community edition. With this, we can have a detailed graph of how a person is, who is a person is, and what is his activity. With limited information, just with an email address and a phone number, we can track down a person. So there is more sophisticated tools and paid softwares available on the dark market that can be utilized for dumpster diving. Even Google, simply Google can be used. Netcraft, this is simply a toolbar or an add-on which can be installed along with your Firefox or Google Chrome. So what actually it does is when user visit a particular web page or website, it will alert whether if it's a wrong or malicious website. The similar toolbars can be available from McAfee, can be available from Symantec. Avast also has one of the toolbar. When a user visit, even a Google Safe Trust can be enabled. When a user tries to visit a wrong or malicious web page, Netcraft seems to be not supporting on this one. Let me try opening a different browser. I'll go with Internet Explorer. Right now I'm in Edge. This is one of the safe browser extension. What it actually does is it needs to be installed. I'm using Chrome. So the Web of Trust is also one more well familiar tool. We can add Web of Trust, add extension. It shows a Web of Trust icon. What actually it does is whenever we type some URL, basically I'm behind a web proxy. So normally I will not be able to visit any malicious website. Okay, I'll try checking it. Okay, whenever we search or make any changes, do you see that the green button or green icon says that whether the link is safe or not? If something is malicious, this site is good. Based on the rating from multiple people or multiple sources, it will let you know whether the URL which you are visiting is actually good or not. So furthermore, you can drill down into the detail to see what actually the website is, what actually the owner of it is, and how trustworthy the web page is. So let me try a different keyword. So sometimes it shows that the result is not available. It shows unknown. Or sometimes it will show you the reputation level as weak. 2.8 is the reputation level.
Nmap, which stands for Network Mapper, is a free and open source utility used for network discovery and security auditing. It's a tool that's popular among network administrators and security professionals because it helps them gain insight into their network structures and also security. In fact, Nmap is so powerful that it's not only useful for security auditing, but it also helps with tasks like network inventory, managing service upgrades, and monitoring the uptime of hosts and services. Now let's dive into the key uses of Nmap. First, it's widely used for network discovery, which means finding devices and hosts in a network. It also helps in security auditing by identifying vulnerabilities and weaknesses in the network. Administrators use it for things like network inventory, tracking all the devices on their network, and also for managing service upgrade schedules. Nmap is also handy for monitoring host and service uptime, ensuring that critical services are running smoothly. Moving on, let's talk about the features of Nmap. What makes Nmap so effective is that it uses a raw IP packets into unique ways to get valuable information. For example, it can tell you what hosts are available on the network, meaning which devices are actively connected. But it doesn't stop there. It also identifies what services those hosts are offering, including the details like the application name and version. Nmap can even figure out the operating systems and versions running on those devices. Additionally, it helps in detecting the type of firewalls and packet filters in the place. So, Nmap is an extremely versatile tool that provides a wealth of information about the network you're scanning. Another great feature of Nmap is its compatibility. It's not restricted to just one operating system. It works across all major platforms.
Official binary packages are available for Linux, Windows, and Mac OS X. So, regardless of what you are using, you can run Nmap and take advantage of its powerful features. It's a truly cross-platform tool. Finally, let's take a look at the Nmap suite. Nmap is not just about the basic command line tool. It comes with several additional tools that make it even more powerful. One of these is Nmap, which provides a graphical user interface, making it easier for those who prefer not to use the command line. Then there's Ncat, a flexible tool for data transfer, redirection, and debugging, which is great for network tasks. Ndiff is another useful tool in the suite, which helps you compare scan results over time. And finally, Nping is used for packet generation and response analysis, allowing you to analyze how your network responds to certain packets. One of the most exciting aspects of Nmap is its variety of scanning techniques, which we call modes of operations. These modes allow Nmap to explore networks in different ways, depending on the requirements of the task or the level of stealth needed. Let's break them down now. First, we have the ping sweep. This mode is used for network discovery. Nmap sends ICMP echo requests to check which hosts on the network are alive and reachable. It's like saying, "Hey, are you there?" and waiting for a reply. Next, we have the SYN scan, which is also known as the half-open scan. This method sends SYN packets to a host and waits for a response. If the target sends back a SYNAC, it means the port is open. What makes it half-open is the connection isn't fully established, making it faster and less likely to be detected. The next is TCP Connect Scan. The TCP Connect Scan is a simpler and more direct method. It fully establishes a TCP connection with the host. This is useful when you don't have the privileges to perform a SYN scan but can be slow or more detectable. Then we have the idle scan. The idle scan is a stealthy technique that uses another machine as a decoy. This way, it hides your IP address during the scan, making it highly discreet but also more complex. Then we have the RPC scan. This mode specifically targets RPC services on the network. Nmap sends requests to identify which remote procedure call services are running and collects details about them. Next is the Windows scan. The Windows scan is tailored to identify open TCP ports on Windows machines. It uses specific TCP flag combinations to bypass traditional detection mechanisms. Then we have the bounce scan. The bounce scan exploits FTP servers that support proxy FTP connections. It uses the FTP server to scan a network, hiding your IP address in the process. This method is rarely used today but can be effective in certain scenarios. Then is the UDP scan. Unlike TCP scans, the UDP scan is used to discover open UDP ports. Since UDP doesn't require handshake like TCP, this method can be slower but is crucial for detecting services like DNS or SNMP. The next we have is the FIN scan. The FIN scan sends TCP packets with the FIN flag, which typically signals the end of the connection. Many firewalls and systems don't log these packets, making it a stealthy approach to identify open ports. Next comes the null scan. In this mode, no flags are set in the TCP packets. This unconventional technique helps bypass some intrusion detection systems by not following standard protocols. Then we have the Xmas scan. This creatively named scan sets multiple TCP flags simultaneously, reassembling the lights of a Christmas tree. It's designed to probe and identify open ports but is less common today due to its higher detectability. Next comes the ACK scan. The ACK scan doesn't identify open ports directly, but instead checks for the presence of the firewall or filtering rules. It's more of a reconnaissance tool than a direct port scanner. Next is the version detection. Nmap can also perform service version detection, which probes ports to determine the application and version running on them. This is crucial for identifying outdated and vulnerable services. The last we have is the OS detection. With OS detection, Nmap identifies the target's operating system and its version by analyzing details in response packets. This information can guide further scanning and security assessments. With these modes, Nmap offers flexibility for various scenarios, from basic host discovery to stealthy scans and detailed service analysis. Each mode has its strengths and is suited for specific network setups or objectives. While Nmap is a powerful tool for network scanning and security auditing, there are several alternatives that offer unique features and compatibilities. Let's explore some of them. The first we have is the Nmap. Nmap is an official graphical user interface for Nmap. It provides an intuitive interface for users who prefer not to work directly with command line tools. Nmap retains all the functionalities of Nmap, making it accessible for both beginners and advanced users. The next comes the Port Spider. Port Spider is a security tool designed to scan network ranges and identify open ports. Its primary goal is to detect vulnerable services across multiple machines simultaneously, making it useful for comprehensive network assessments. The next is the Masscan. Masscan is renowned for its high performance capabilities, allowing it to scan vast number of IP addresses rapidly. It's optimized for asynchronous transmissions, enabling it to scan the entire IPv4 internet in a matter of minutes. However, Masscan provides less detailed information compared to Nmap, focusing primarily on identifying open ports. The next we have is the Angry IP Scanner. Angry IP Scanner is an open source, cross-platform network scanner that is simple to use. It pings IP addresses to check if they are active and can resolve host names, determine MAC addresses, and scan ports. Its ease to use makes it a popular choice for quick network assessments. The last we have is the Fing. Fing is a mobile and desktop application that provides network scanning and device discovery. It's user-friendly and offers features like device recognition, network security assessments, and Wi-Fi troubleshooting, making it suitable for both home and professional use. Now that we have covered the theory behind Nmap, it's time to see it in action. In this section, we'll go hands-on with 3 key aspects of using Nmap, that is, installation, running scans, and applying scan filters. We'll start by demonstrating how to install Nmap on different operating systems, including Windows and Linux. The installation process is straightforward, and by the end of the segment, you'll have Nmap ready to use on your systems. First, we'll start by installing Nmap on Windows. Visit the official Nmap website at nmap.org. Then, go to Download section and select the appropriate Windows installer. We'll wait for it to get downloaded. Next, run the installer and follow the prompts to complete the installation. Now, click on I agree, tick all the checkboxes, and click on Next. Choose the destination folder that you prefer. Click on Install. Wait for it to get installed. Click on I agree again. Install. Now click on Next. Finish. Let's minimize this. Now let's again click on Next. For me, I will be unchecking the desktop icons. Click on Next. Finish. So now we have the Nmap installed on our system. Once installed, you can open Command Prompt or PowerShell and type Nmap to verify that it's working. There you go. You can see that it's successfully working. Now let's install Nmap on Linux. Open your terminal first. To install Nmap, type the following command. So now let's type sudo apt get install Nmap. Hit enter and enter your password. Anyways, it's already pre-installed. After the installation finishes, you can verify it by typing Nmap in the terminal to see the Nmap version and usage instructions. There you go. Next, we'll move on to running scans using Nmap. Here, we'll explore how to perform basic network discovery and more advanced scans to gather detailed information about hosts and services. Before we dive into running Nmap commands, let's understand the key components that make up a scan. Nmap scans are systematic and structured, ensuring you get precise and actionable results. Here's a step-by-step breakdown. First we have is the scan type. Nmap supports various scan types like a SYN scan, UDP scan, or a full connect scan. Each type serves a different purpose and is tailored to specific scenarios. The next we have is the port number. This specifies which port you want to scan. By default, Nmap scans the most common 1000 ports, but you can customize this based on your requirements. Next is the scan timing. This determines how aggressive or stealthy your scan will be. Nmap offers timing templates ranging from very slow and stealthy scans to fast, aggressive ones. The next is the output types. Finally, you can decide how to save or view the results. Nmap supports multiple output formats, including standard output, XML, and even a greppable format for advanced processing. The last is a target IP. This is one of the most critical and mandatory piece of information. Without a target, Nmap does not know where to look. The target can be a single IP, a range of IPs, or even a host name. By understanding these elements, you'll have a complete control over your scans, tailoring them to meet your exact needs. Before getting into Nmap IP scanning, let's quickly talk about the cheat sheets available for Nmap. These cheat sheets are the great source of saving time and help you run commands efficiently. If we open a browser and type Nmap cheat sheet in the search bar, you'll find several options. Two popular ones are Station X Nmap cheat sheet and the other one is Comparitech Nmap cheat sheet. Talking about the Station X Nmap cheat sheet, this is my go-to cheat sheet because it's interactive. It allows you to search for specific commands and copy them directly, making it super easy to use. The other one we have is a Comparitech Nmap cheat sheet. This one is available in PDF format, which is handy for offline reference. It's well organized and provides a quick overview of commonly used commands. While both are useful, I prefer the Station X cheat sheet for its simplicity and ease of navigation. These resources make learning and using Nmap much easier, so keep them in mind as we proceed. Let's start with Nmap IP scanning first. Nmap gives you multiple ways to define your targets, making it a highly flexible tool for scanning networks. Let's break it down. First, let's start with single IP. So let's type the command. This is the simplest way to target a single device by specifying its IP address. This method is great for focused scans on a specific machine. There you go. Here we have the results. Now let's see the subnet range. Here we specify an entire subnet using CIDR notation. This is ideal for scanning all devices in a network range, such as a small office network. Next, let's search for an IP range. Let's type the command for it. If you need to scan a specific range of IPs, you can use a hyphen to define the range. This is useful when you know the range of active devices you want to scan. Next, let's search for the specific IPs. Sometimes you might want to scan multiple non-sequential IPs. You can list them directly, separated by spaces. Next, let's try searching with a text file. For this, we'll open our editor. So we'll enter some random IP that we want to search. Now let's save this on the desktop with the name targets.txt. Now we'll minimize this. Now let's go to our desktop directory on our terminal. Now let's enter the command. For larger or predefined target lists, you can save the IPs in a text file and use the IL flag to load them. This method is perfect for batch scanning without manually entering IPs. Next, let's search for a domain. Instead of using IP addresses, you can directly scan a domain name. Nmap will resolve the domain to its corresponding IP address and scan it. This is especially useful for web servers and hosted services. So we have the results here for edureka.co. Next, let's learn Nmap port scanning. Now that we have covered how to specify targets, let's talk about ports. Ports are crucial in understanding the services running on a host, and Nmap offers several ways to scan them based on your needs. Let's break them down with examples. First, let's start with the single port scanning. Let's type the command for it. If you're interested in a specific port, like port 80 for HTTP services, you can use the P flag, followed by port number. This is perfect for focus scans. Next, let's search for the sequential ports. This scans a range of ports sequentially, like ports 20 through 25. It's useful when you want to check multiple consecutive ports. Next, let's search for the distributed ports only. You can also scan non-sequential ports by listing them with commas. This allows you to focus on ports of interest, such as SSH, HTTP, and HTTPS. Next, let's find the specific services. Let's type the command for it. Sometimes you might want to target a specific service running on a port. Using scripts like HTTP title with the P flag focuses on identifying specific service details, such as web servers. Next, let's search for the protocol-specific ports. Nmap allows you to scan ports for specific protocols. For instance, scanning port 53 with SU flags targets UDP traffic, which is commonly used for DNS servers. Next, let's search for all the ports. If you're unsure about which port are in use, you can scan all 65,535 ports with -P flag. This provides a comprehensive view of host open ports. So if you hit enter, it will show us the status of the scan. So here you can see that the status is 39.66%. And the estimated time for the completion of the scan is 13:15. That is 1:15 p.m. We'll cancel this and move on to the next scan. Now we will scan for the top 100 ports. To save time, you can scan the most commonly used ports using the top ports option. For example, scanning the top 100 ports gives a quick snapshot of the most relevant ones. Now that we have covered how to specify targets and scan ports, let's dive into the different scan types Nmap offers. Each scan type serves a specific purpose, allowing you to choose the most appropriate method depending on your goals. Let's go through each of them. First, we will begin with a simple ping scan. Let's type the command. A ping scan is the simplest form of scanning, used to determine if a host is up or down. It doesn't scan ports but sends ICMP echo requests to see if the target responds. Next, let's move on to the SYN scan, better known as the stealth scan. The SYN scan is the most popular and stealthy scan. It sends a SYN packet to a target port and waits for a response. If the port is open, it replies with a SYN ARC. The scan doesn't complete the TCP handshake, making it stealthier and harder to detect. Next, let's talk about the TCP Connect scan. The TCP Connect scan is a more straightforward approach. It completes a TCP handshake by sending a SYN, receiving a SYN ACK, and then sending an ACK. While it's easier to detect, it's useful when a SYN scan is blocked or unavailable. Next, let's search for the UDP scan. Unlike TCP, UDP doesn't have a handshake, making it more challenging to scan. The UDP scan sends a datagram to the target port and waits for a response. If there is no response, the port is open or filtered. Next, let's do a FIN scan. A FIN scan sends a FIN packet to the target port, which typically indicates that the sender has finished communicating. This scan can be useful to bypass certain firewalls and packet filters because it doesn't behave like a typical connection request. Next, let's search for the null scan. A null scan sends a packet with no flag set, essentially making it appear like an empty packet. This can sometimes bypass firewalls that only look for established connections but may be more likely to get blocked by modern firewalls. Next, let's perform an XMS scan. The XMS scan sends a packet with the FIN, PHS and also an URG flag sets. It's called the XMS scan because the flags are set like lights on a Christmas tree. It's another stealthy scan type that can bypass certain types of filtering systems. Next, let's perform an ACK scan. An ACK scan is primarily used to map out firewall rule sets rather than identifying open ports. It sends ACK packets to the target ports and analyzes the responses to determine if the ports are filtered or not. Next, let's perform a window scan. Let's type the command for it. The window scan is similar to an ACK scan but uses the TCP window size to determine the state of the ports. It's useful for mapping firewall rules and bypassing certain filtering systems. Next, let's perform an idle scan. The idle scan is one of the stealthiest scans. It uses third-party device to send packets to the target, making it difficult to trace the scan back to the attacker. This type of scan is often used to avoid detection. Next, let's perform the remote procedure call scan. The RPC scan is specifically designed to identify services that use the remote procedure call protocol. This is useful for scanning systems running services like NFS or SMB. Next, let's perform an OS detection scan. By using the O flag, Nmap tries to identify the operating system and OS version of the target host. This scan relies on TCP/IP stack fingerprinting to determine the OS based on how the target responds to various network probes. Lastly, let's do a version detection scan. A version detection scan identifies the version of the services running and open ports. This is useful for discovering vulnerabilities specific to certain software versions. Next, let's talk about scan timing in Nmap. When you run a scan, the speed and intensity of the scan can be adjusted using different timing options. Nmap offers a range of timing from T0 to T5 to help you balance speed, stealth, and accuracy. Let's break down each one. First, let's start with the T0, that is also known as a paranoid scan. Let's type the command for it. T0 is the slowest timing option and is used for extremely stealthy scans. It's designed to minimize detection by firewalls and intrusion detection systems by making the scan extremely slow. This option is great for situations where you need to be as discreet as possible, but it may take a long time to complete. Now, let's cancel this and move on to our next scan type, because this might take a longer time. The next scan we have is T1, that is also known as a sneaky scan. T1 is still slow but a bit faster than T0. It's often called a sneaky scan because it is designed to avoid detection while still being faster than a T0 scan. It's useful for reconnaissance when you need to remain hidden but don't have time for a T0 scan. Let's cancel this and move on to our next scan type. Let's see the T2 scan, that is also known as the polite scan. T2 is a polite scan. It's still slow but avoids overwhelming the target network or host with too many requests at once. This scan type is useful when you don't want to create too much traffic or disrupt the network. Similarly, we have another scan, that is a T3 scan. T3 is the default setting for Nmap and provides a good balance between speed and stealth. It's called a normal scan and it's the best option when you don't need to be overly stealthy or slow. It's a great option to most general use cases and should be used when speed and accuracy are more important than being undetected. Now let's move on to the T4 scan, that is the aggressive scan. T4 is an aggressive scan. It scans faster by sending more packets at once, which can lead to quicker results but also increase the chance of detection by firewalls and intrusion detection systems. This option is useful when you need quickly gather information and don't mind being noticed by the target machine. Lastly, let's move on to the T5 scan, which is the insane scan. T5 is the fastest and most aggressive scan. It's called an insane scan because it attempts to scan as quickly as possible, which makes it highly detectable. It sends a high volume of requests in a short time. So, while it may provide very fast results, it can also overwhelm the network and alert security systems. Use this only when you need fast results and when stealth is not a priority. Now, to summarize, here are the different timing options and their characteristics. First, we have the T0, which is very slow and stealthy. Then the T1, which is slow and sneaky. Next comes the T2, which is slow and polite. T3, which is normal and balanced as well. Then is the T4, which is fast and aggressive. The last is T5, which is very fast and insane. Now, let's take a look at the output types available in Nmap. Nmap offers several formats for saving the results of your scan, which can be useful for analysis, automation, and reporting. Let's go through each of them. First, we have is a normal text format output. Let's type the command for it. The normal text format is the default and simplest output format. It generates a human-readable report with basic information about the scan results such as open ports, services, and other details. This format is great for quick, easy-to-read reports and is the most common format used by most Nmap users. Next is the XML format output. The XML format is used when you need to process the scan results further and integrate them with other tools. It generates a structured XML file that contains all the details of the scan, including host information, open ports, and service details. This format is ideal for automation and scripting, especially when you want to parse the results with other programs. Next is the greppable format output. The greppable format is designed for easy searching and parsing using tools like grep. It outputs scan results in a simple, line-by-line text format that makes it easy to filter or search for specific data. Although it's not the most human-friendly, it's useful for quickly extracting certain details from large scan results. However, Nmap does not recommend this format for serious analysis, as it can sometimes omit important details and isn't as structured as other formats. The next is the script kiddie format output. The script kiddie format is a very basic format designed primarily for people who aren't familiar with Nmap's detailed output. It gives minimal information in a simple format, and while it's not commonly used by experienced users, it may be useful for beginners or for quick checks. However, it's not recommended for professional or detailed analysis due to its lack of depth. Finally, let's talk about the Nmap script engine. NSE is a powerful feature of Nmap that allows you to extend its functionality with custom scripts. These scripts are written in Lua and can automate a variety of tasks, helping with network discovery and security auditing. NSE scripts can be used for a range of purposes, such as firewall bypass, which helps bypass firewalls, or IDS, IPS systems to avoid detection during scans. Next is the FTP enumeration. Gathers information about FTP servers, including user accounts and shared directories. Then comes the DNS enumeration. Extracts DNS records and identifies potential misconfiguration in DNS servers. Last is the HTTP enumeration. Identifies web applications and hidden directories on HTTP servers, potentially exposing vulnerabilities. These scripts are located in the scripts directory of Nmap's installation. For example, on Parrot OS, you can find them at, type the command for it. As you can see, here we have all the scripts. The NSE scripts are incredibly useful for penetration testing and network analysis. They help automate complex tasks and provide deeper insights during security assessments.
So, what exactly is John the Ripper? Well, John the Ripper is an open source password security auditing and password recovery tool. It's a favorite among security professionals, ethical hackers, and penetration testers because it helps them identify weak passwords by cracking them. John the Ripper is available for multiple operating systems like Linux, Windows, and macOS, making it a versatile tool for different platforms. The reason it's so widely used is because it supports an enormous variety of password hashes and encryption methods. John doesn't just stop at cracking simple passwords. It's capable of cracking hundreds of hash and cipher types. Whether it's user passwords from Unix-based systems like Linux, password hashes from Windows, or encrypted files like zip and RAR archives, John the Ripper can handle it all. So let me elaborate a bit more. John the Ripper is incredibly versatile in terms of the range of tasks it can perform. It supports password hashes from web applications including WordPress, encrypted private keys such as SSH, JPG, and cryptocurrency wallets, network traffic captures like Wi-Fi, and even documents such as PDFs and Microsoft Office files. Now, before we get into the topics, let's talk about what makes John the Ripper such a popular tool in cybersecurity. So here are the key features of John the Ripper. First, the cross-platform compatibility. It works seamlessly across multiple operating systems such as Linux, Mac OS, and Windows, making it suitable for a range of environments. Next, customizable attacks. You can fine-tune the cracking process by using custom word lists and creating rules to target specific types of passwords. Next is the versatile cracking modes. John supports directory-based attacks, brute force, and even hybrid attacks, allowing you to choose the most effective approach for different scenarios. Next, the wide range of hash and cipher support. John the Ripper supports a wide range of formats, from Unix and Windows hashes to encrypted files and network traffic captures. And next, we have efficiency. John is optimized to crack passwords quickly, taking advantage of different CPU architectures to maximize performance. Now, when it comes to cybersecurity applications, John the Ripper shines in both offensive and defensive roles. Offensive security experts use John to assess the strength of passwords during penetration testing and security audits. By identifying weak passwords, they help organizations improve their security posture and enforce better password policies. On the other hand, John can also help recover forgotten passwords. If someone has lost access to a system or file, John can help crack the password and restore access. So, whether you're conducting a security audit or recovering lost credentials, John the Ripper is a critical tool in cybersecurity. Now that we have got a basic understanding of John the Ripper, so let's dive into one of the most important concepts when it comes to password cracking, that is hashing. So, what exactly is a hash? A hash is like a digital fingerprint of a piece of data like a password. So imagine you're taking a picture of a unique object with a camera. The picture or image represents that object, but it's not the object itself. You can't reverse the image to get back to the object. Similarly, a hash takes a piece of data like a password and turns into a fixed length of string of characters, and this string is the hash. Now, why do we use hashes in password storage? So in simple terms, strong plain text passwords would be a huge security risk. So if a hacker gains access to a database, they will see the passwords in their original form. But when passwords are hashed, even if somebody steals the hashed value, it's incredibly hard to reverse the process and retrieve the original password. So here's where the John the Ripper comes into play. It helps to crack these hashes, meaning it tries to guess what the original password might have been based on the hash. Now, there are several types of hashing algorithms that are used for storing passwords. So let us take a look at few of the most common ones. So here we have MD5. Once widely used, MD5 generates a 128-bit hash value. However, it is now considered insecure because it's vulnerable to collisions, and this means two different inputs can produce the same hash value. Next, SHA-256. This is the part of the SHA-2 family, which is more secure than MD5. It generates a 256-bit hash and it is used in many modern security applications, including Bitcoin wallets. Next, we have bcrypt. This is another popular hash function designed for password hashing. It's much lower than MD5 or SHA-256, which makes it more resistant to brute force attacks. So, why is cracking these hashes important for security testing? Well, when security professionals run tests on systems, they want to check how easily an attacker could crack the hashes of stolen passwords. By doing this, they can identify weaknesses in the system and suggest stronger, more secure password policies. Alright, now that we have got a good understanding of what John the Ripper is and how hashes work, so let's get started with installing it. I will show you how to set up John the Ripper in CLI mode for those who prefer working with the command line, and also in GUI mode using Johnny for those who want a user-friendly interface. So first, let's talk about installing the CLI version of John the Ripper. So if you're using Kali Linux, John the Ripper usually comes pre-installed with the system. Now, to check if it's already installed, just type John in the terminal. If it's not installed, you can easily install it by running the following command. This command will install the John the Ripper on your system. Once it's installed, you can verify it by typing apt show John or john-help in the terminal, which should give you the version of John the Ripper. Now, let's move on to the GUI mode using Johnny. So Johnny is a graphical interface for the John the Ripper that makes it easier for beginners to use. So here's how to set it up. Step 1 is open the terminal and add the repository for Johnny. So here let us type sudo apt install Johnny. Next, step 2 is launch Johnny. So simply type Johnny in the terminal to open the graphical user interface. So this is how you can install John the Ripper in both CLI and GUI form. Now that we have installed John the Ripper and it's time to explore one of its core features, the modes it uses to crack passwords. John the Ripper supports several cracking modes, each designed for specific scenarios. So understanding these modes will help you to decide which one to use based on your objective. So let's break them down one by one. First, single mode. The single mode is the simplest and fastest cracking mode in John. This mode uses the username and other related information from the password file as potential guesses. And this mode is ideal for quick checks or when you suspect that users might have used simple password based on their username or profile data. Like for example, if a username is something like this mode might try Vinith, Chaturvedi or combinations like Vinith123. Next is the word list mode, one of the most commonly used modes. And this mode takes a predefined list of passwords like a word list and tests each one against the hash. And this is perfect if you already have a word list of common or likely passwords such as the popular rocku.txt file which is on our Kali machine. For example, imagine you're testing the strength of an MD5 hash such as this one. So using a word list, John will compare each password in the list, hash it and match it against the target hash. Next, incremental mode. The incremental mode is the most powerful and exhaustive option. This mode tries every possible combination of characters, starting with shorter ones and gradually increasing in length. So this mode is useful when you have no idea what the password might be, but keep in mind that it can be very time consuming. So let's say you have a hash for a password, but you know it's only 4 characters long. So using incremental mode, John will systematically try combinations something like this as you can see on the screen. So if the password is Q2MAT, incremental mode will eventually identify it even though it does not rely on a predefined word list. However, due to the sheer number of possible combinations, the time required increases significantly as the password length increases. Finally, we have the external mode which is highly customizable. And this mode allows you to write custom cracking rules using a built-in programming language. And this lets you to create specific patterns or sequences for password testing. Here, select this mode when the regular option does not meet your requirements and you want to customize the cracking process for a specific situation. So let's say you're testing passwords for a company and you suspect employees use a specific pattern such as the company name followed by a year. For example, password might look something like this as you can see on the screen and so on. So using external mode, you can write a rule to test variations of this pattern, increment the year or try different case combinations. Something like this. John will then handle the process systematically following your custom rules. Now that we have explored the various modes in John the Ripper, let's explore them further and see how rules can enhance these modes to make password cracking even more efficient. So what are rules in John? Rules allow you to modify or enhance word lists dynamically. Instead of using a static list of passwords, John can tweak each entry in multiple ways to try different variations such as adding numbers, changing cases or substituting characters. And by default, John comes with pre-configured rules designed to make word list more effective. So some of these default rules include appending numbers, which adds numbers to the end of words like changing password to password 123. Next, capitalization variants, which tries password something like this. Next, least speak substitution, which replaces characters with common substitutions like turning password into this as you can see on the screen. Next, moving on to customizing rules. John also allows you to set your own rules through its configuration file. You can customize these rules for particular cracking situations or to mirror the patterns you think users may use. Now, let's create a simple rule. Imagine you suspect passwords include a common suffix like 2025. So here's how you can add a rule to test this. First, log in as a super user. Next, go to John's native directory, which is cd/etc/John. Then, open John's configuration file, which is john.config using nano editor. Now, let us search for list.rules section. So as you can see, this is the rule that we are using. And this rule appends digits to the end of each word in your word list. Next, save the file. And this is how you can add your custom rule to the configuration file. But why are rules important? Rules significantly expand the effectiveness of cracking attempts without the need for massive word lists. And they allow you to adapt to real-world password patterns such as adding birth years or common suffixes, switching between uppercase and lowercase letters, and then handling specific password policies. And with the flexibility of default and custom rules, John the Ripper becomes a powerful tool for tackling even complex passwords. Now that we have covered the basics of John the Ripper and the modes it supports, so let's start with cracking passwords using John the Ripper, focusing on the complete setup and exploitation process. Now, we will walk you through cracking passwords with different modes as well as some advanced use cases to handle more complex scenarios. Step 1. Prepare the hash file. First, we need a hash file to work with. So this file contains the encrypted passwords we are trying to crack. Like for example, so let's assume we have a hash file called hashfile.txt, which contains various password hashes. Now, you can get these hashes from different sources such as password dumps or testing environments. Step 2 is to prepare the word list file. Next, we will need a word list file, and this file is used for the word list mode, where John tries various combination of words from a list against the hash file to crack the password. For this, prepare a file called wordlist.txt, and it will contain commonly used passwords or words that are likely to be the password. Now, instead of creating our custom word list, we can use the popular rocku.txt word list that comes pre-installed on Kali Linux. This massive word list contains millions of commonly used passwords, which can significantly increase our chances of cracking a password. However, the rocku.txt file is compressed, so you will need to unzip it first. So how to unzip the rocku.txt word list? Step 1. Open your terminal in Kali Linux. In step 2, navigate to the directory where the word list is located. In step 3, unzip the rocku.txt file. And this will unzip the file and give you access to the rocku.txt word list. And once unzipped, you can now use the rocku.txt word list in your cracking attempts. Now, there are few things that we need to talk about before we begin with cracking passwords. Firstly, let's quickly examine the various hash formats that John the Ripper supports. And this is important because knowing the format of the hash you are working with is essential for effective password cracking. So John supports a wide variety of formats like MD5, SHA-1, SHA-256, NTLM, bcrypt, and many others. And to see all the supported formats, you will use the following command in our terminal. And the command is john --list equal to formats. So you will see a list of formats that John can handle, categorized by type. And this include common formats like raw MD5, bcrypt, and SHA-512, as well as more specialized formats like zip and shadow. Now, we also need to discuss John the Ripper's basic syntax. So understanding the syntax will make it easier to use John effectively in different scenarios. So let's try to understand the basic syntax with an example. So the syntax is John hashfile.txt -- format equal to raw MD5. Well, John runs the John the Ripper program. Next, hashfile.txt specifies the file that contains the hashes we want to crack. Then -- format equal to raw MD5 specifies the hash format as a raw MD5, and this ensures John knows what type of hashes it's working with. Now, moving on to step 3, cracking passwords with John the Ripper. Now that we have everything set up and our basics are clear, so let's jump into the actual password cracking process. We will start with a single mode and work with the hashfile.txt, which currently contains just one hashed password. So if we take a look at our hashed password, so as you can see on the screen, Vinit is the username, and this is the hashed password in the MD5 format, And these are the placeholders or separators typically used to accommodate additional informations like salt or metadata. Now, to crack this password, we will use a single mode. Since we know the hash type is MD5, we will explicitly specify the format using the following command. So this is the command john --single hashfile.txt --format equal to raw-md5. Here, John, this invokes the John the Reaper. Then --single specifies that we want to use the single mode where John will try simple password based on patterns like the username or its variations. Next, hashfile.txt. This is the file containing our hash entry. And next, --format equal to raw-md5. This explicitly tells John to treat the hash as MD5. Now, once we run this command, John will attempt to crack the password using variations of the username Vinith and other simple patterns. Now, as you can see, the password Vinith123 is successfully cracked in single mode. Now, before we move on to the word list mode, let's add a few more entries to our hashfile.txt to make things more interesting. So, each of these entries represent a username and an MD5 hashed password. Now, to crack this password, we will need a word list like the one we have created by the name of wordlist.txt. Okay, before that, let us save this. And now, let us open the wordlist.txt in our nano editor. So, as you can see the screen, here we have added some random passwords. Now, we will use word list mode to crack these passwords. So, let us type the command john --wordlist equal to wordlist.txt hashfile.txt --format equal to raw-md5. So here, the --wordlist equal to wordlist.txt specifies the word list we want to use. Next, the hashfile.txt. This is our input file containing the hashed password. Also, followed by we have --format equal to raw-md5, which tells the format of the hashes in the file. So when you run the above command, you will see something like this. So here's what happening. John reads each hash from hashfile.txt and then it tries every password from the wordlist.txt against each hash, and once it finds a match, it reveals the password next to the username. Now let's see all cracked password after this session. So for that, let us type the command john --show hashfile.txt --format equal to raw-md5. Here, the --show option tells the John to output the cracked password in the readable format, showing the usernames along with the plain text passwords. So as you can see, all passwords have been successfully cracked. So before we move ahead and use incremental mode, we will modify our hashfile.txt with updated hash values for each user. And these hashes correspond to the new password that include mixed caching. Now here we have updated the hash file. And let us save this. Now, before we move ahead and use incremental mode to crack these passwords, let's quickly go over the rules we discussed earlier. And these rules are going to be super helpful here. So the key rule we will be using here is the shift toggle rule, which is one of the most common rules in the John the Reaper. And this rule applies changes like alternating the case of characters in the word list, switching lowercase to uppercase and vice versa. So we will also modify our wordlist.txt file to contain just the usernames, since we want to test these usernames with variations like shifting the case. So these are the users' name that we have updated. Now let us save this. Now let's use this shift toggle rule to see the possible variation of these usernames. And this rule toggles the case of each letter. So for this, let us type the command john --rules equal to shift toggle --wordlist equal to wordlist.txt --stdout. Next, pipe more. Now here, the John, this is the command to invoke John the Reaper. Next, the --rules equal to shift toggle. This tells John to apply the shift toggle rule while processing the word list. Followed by which we have --wordlist equal to wordlist.txt, and this specifies the input word list file that contains the username that we want to process. Next, The --std out, this tells John to print the generated word list variation after applying the shift toggle rule to the screen instead of attempting to crack passwords. And finally, we have the pipe mode. This is used to view the output one page at a time. So if you have a large number of variations, you can scroll them in a manageable way. Now, in this way, we can generate a variety of password candidates that might match the hashed password. Now, we will move on to using the incremental mode with the shift toggle rule to crack these passwords. Alright, since we have a limited number of passwords and don't want to specify every possible variation manually, incremental mode will automatically attempt every combination of characters and words. So now let us type the command John --rules equal to shift toggle. Next, --word list equal to wordlist.txt, followed by #file.txt, then --format equal to raw-md5. So in this command, the --rules equal to shift toggle specifies the shift toggle rule that we are using during password generation. Next, --wordlist equal to wordlist.txt tells John to use the file wordlist.txt as the source of potential passwords. Next, #file.txt specifies the file containing the hashes you are trying to crack. And then we also have the --format equal to raw-md5. This indicates the type of hash used in the #file.txt. Now, let the cracking process run. And depending on the complexity of the password and your system's performance, this could take a while. And after the process is completed, let's try to view the passwords. So for that, let us type the command John --show #file.txt --format equal to raw-md5. As you can see, John has successfully cracked the hash passwords in our #file.txt file. Now, let's move on to cracking multiple files together. And this is useful when you need to crack different types of hashes such as MD5, SHA-1, etc. simultaneously. Now, before that, we will modify the wordlist.txt with the possible passwords. So as you can see the screen, these are the passwords that I have updated. Next, we're going to create 3 files which will contain the hashed passwords. Alright, now we have created the files. Next, we're going to specify the hashed passwords like this. And we are going to do similarly for the next 2 files. Now, let's try to crack all these files together. So for this, let us type the command John --wordlist equal to wordlist.txt --format equal to raw-md5. And followed by this, we will specify the file names. Okay, so when the above command runs, John will begin cracking the hashes in these files using the specified word list. After John completes the cracking process, you can view the cracked passwords. So for this, let us type the command John --show --format equal to raw-md5 and then followed by specify the file names. Alright, so this command will display the cracked password for each hash in the files. Now, let's move on to cracking a shadow file. But first, let's understand what a shadow file is. So the shadow file is a system file in Unix-based operating systems such as Linux that stores the password hashes for all the system accounts. So unlike the etc/password file, which is readable by all users, the etc/shadow file is only accessible by the root user to ensure security. And this file contains password hashes and other related information. So in order to crack these password hashes, John the Ripper requires a combined format of both the etc/password and etc/shadow files. However, these files are stored separately, so we need to unshadow them before we can use them with John. So now, let us follow the steps. Step 1 is to unshadow the files. So the first step is to unshadow the etc/password and etc/shadow files. And the unshadow command helps us to combine both the files into a format that John the Ripper can understand. So make sure you're logged in as a super user for this process. So let's go ahead and unshadow these files. So type unshadow/etc/password/etc/shadow. Now we will be saving these files in our desktop using the file name unshadow.txt. So this will combine the contents of both the files into a single file called unshadow.txt. But why we need to unshadow? So the reason we need to unshadow the files is that John the Ripper requires both the user information and the password hashes in a single file for cracking. So when we unshadow the files, we get a combined file where each line contains both the username and its corresponding password hash in a format John can process. So without unshadowing, the hashes from etc/shadow would be separated from the usernames in etc/password, making it impossible for John to know which hash belongs to which username. Next, moving on to step 2, adding the custom user entry. So for that, open the unshadow.txt file in a text editor and add the user entry at the end. So this is how we need to do, and then save and close the file. Now that we have the unshadow.txt file, we can use John the Ripper to start cracking the password hashes. We will use the wordlist.txt word list to crack the shadow file, and you can also use the rocku.txt word list. So for that, let us type the command John --wordlist equal to wordlist.txt --format equal to raw-md5 unshadow.txt. So in this command, the --wordlist equal to wordlist.txt specifies the wordlist file to use for cracking. Next, the --format equal to raw-md5, this tells John to interpret the hashes as a raw md5 hashes. Next, the unshadow.txt, this is the input file containing the password hashes you want to crack. So once the cracking process is completed, this might take some time depending on the system performance and the complexity of the passwords, and then you can review the cracked passwords. So to review the cracked passwords, let us type John --show --format equal to raw-md5 unshadow.txt. And this method efficiently cracks hashes from shadow files on Linux system. Lastly, we are going to see how we can crack the password of a zip file using John the Ripper. First, we have a file called hashfile.txt, and it contains some hashed passwords for users. To demonstrate, we will zip this file into a password protected archive named hashfile.zip, and the password is Edureka. But we are going to pretend we don't know that, and we will use the John the Ripper to crack it. So let us follow the steps. Step 1, let's start by protecting the file. So for that, let us type zip --password Edureka hashfile.zip hashfile.txt. Now the file is locked and we are ready to generate its hash. Next, moving on to step 2. The next step is generating a hash that John the Ripper can understand. So for this, we will use the zip2john tool that comes with the John the Ripper. Let us type the command zip2john hashfile.zip, and next we will store this file in zip hash.txt. And this will extract the hash of the zip file and save it in zip hash.txt. Next, step 3. Now let's crack the password. So we will use the John the Ripper and the wordlist.txt file to do this. Type John --wordlist equal to wordlist.txt followed by zip hash.txt. So here, John will now try all possible combination from the word list to match the hash. And there you go. John has cracked the password and it says that the password for the zip file is Edureka. Now, let's take a look at the Johnny GUI, which is the graphical user interface for John the Ripper. So using Johnny is a great way to make the password cracking process more initiative, especially for those who prefer a GUI over the command line interface. So, Johnny simplifies the entire process by providing a user-friendly interface for John the Ripper. So instead of manually entering commands, you can simply point, click and run your cracking task with just a few easy steps. So let us follow these steps. In step 1, launching Johnny. So to start, Open Johnny on your Kali Linux machine. You can do this by searching for Johnny in the application menu, or you can run it in the following command in the terminal. So this will open up the Johnny GUI. Next, step 2 is loading the hash file. So once Johnny is open, the first thing you will want to do is load the hash file .txt that we have been using in our demo. Now, moving on to step 3, loading the word list. Next, we need to load the word list.txt or rocku.txt if you are using that to start cracking the password. So click on the word list button in the interface and select the word list you want to use. And in this case, you can either use wordlist.txt or rocku.txt. Next, step 4, starting the crack. Now, we are ready to begin cracking the hashes. So click on the start button to begin the password cracking process. Well, Johnny will start running the selected cracking methods such as wordlist mode against the hashes in your hash file using the wordlist.txt or rocku.txt. And you will see the progress as Johnny tries different password combinations. If it successfully cracks any password, the result will be displayed in the interface. Step 5 is reviewing results. So once the cracking process is complete, Johnny will show you the cracked password along with the hashes to which they correspond. So you can review the result directly within the Johnny UI, making it easy to analyze the output. Now, you might be wondering which one should I use, Johnny GUI or the CLI mode of John the Ripper. So let's quickly compare the two. First, let us talk about CLI mode. The advantages include ideal for advanced users who prefer to work in a terminal, and it is more flexible with complex options and customization. And also, it's faster and more efficient for bulk cracking tasks. Talking about disadvantages, it requires you to manually type out commands, which might be overwhelming for beginners, and it is also less visually initiative compared to Johnny. Next, Johnny GUI mode. So let us talk about the advantages. It is great for beginners and users who prefer a visual interface, and it is easier to use with drag and drop functionality. Also, it provides a real-time view of the cracking progress. Disadvantages are slightly less flexible for advanced configuration, and it may not be fast as CLI mode for large-scale cracking tasks.
So first on our list is Blue Vector. Now, network security programs and human IT operators who manage them are under constant threat. New attack techniques like malware deployed without files are straining resources and testing defenses in two critical ways. First, brand new threats and attack techniques often have at least a small window of time when they can bypass some defenses before defender catches up. Second, even if critical threats like zero-day malware are stopped, the constant siege of attackers means that defenders are likely to get overloaded by both real alerts and false positives. One possible solution that has only recently become an option is tasking machines and computers with protecting themselves. If a security program could be programmed to act like an analyst, then it could try and counter malware and human-backed intrusion at machine speed, a move that would give defenders a serious home court advantage. This is exactly what Blue Vector Defense tries to do. Blue Vector works almost right away, but also has deep machine learning capabilities, so it gets even smarter over time. It will learn the intricacies of each network that deploys it, tweaking its algorithms and detection engines in a way that makes most sense for the environment. Blue Vector is installed as either a hardware-based network appliance or as a virtual machine. It can operate in line with network traffic, stopping and remediating threats in real time as they attempt to enter a protected space, or as a retrospective tool that can scan the work performed by other programs and analysts, catching threats that they might have missed, and recommending fixes. It is designed to work with all IPv6 traffic as well as older IPv4 streams, so it can operate in environments that are rich in Internet of Things and supervisory control and data acquisition devices, such as those in industrial and manufacturing settings, as well as for normal office-type environments. So that was it for Blue Vector. Next up on our list of cybersecurity tools is Bricata. These days, even the most basic cybersecurity defenses for any medium to large enterprise will include an intrusion prevention system or an intrusion detection system. Even by itself, a well-tuned IPS/IDS system that is constantly monitored by security teams will catch most network problems and security breaches. However, the fact that many organizations stop there has led to an uptick in successful attacks designed specifically to operate in IDS blind spots. This is where Bricata platform comes into play. At its core, Bricata offers advanced IPS/IDS protection with multiple detection engines and threat feed to defend network traffic and core assets. But it goes a step further, adding the ability to launch threat hunts based on events or simple anomalies. This would enable an organization to begin network-level threat hunting using the same staff and tools they are already using for IPS monitoring. It would be a good step in the right direction towards better protection without the pain of installing additional programs or retraining staff. Looking first at Bricata as a pure IDS system, it is deployed as a physical or virtual appliance that serves as the main collator point and user interface. This in turn links up to network sensors that are deployed at network choke points to capture traffic data. While Bricata sensors will almost always be deployed at network gateways, they can additionally be placed around core assets of internal points where network traffic flow to give platform visibility into horizontal movements of potential threats. Now that takes care of intrusion detection. Up next on our list of tools is Cloud Defender by Alert Logic. Compared to traditional servers and client architectures, cloud computing is the new kid on the block. While cybersecurity best practices are similar within a cloud environment, many of the vulnerabilities and specific threats that target the cloud are different. As such, even organizations with deep cybersecurity teams that may need a little help when moving large chunks of their computing infrastructure to the cloud. That is the whole idea behind Cloud Defender from Alert Logic. Designed from the ground up as a way to provide protection to web applications, critical data and everything else running or stored within an organization's cloud, there is a whole sliding scale of support available. At the low end, Cloud Defender is a user-friendly tool that would enable local IT staff to inspect their cloud deployment to look for evidences or hidden threats or breaches. At the other extreme, the 200-person cybersecurity team at Alert Logic can take over most cloud-based cybersecurity functions, offering monitoring, advising, and logging of events in a software-as-a-service model. When used as a SaaS, Alert Logic will do everything short of remediating problems. Most organizations are probably want to use Cloud Defender as some combination of both SaaS security and as a tool to aid their local team. The platform is configured for this and making all logs and information collected by the program available at least for a year to local IT staffers. Cloud Defender works with any cloud environment, including Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud Services, VMwares, and others. There is no difference in pricing based on the cloud environment. Pricing is totally based on the number of nodes being protected and the size of the log files being analyzed. Up next on our list of tools is Cofense Triage, which works as a phishing defense tool. One of the most popular and quickest ways for attackers to enter a network these days is to trick a user into taking an action, whether installing malware or providing their login credentials. And if they pretended to be a company official, a business partner, or a family friend, their chances of success skyrockets. Phishing email run the game from clumsily worked sweepstakes type scams all the way up to highly researched and targeted campaign designed to attack a handful of key people at an organization. Yet, despite the danger they pose, most organizations have little or no defense against them. Back in 2008, when the original PhishMe product was deployed, which was also the name of the company at the time, there was also very low awareness of the danger that these types of email represented. The PhishMe simulation was created to allow network administrators and security personnel to craft their own phishing emails to train users about the dangers sometimes hidden in mail messages. As an organization, PhishMe has moved its focus away from pure education into threat remediation. Even the company's name is changing from PhishMe to Cofense, which is a combination of collaborative and defense. One of the first Cofense branded products, Triage, takes email reported by users as suspected phishing and helps to manage responses. In one sense, the PhishMe product helps to make users more adept at spotting phishing scams, while Triage creates a way for organizations to tap into newfound skill set that the employees should have learned. The next tool in our list deals with application security, which is basically the convergence of endpoint security, network security, and content security. As you guys can see, the name of the tool is Contrast Security, which is actually a suite of tools. Now, as such, cybersecurity programs tend to look at the problem of defense from a lot of different angles, with expectations that enterprises will employ several different types of security at the same time. This has led to a different problem. Alert fatigue setting in on IT teams as all of those programs sound the alarm many times and all the time. The Contrast Security suite aims to change that trend in two important ways. First, it takes one of the critical aspects of cybersecurity today, that is application security, and condenses it into a single program that can protect apps from the time of development first begins all the way through the deployment and their full life cycle. Second, because Contrast Security embeds agents inside each app that is protecting essentially becomes a part of the program, there is almost no chance of a false positive. In fact, it scored a rare 100% on the OWASP security benchmark, passing over 2000 tests without generating any false positives. The secret sauce for contrast security is use of bytecode instrumentation, a feature in Java used to help integrate programs and application features during development. Only here, contrast security uses it for the purpose of cybersecurity, specifically embedding an agent into an application which will thereafter be directly monitored and protected from the inside out. In a sense, it turns any type of normal application into one that is designed to focus on security. But don't worry, all the normal business-focused tasks of the app will still function. So next on our list of tools is Digital Guardian. In recent years, advanced threats have been increasingly targeting endpoints. This makes sense because endpoint security has traditionally been the realms of signature-based antiviruses, technology that has proven to be inadequate protection against targeted and highly advanced malware campaigns. That is where Digital Guardian threat-aware data protection platform comes in. With most endpoint security programs, protection is delivered through the creation of rules. Behavior that breaks the rules of the network is considered a suspect and is blocked, flagged, or otherwise becomes the subject of a security alert. One of the biggest problems with this method is that security is only as good as the rule set. Administrators either must carefully craft rules based on their own expertise or set a protection program into learning mode for several weeks or months while it discovers good network behavior and crafts rules restricting everything else. The Digital Guardian platform, by contrast, comes ready to use, preloaded with thousands of best practices rules based on years of experience working in the field. And after a quick data discovery process, those rules are tailored to the specific network that it is protecting. This is all done nearly instantaneously, so that when agents are deployed, they can immediately begin protecting endpoints with good security policies. Next on our list of cybersecurity tools, we have Intellecta. There are important distinctions between compliance and security. They are meant to be mutually supporting, with compliance rules put in place to provide a good security baseline. But it's possible to be completely in compliance with all applicable regulations and still not be adequately secure. The reverse is also true. If an organization has deep security, but it's still not technically in compliance with applicable regulations, should a data theft occur, they will likely still be held responsible, sometimes financially, because of the lack of compliance. And just like compliance and security are similar but different, so too are the skill set used to implement them. Organizations can have a deep IT or cybersecurity staff that is unskilled with compliance issues or unpracticed in knowing exactly which regulations apply. That is where the Intellecta platform from Tech Democracy shines. The platform acts like a security information and event management console, but for compliancy issues. Installed either as an on-premise or cloud-based console, it pulls information from a series of network collectors and correlates that data into a continuously monitored compliancy dashboard. It's a neat tool that every company should have. Up next on our list of tools, we have the Mantix 4, which is a pretty interesting tool in my opinion. Given the insidious nature of advanced threats, it's almost a certainty that every organization of any size will eventually be hacked or compromised, regardless of what or how many cybersecurity defenses are in place. In response, the somewhat new concept of threat hunting is becoming an increasingly important part of cybersecurity defenses. The Mantix 4 platform, named after the apex predator of the insect kingdom, the praying mantis, seeks to solve the people problem. While the program provides robust threat hunting tools for use by clients, the company also employs a team of experts to hunt on their behalf. It takes threat hunting into the software as a service realm. Mantix 4 was originally designed for the Canadian government's Department of Public Safety, which is the equivalent of the Department of Homeland Security in the United States. In Canada, Mantix 4 helps to defend networks sitting in 10 sectors considered critical infrastructure, rooting out threats that might bypass more traditional protection. The system is deployed as two components. The first part is comprised of observer sensors that sit at critical points within a protected network, either alongside routers or at network gateways, though they can be deployed almost anywhere depending on the need. The sensors are lightweight enough to be housed inside a virtual machine or within a network server with additional bandwidth. However, because the observer sensor process and record a lot of traffic, the best deployment is probably going to be as a small appliance that hosts nothing else, something the company provides. The sensors can be set to work inline or to passively sniff network traffic. Now, the last tool that we're going to discuss for today is a pretty important tool also in my opinion, and it covers a very important aspect of any industry-level cybersecurity plan, that is traffic analysis. Network traffic analysis tools have been used for a long time to help improve efficiencies in enterprise network, locating unused capacity bandwidth, and eliminating choke points. It has recently been employed as an arms of cybersecurity tool. That makes sense given that, except for insider threats, attacks are going to be initiated and ultimately controlled by outside elements. The communication between the internal threat malware and its controllers on the outside are captured by traffic analysis tools. The problem is that while the logic of using traffic analysis in cybersecurity is solid, the reality is a bit different. For one, even a small to medium-sized enterprise is going to generate 3 or 4 billion traffic logs per month. Without computerized assistance, no human is going to be able to wade through that and find anything meaningful. Second, capturing all that data traditionally requires the installation of network traps on gateways across the network. For an organization with branch offices or remote locations, the number of traps installation can climb pretty high, and even then, some traffic may escape around those gateways. SecBI has fielded new software that aims to eliminate both of those problems: volume processing of data for actionable intelligence threat and a reliance on network trapping hardware. They have done this by deploying their analyzer as a software module capable of running on-premise or in the cloud. It only looks at the log files, so there is no need for any network traps, agents on the clients, or anything beyond access to the constantly generated log files. It then crunches those billions of events in the logs using finely tuned algorithms that look for patterns associated with an ongoing attack or an advanced persistent threat. It can be deployed with as a pay-as-you-go contract, where users only pay based on how many gigabytes of log file data they need to process per day.
When searching for a job on platforms like Naukri.com, LinkedIn, or Indeed, you are likely to find a wide range of cybersecurity positions. However, most of these roles demand significant experience, something that can be challenging to have as a fresher. But here's the good news. Projects offer a way to demonstrate your hands-on experience with cybersecurity tools and techniques, even as a beginner. But working on these projects, you'll not only strengthen your resume, but also build a stronger GitHub profile, increase your LinkedIn engagement, expand your connections, and much more. By working on these projects, you'll not only strengthen your resume, but also build a stronger GitHub profile, increase your LinkedIn engagement, expand your connections, and much more. Even contributing to others' projects on GitHub can give your profile a significant boost. Remember, recruiters appreciate candidates who actively engage with projects. So, if you're out there applying but struggling to get noticed due to limited experience, don't worry. We have got you covered with the top 10 cybersecurity projects to get you started. We'll be counting down from number 10 to number 1. So be sure to stick around, especially for the top 3 projects. They're absolute game changers that can really set you apart by showcasing your skills and specialities. So, without further ado, let's jump into our top 10 cybersecurity projects list, starting with number 10. Password Cracking Tool. We are starting with the password cracking tool, an essential part of penetration testing. It simulates a hacker's attempt to break into a system by testing password strength. Let's see how it works. The tool uses 2 primary methods for cracking passwords: brute force and dictionary attacks. In brute force, it tries every possible combination of characters until it finds the correct one. In a dictionary attack, it uses a list of common words, phrases, and password combinations to guess the password. This can be done on hashed passwords, often used in database breaches. The use of this is, penetration testers use this tool to test whether users are choosing weak passwords. Often in a real-world scenario where an organization has suspiciously weak password policies. It helps uncover vulnerabilities before malicious hackers can exploit them. It's vital to understand why complex passwords and additional layers like two-factor authentication are so important for securing accounts. Number 9, we have Automated Phishing Attack Simulator. Now let's move on to building a phishing attack simulator. Phishing remains one of the top methods used by cyber criminals to steal personal and corporate data. The simulator sends email that appear to be from legitimate sources, like banks, government agencies, or even co-workers, tricking users into clicking on malicious links or downloading infected attachments. You can craft these emails to reassemble real phishing campaigns that happen in the wild. By tracking interactions like link clicks and responses, you can see who's most vulnerable. Phishing is often the earliest way for hackers to get into a system because it targets human behavior, not just technology. This tool is invaluable for training employees to recognize phishing attempts. It helps companies simulate real-world attacks, identify weak spots in their staff's awareness, and develop better training to reduce risks. Organizations can use the data to strengthen their security posture as well. Number 8, we have Network Packet Sniffer. Next, let's build a Network Packet Sniffer, a tool for capturing and analyzing the data being transmitted across a network. This is essential for monitoring network traffic and detecting suspicious activity. A network packet sniffer intercepts data packets as they move through a network. These packets might contain sensitive information such as passwords, usernames, and other forms of private data. The sniffer captures the data and decodes it for analysis. By monitoring unencrypted traffic or identifying untrusted sources, you can spot malicious behavior or unauthorized access. Security professionals commonly use packet sniffers to troubleshoot network issues and detect potential threats, like data leaks or unauthorized access. In a real-world setting, it can identify malware, brute force attacks, or other forms of network-based cyber attacks. It's often one of the first tools used in security audit. Number 7, we have keylogger. A keylogger is a tool that records every keystroke made on a computer. You're going to build one to understand how attackers might exploit it and also learn how to detect and protect against it. A keylogger runs in the background of a system and secretly records everything typed on a keyboard: passwords, messages, credit card numbers, etc. It then stores this information in a hidden log file that can be accessed later. Some advanced keyloggers even record mouse movements or take screenshots. Keyloggers are often used in cybercrime to steal sensitive information like login credentials. Ethical hackers use them in controlled environments during penetration tests to show how easily sensitive data can be captured. They help organizations realize the need for strong encryption, multi-factor authentication, and endpoint protection. Number 6, we have Vulnerability Scanner. Vulnerability Scanner is a tool that identifies weaknesses in your system or network that attackers could exploit. Let's build one to understand how security holes can be discovered automatically. The scanner works by comparing the system's configurations, software versions, and setting with a database of known vulnerabilities. If it finds that a system is running outdated software or has open ports that could be exploited, it flags it as a vulnerability. It may also test for things like weak passwords, unsecured services, or unnecessary open ports. Vulnerability scanners are indispensable in proactive security. They help penetration testers and IT teams assess whether their systems are up to date with the latest security patches and configurations. By identifying and fixing vulnerabilities early, organizations can prevent cybercriminals from exploiting them. It's a fundamental tool for any security toolkit. Number 5. Now we are going to work on a web application firewall, which protects web applications from attacks such as SQL injection, XSS, and other by filtering and monitoring HTTP requests. A web application firewall sits between the web application and the internet. It inspects incoming HTTP requests to filter out malicious traffic and prevent harmful requests from reaching the web server. The web application firewall uses predefined security rules and machine learning to detect and block attack patterns, such as SQL injection or cross-site scripting. Web application firewalls are essential for protecting web applications, which are increasingly becoming a target for cybercriminals. They prevent unauthorized access, protect sensitive data, and ensure business continuity. By intercepting malicious traffic before it reaches the web application, a web application firewall acts as the first line of defense in a web security strategy. Number 4. Here's the Social Engineering Toolkit, a powerful tool used to stimulate social engineering attacks. This project helps you understand the human side of cybersecurity by mimicking the tactics used by the hackers to trick people into giving up sensitive information. The Social Engineering Toolkit framework allows you to craft phishing emails and fake websites and conduct phone phishing. It includes pre-configured templates for common social engineering attacks, such as fake login pages, malicious email attachments, and fake alerts designed to induce fear and get users to act impulsively. Social engineering is one of the most effective ways to breach security because it targets human error rather than technical flaws. Security teams use this toolkit to train employees, test their awareness, and develop more effective security policies. This tool is also used during the penetration testing to evaluate an organization's susceptibility to social engineering attacks. Alright, we have covered some exciting projects so far. But now, we are getting into the real heavy hitters. These last 3 projects truly set advanced cybersecurity professionals apart. If you want to dive deeper and make an impact in real-world security, then buckle up because the top 3 are where things get serious. Number 3, we have SQL injection tool, which is designed to exploit vulnerabilities in web applications that do not properly filter user input. It allows attackers to run arbitrary SQL queries against a database. When a web application takes user input, like a username or password, and directly incorporates into a SQL query without proper sanitization, an attacker can inject malicious SQL code to manipulate the query. The tool automates this attack by inserting SQL commands into input fields, such as login forms, and attempting to extract data from the backend database. SQL injection is one of the oldest and most dangerous web vulnerabilities. Penetration testers use this toolkit to test the weak database security. By finding and fixing these vulnerabilities, businesses can prevent data breaches, unauthorized access to sensitive information, and data manipulation. Number 2 we have is wireless network cracking tool. Let's tackle wireless security by creating a wireless network cracking tool. This tool will test the security of Wi-Fi networks and attempt to crack encryption method like WPA2. The tool works by capturing encrypted packets from a wireless network and attempting to crack the encryption key using methods like dictionary attacks, brute force, or known password lists. It captures the data traffic and then tries to decrypt it to gain access to the network. This project is essential for testing the strength of wireless network security. If a network's password is weak or the encryption method is outdated, this tool can expose those vulnerabilities. Network administrators use it to ensure Wi-Fi networks are properly secured, preventing unauthorized access and data breaches. At number 1, we have Exploit Development Framework. The Exploit Development Framework is an advanced tool for creating, testing, and deploying exploits against known vulnerabilities. It's crucial for professional penetration testers and security researchers. The framework allows you to write custom exploits and test them against vulnerable systems or applications. It automates the process of finding and exploiting vulnerabilities, from crafting malicious payloads to bypassing security controls like antivirus or firewalls. It also includes tools to create reverse shells, escalate privileges, and manipulate data. This tool is invaluable for penetration testers who need to assess an organization's defenses by actively exploiting vulnerabilities. Security researchers also use it to demonstrate how vulnerabilities can be exploited and how to protect against them. In real-world penetration testing, this framework is essential for simulating real attacks and proving that a system or application is vulnerable. And there you have it, our top 10 cybersecurity projects, each one from password cracking to vulnerability scanning, bringing you closer to mastering critical skills and building a portfolio that proves your capability to tackle real-world security challenges.
Recently, Black Mamba, an AI-generated malware, gained significant attention in the domain of cybersecurity. The sophisticated threat leverages large language models to create a polymorphic keylogger that constantly mutates its code, which makes it incredibly difficult for traditional cybersecurity measures to detect and stop. But you know what? Every coin has two sides, and it is same for AI as well. While cybercriminals are misusing AI to create potent threats like Black Mamba, the same technology can also be a powerful ally in this fight against cyber attacks. While AI-generated malware like Black Mamba presents a formidable challenge, AI can also be a game changer in cybersecurity defenses. By harnessing the capabilities of AI, cybersecurity professionals can gain a significant advantage in detecting, responding to, and even predicting the potential attacks. Now, after listening to this term, artificial intelligence, the first thing that comes to our head is automation. Those long manual procedures and methods can be done by just few clicks and prompts. This concept of automation through AI applies to the cybersecurity field as well. But how and in what terms? Let's find out. Starting from basics, we know that cybersecurity is the practice of protecting computer systems, network, and data from unauthorized access, attacks, and cyber threats. Now, if we take a look at some of the cyber threats, then we have phishing attacks, password attacks, malware, insider threats, DDoS attacks, and much more. Now, if you're familiar with these terms, then well and good. But if you're not, then don't worry. You can enroll in our cybersecurity training course to know more about these. However, let's discuss these in short and then check how AI brings its magic to solve these problems. So coming to phishing attacks, now phishing involves sending fake emails or messages. it looks like they are from trusted sources to trick people into giving away personal information like passwords or credit card numbers. AI can scan emails and messages for signs that they are fake. Phishing involves sending fake emails or messages that look like they are from trusted sources. It is basically used to trick people into giving away personal information like passwords or credit card numbers. Now, what AI can do? AI can scan emails and messages for signs that they are fake, like strange sender addresses or suspicious link. For example, if an email claims to be from a bank but has odd formatting or grammar, then AI can flag it as phishing and warn the user to not to click any of the links or provide any personal information. Then comes the password attacks. This includes attempts to steal passwords by guessing them or using stolen data. Now, what AI can do is it can monitor login attempts and notice if there is something odd, like someone trying to log in repeatedly with wrong passwords or logging in from a new location suddenly. AI can alert users or block access until it can confirm the user's identity. Then comes the malware. Now, malware is software designed to harm or exploit any programmable device or network. The black mamba we saw at the start of the video is an example of AI generated malware. AI systems can analyze files and software behavior to detect unusual activities that might indicate malware. For instance, if an application tries to encrypt files suddenly, then AI can stop it and prevent the damage. Then comes inside threats. These threats come from people within the organization who might misuse their access to data or systems. We saw black mamba and malware, but trust me, these are the real snakes in an organization you encounter. AI can keep an eye on how users access and use the data. If it spots unusual patterns, like someone accessing files they shouldn't be or at odd times, it can alert security managers to investigate further. Then comes DDoS attacks. DDoS stands for Distributed Denial of Services. It floods a website or online service with so much traffic that it crashes. AI can monitor web traffic and recognize when there is an unusual spike that could mean a DDoS attack. It can help to redistribute or block this traffic to keep the site running smoothly. Now, these were just some of the cyber threats, but by looking at these examples, we can see that by using AI, organizations can automate the detection of these threats and respond much more quickly than if they had to rely on people noticing and reacting manually. Imagine manually handling inside threats, which involves regular audits and by security personnel to review user activities and access privileges. Tough job, right? This gives the answer to why AI is needed in cybersecurity. AI's ability to learn and adapt makes it particularly good at handling new or evolving threats, which is essential in today's fast paced digital world. So, by this time, I believe that you understood the need of AI and how it helps in the field of cybersecurity. Now, let's check how exactly AI works to protect our system from cyber threats. The AI follows 4 basic steps to protect or fix a problem in our system, which is investigate, identify, report, and research. Now, let's take a scenario and understand these steps. An employee at a large corporation clicks on a link in a phishing email, which results in downloading ransomware onto their computer. Now, the ransomware begins to encrypt files, preparing a demand to ransom for their decryption. Now, let's see how AI can help in this situation. So, the first step is to investigate. Now, what happens is that an AI system is constantly monitoring network behavior and file activities across the company's computers. It detects unusual activities, specifically files being encrypted at a rate and in a pattern that does not match typical user behavior. In this case, AI notes that hundreds of files are being encrypted rapidly in one of the department's shared drive, which is abnormal compared to its usual file activity. Now, after investigating the scenario, it goes to the next step, which is to identify. Now, this step involves identifying the specific type of ransomware attack. Using its database and machine learning models, the AI quickly compares the encryption behavior with known patterns of various ransomware. Within minutes, it identifies the activities as a specific type of ransomware attack. In this case, the AI identifies the malware as WannaCry because the patterns of file encryption and the ransomware node format matches its data. Then comes the step of the report. Immediately after identification, the AI system sends an alert to the cybersecurity response team. The alert includes details about the suspected ransomware, the affected computers and drives, and preliminary recommendations for the containment. In this case, the security team receives an automated alert with all the relevant information, including the severity of the alert, suggesting immediate isolation of the affected system to prevent network spread. Now comes research. Post incident, AI uses this incident to refine its detection algorithms. It examines the entry point, updates its phishing detection capabilities to recognize similar threats in the future, and strengthen its defenses against a particular ransomware family. Basically, the AI system logs the incident's details and starts an analysis process to understand how the ransomware bypassed the existing defenses and whether any new pattern or behavior are associated with this variant. So, with AI's quick action, the ransomware spread is halted almost immediately, minimizing damage. The security team swiftly removes the ransomware from the affected system, restores encrypted files from backups, and implements improved safeguards advised by the AI's research findings. This example shows how AI in cybersecurity can operate seamlessly across all four steps, providing an integrated approach to threat management that is both efficient and regularly improving. Whenever it comes to the security, the stakes are always high, and the sensitivity of the data involved mean there is very little room for error. Relying on AI in such scenarios presents its own set of challenges. For instance, AI can exhibit biases based on the data it has been trained on, which potentially leads to skewed or unfair decisions. AI systems can sometimes even generate false positives, flagging normal activities as threats or false negatives where actual threats go undetected. These issues underscore the risk of depending solely on AI for security measures. Despite these challenges, AI remains a valuable asset in the realm of cybersecurity, primarily due to its ability to analyze vast quantities of data swiftly and continuously. However, it should be integrated carefully, and now comes the thing. While AI is a powerful tool for cybersecurity, AI works best when it's used in conjunction with human expertise. Relying solely on AI could lead to vulnerabilities, especially if AI is expected to handle all aspects of security without human oversight. Therefore, a balanced approach that combines the speed and efficiency of AI with the critical thinking and adaptability of human security experts is the most effective strategy. This way, AI handles the heavy lifting of data processing and routine tasks while human steps in for more complex decision making and strategy.
Let's start by understanding where we are right now. Cybercriminals are no longer just using basic malware or simple phishing scams. Today's threat landscape includes ransomware, DDoS attacks, and data breaching targeting everyone, from global enterprises to small businesses. Traditional defenses like firewalls and antivirus software still play a role, but they struggle to keep up with the pace of emerging threats. This is where AI steps in, offering speed, scalability, and precision. AI can analyze massive amounts of data in real time, detect anomalies, and even predict potential attacks before they occur. But there's another side where attackers are also leveraging AI to create smarter, more adaptive threats. As you can see, the cybersecurity world is evolving at an incredible pace. This is exactly where AI steps in to reshape the way we defend against threats. Let's explore how. AI is a game changer in cybersecurity for several reasons. First is scalability. Imagine a system that processes billions of data points in seconds. AI does just that, making it ideal for large networks. Then is the behavioral analytics. AI can flag unusual behavior, like a sudden change in login locations, and act instantly. Then, predictive capabilities. By analyzing patterns, AI can spot vulnerabilities and help businesses fix them before they are exploited. Then is the automation. From responding to low-level alerts to applying patches, AI automates repetitive tasks, saving IT teams time. Last is reducing human error. Mistakes like clicking on phishing emails or forgetting updates are common. AI minimizes such risks by being immune to human flaws. But let's not forget that AI isn't perfect. It works best when paired with human oversight and expertise. Now that we know what makes AI so powerful, let's focus on one of its most exciting applications: real-time threat detection. Here's AI standout capability. Real-time threat detection. Unlike traditional methods that rely on known malware signatures, AI uses behavioral analysis. For example, first is phishing detection. AI scans email content and flags suspicious links or attachments. Then is the intrusion detection. It monitors network traffic and spots anomalies like unusual spikes in data transfer. Last is the endpoint security. AI can isolate compromised devices before malware spreads across the network. This kind of proactive detection keeps organizations safer and faster in their response. Identifying threats is just the first step. What happens next is where AI truly shines. Automating responses to minimize damage and improve security. Time is everything in cybersecurity. A delay in response can lead to massive losses. AI solves this by automating responses. It can isolate infected devices, automatically apply patches, and also encrypt sensitive data at the first sign of danger. These swift actions reduce damage and give IT teams more room to handle complex issues. While these advancements are exciting, we can't ignore the challenges and risks that come with relying on AI. Let's take a closer look. As promising as AI is, it comes with its challenges. Firstly, AI-powered attacks. Cybercriminals now use AI to create malware that evolves, making it harder to detect. Then, data dependency. AI models rely on quality data. Poor data can lead to false positives. Next, over-reliance on data. Humans still provide the intuition and strategy AI lacks. Last is the cost and expertise. For smaller businesses, AI solutions may seem expensive and hard to implement. While AI is powerful, it's not a silver bullet. A balanced approach combining AI with human intelligence is key. Speaking of risks, there's also a darker side to AI when it's weaponized by cybercriminals. Let me show you how this works. The same tools we use to defend can also be weaponized. For instance, deepfake attacks. Imagine an AI-generated video of your CEO instructing a fraudulent money transfer. Then, adaptive malware. Malware that changes its behavior to avoid detection. Last is the automated phishing. AI can create highly personalized phishing emails, fooling even the most cautious users. This makes staying ahead of attackers more challenging than ever. It's clear that AI can both defend and attack. So, how do we prepare for a future where AI is a key player on both sides? Let's discuss. The future is AI driven, and preparations is critical. So start with investing in AI tools. Organizations must adopt AI-powered security solutions. Then upskill IT teams. Continuous learning about AI trends ensures effective collaboration between humans and machines. Lastly, collaborate with better defense. Businesses, governments, and security experts must work together to establish best practices. By embracing AI responsibly, businesses can secure themselves against ever-evolving threats. So, what do we conclude from this? AI is transforming cybersecurity, boosting threat detection and response. While it brings its challenges, combining AI with human expertise, ensuring stronger defenses against evolving cyber threats.
Let's now look back and see how the field of cybersecurity evolved over the years. It was in 1972 with a research project on ARPANET gave birth to the cybersecurity, where a researcher, Bob Thomas, created a computer program called a creeper that would move across the ARPANET's network, leaving a breadcrumb trail wherever it went. It read, "I'm a creeper, catch me if you can." Then Ray Thompson, who is also known as the inventor of an email, wrote a program called a Reaper, which was able to chase and delete Creeper. You see, Reaper was not only the very first program of antivirus software, but it was the first self-replicating program, making it a first ever computer worm. Challenging the vulnerabilities of this emerging technology became more and more important as more organizations were starting to use telephone to create remote networks. Each piece of the connected hardware presented a new entry point and needed to be protected. As reliance on computers increased and networking grew, it became clear to the government that security has essential and unauthorized access to data and systems could be catastrophic. In 1972 to 1974 witnessed a market increase in discussing around computer security, mainly by academic papers. Creating an early security was undertaken by ESD and ARPANET, with the US Air Force and other organizations that work cooperatively to develop and design security kernel for Honeywell computer systems. UCLA and Stanford Research Institute worked on a similar project. In 1980s, we all know we moved from ARPANET to the internet. The 1980s brought the increase in high-profile attacks, including those at National CSS, AT&T, and Los Alamos National Laboratory. And also, a point that I would like to mention is that it was around the same time when the term Trojan horse and computer virus were first used. At the time of Cold War, a threat of cyber espionage evolved. In 1985, the US Department of Defense published a Trusted Computer System Evaluation Criteria, aka the Orange Book. This provided a guidance on assessing the degree of trust that can be placed in a software that possesses certification or census information, what security measure manufacturer needed to be built into the commercial product. Then moving on to 1987, the birth of cybersecurity. 1987 was the birth year of commercial antivirus. The first antivirus product was for the Atari ST, which saw the release of Ultimate Virus Killer. In 1990s, world goes online. 1990s was quite a year. The first polymorphic virus was created. British computer magazine PC Today released an edition with the free disk that accidentally contained a disk killer virus, infecting tens of thousands of computers. EICR, that is nothing but European Institute of Computer Antivirus Research, was established around this time. Then comes 2000s, the threats diversify and multiply. With the internet available in more homes and offices across the globe, cyber criminals had moved more devices and software vulnerabilities to exploit than ever before. And as more and more data were being kept digitally, there was more to plunder. In 2001, a new infection technique appeared. Users no longer needed to download files. Visiting an infected website was enough to get hacked. Instead, messaging services also began to get attacked, and worms designed to propagate via IRC, that is nothing but Internet Chat Relay channels, also arrived. Alright, so let us now move ahead and see modern day cyber attacks, or in short, cyber threats. The first step to deal with new array of these threats is to know your enemy. That is, to know the different types of cyber attacks and malware. Understanding how they work and how we can protect ourselves and our business and our clients, let's review some of the most common attacks that have thrived last year and expected to grow in the future. The first one is ransomware. Example for this is WannaCry. Ransomware is a type of malware that prevents or limits users from accessing their system either by locking the system screen or by locking the user's file until a ransom is paid. Modern ransomware families are collectively categorized as crypto-ransom. They encrypt certain files into an infected system and force users to pay the ransom online to get the decryption key. Ransomware can be downloaded when unsuspecting user visit malicious or compromised website. Ransomware can also arrive as a payload, either dropped or downloaded by other malware. Some ransomware are known to be delivered as attachment with spammed email, download from malicious pages, or dropped by experts into a vulnerable system. The rise of Bitcoin contributes greatly to the increase in popularity of ransomware among hackers. Then we have Viper. The example for this is NoPete. This type of malware might walk like a ransomware and quack like a ransomware, but is a wiper. The intention of this malware is to wipe out all your data. In contrast to the ransomware that is based on the financial motive of a cybercrime, the Viper is focused on causing damage and chaos among its victims. It can be caused by government-led group or terror organization as a part of cyber warfare, or by ruthless competitors who are willing to go all means, including paying hackers to attack their rivals. The next most common type of cyber threat is spyware. Example for this is Keylogger. Spyware is a malware that is designed to collect information and monitor the activity of computer that they are installed on. Spyware can collect any information that can benefit the attacker, such as password, credit card details, documents, commercial secrets, browsing history, and many more. It can be programmed to perform complicated actions like recording keystrokes or take screenshots whenever you use a certain program. Some spyware can even activate computer's microphone and camera to record everything that is happening in the area around the computer. Spyware can be used to analyze user preference to customize online advertising for those users or even for a harmful cause such as identifying theft, credit card theft, fraud, blackmail, and industrial espionage. Usually, this kind of malware is developed by professional hackers who then sell the secrets in the black market for the use of online fraud and other illegal activities. Then we have adware, and the best example for this is one-click downloader. The term adware is frequently used to describe a form of malware that pushes advertisements and banner on your screen. Most users don't want to see ads, but adware can be downloaded without the user being aware of it. It usually happens when you download free software or add-ons. Some adware programs have functions built in, such as analyzing the sites you visit to customize ads. In this case, adware does more than showing advertisements. It collects information about you and you aren't even known about it. Although some adwords don't have malicious intent, the execution can be quite intensive at times. For example, when adware observes your activities without your consent and sends the information to the software's authority, generally there are types of adware that are usually classified as spyware and threat accordingly. However, some adware also operates legally. Moving on to the next one, that is nothing but botnets and DDoS. An example for this is ping of death. Web robot or simply bot isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's a software application that can perform tasks over the internet, from web crawlers to search engines to chatbots to other services. The problem starts when a computer serves or other internet device are focused on malware to become the bot network. Once the device is infected, it can be collected remotely by a hacker to conduct other attacks. Other type of botnet attack is distributed denial of service, also known as DDoS, when the infected device generates malicious traffic to make machine or network resource unavailable. In many cases, users are unaware of botnet infection in their system. So moving ahead, let us now see the future of cybersecurity. The rate at which cybercrime is rising is alarming. Almost every week, a new high-profile cybercrime is being reported. Every business, no matter what stage of its digital transformation it should keep cybersecurity as its topmost priority. Let's see now what the future holds, right? The cybersecurity professionals are in high demand. The need of skilled cybersecurity professional dies as every passing day. New attacks are being coined that are more powerful than the previous ones. These rising threats require skilled cybersecurity professionals to help ensure safety for the individuals as well as for the organization. We can also expect robust integration of AI in cybersecurity tools and techniques. This is because it can improve expert analyze, study, and understand cybercrime. It can also enhance cybersecurity techniques that company uses to combat cybercriminals and help keep their organizations and customers safe. The automation of many roles and tools can also be heavily implemented. This will allow performing a constant search for threats and deploy immediate countermeasures.
Now, before we start, let me ask you all a quick question. Which certification are you most excited about? CEH, CISSP, or something else? Drop your answer in the comments. And let's start in detail with the top cybersecurity certifications. Let's start with Certified Ethical Hacker, the CEH certification from EC Council. If you've ever wondered what it's like to be a hacker but work ethically, let me tell you that you can be that person with the certification in your hands. CEH helps you master the skills and find vulnerabilities and defending systems from malicious hackers. Let's talk about the exam itself. The certification costs about $1,199 and the exam duration is 4 hours. The exam includes up to 125 multiple choice questions and you need a score of 60% to 85% to pass. Now, CEH is well known and often required for jobs in ethical hacking. It's a great step to more advanced certifications, which gives you a better shot at landing high-paying jobs. These are the positions that you can achieve if you crack the certification. You can be an ethical hacker who legally hacks systems and find and fix vulnerabilities, making the organization's security strong. Network security engineer, who designs and maintains security network systems to protect against unauthorized access and maintain breaches. Data security analyst, who protects the organization's data from theft and corruption, which ensures data security and compliance. Information security officer, who oversees the organization's security posture and ensures that the policies and protections are in place to safeguard information. Let's see the CEH certified salary. The annual salary of a CEH certified professional ranges around 7 lakh to 50 lakh rupees per annum in India and around $80,000 to $160,000 in United States. Edureka is accredited training partner of EC Council. Now, if you want to get certified, our CEH training program will give you the hands-on experience and knowledge you need to pass the exam. Check out a course to start your career. Next, we have CompTIA Security Plus, an entry-level certification that's perfect for those just starting in cybersecurity. The exam checks if you have the knowledge and skills to evaluate the security of a company's environment and also suggest the right cybersecurity measures. Now, talking about the Security Plus exam. The certification costs around $404 and the exam takes 90 minutes to complete. The exam includes up to 90 multiple choice and performance-based questions. To pass, you need to score 750 out of 900. Now, Security Plus is well known and often needed for starting jobs in cybersecurity. It proves that you can manage basic security tasks, which can help you get your first job in this field. In terms of the job roles, Security Plus can get you into positions like Network Admin, which manages and maintains an organization's network infrastructure, ensuring smooth and secure operations. Security Engineer designs and implements security measures to protect systems and networks from threats. Security Consultant provides expert advice on improving an organization's security posture and mitigating risks. System Admin oversees and manages the organization's IT systems, ensuring they run efficiently and securely. Moving on to the salary. The annual salary of Security Plus certified professionals somewhat ranges around 7,50,000 to 20 lakhs rupees per annum in India and around $70,000 to $140,000 in United States. Edureka is CompTIA's authorized training partner, so if you're ready to start your cybersecurity journey, our Security Plus training program covers all the exam topics, helping you gain the confidence and skills to pass the exam. Moving up the ladder, we have the CISSP, one of the most respected certifications for experienced security pros. It's perfect for experienced security practitioners, managers, and executives who want to prove their knowledge on a wide range of cybersecurity practices and principles. To qualify for the certification, you must have at least 5 years of cumulative paid work experience in 2 or more of 8 domains of CISSP Common Body of Knowledge, that is CBK. Talking about the certification exam, the certification costs around $749 and the exam duration is 3 hours. The exam consists of 100 to 150 multiple choice and innovative questions, and you need to score about 700 out of 1000 to pass. CISSP is known worldwide and opens doors to senior level jobs. Employers highly value the certification, making it essential for anyone aiming for top cybersecurity positions. With a certification on your resume, you can also qualify for roles such as CISO, that is Chief Information Security Officer, which leads and oversees an organization's entire information security strategy and policies. Director of Security, which manages and directs security operations, ensures the protection of the organization's assets and information. System Security Engineer secures and protects IT systems, ensuring they are safe from threats and vulnerabilities. Network Architect design and plan complex network infrastructures to support secure and efficient communication within an organization. Moving on to the salary, the annual salary of a CISSP certified professionals somewhat ranges around 20 lakh to 60 lakh rupees in India and around $3 million to $5 million in United States. Edureka is the official training partner of ISC2. So, if you're looking to advance your career, our CISSP training program will help you understand the core concepts to pass the exam and prepare for leadership roles in cybersecurity. Now, for those who love the thrill of hands-on hacking, the OSCP is a game changer. The certification proves your skills in penetration testing and ethical hacking in the real-world environment. OSCP requires you to successfully attack and penetrate various live machines in a safe lab environment. The certification is considered to be more technical than others and is one of the few that requires evidence of practical pen testing skills. Employers love the certification because it proves you can tackle real-world security challenges. Now, talking about the exam, the certification costs around $1,499,
which includes exam fee and 30 days of lab access. The exam is 24-hour hands-on test where you will also need to exploit vulnerabilities in a virtual environment. To pass, you need to score 70 out of 100 points. OSCP is famous for its practical approach. Earning the certification shows you can solve tough security problems, making you a strong candidate for advanced security jobs. With the certification in your hands, you can qualify for job roles like penetration tester, simulate cyber attacks to identify and exploit vulnerabilities in systems, helping improve security. Security analyst monitors and analyzes security systems to detect and respond to threats, ensuring data protection. Computer forensics analyst investigates and analyzes digital evidence to uncover cyber crimes and support legal cases. Malware analyst examines and dissects malicious software to understand its behavior and develop defenses against it. Moving on to the salary. The annual salary of a OSCP certified professional somewhat ranges around 7,77,000 to 50 lakh rupees in India and around $82,000 to $175,000 in United States. Finally, we have the GPEN certification from GAIAC Certifications. This certification is for those professionals who want to specialize in penetration testing. It shows that a practitioner can efficiently perform a penetration test using the best techniques and methods. GPEN certification holders have the skills to carry out exploits, conduct thorough testing, and follow a step-by-step approach to penetration testing projects. Talking about the certification exam, the certification costs around $1,999 and the exam duration is 3 hours. The exam consists of 82 questions and you need to score at least 75% to pass. GPEN is highly respected by employers, especially those hiring for penetration testing roles. Having this certification can significantly boost your chances of landing a job in cybersecurity. GPEN certified professionals can go into roles like information security analyst that protects an organization's systems and data by monitoring for threats and implementing security measures. Senior red teaming consultant that stimulates cyber attacks to identify vulnerabilities, helping organizations improve their defenses. Offensive security manager oversees offensive security operations, including penetration testing and vulnerability assessments to strengthen security. Director of cybersecurity leads and manages the organization's cybersecurity strategies, ensuring robust protection against cyber threats. The annual salary of a GAIAC certified penetration tester somewhat ranges around 9,74,000 to 20 lakh rupees per annum in India and around $87,000 to $170,000 in United States. So, there you have it, the top 5 cybersecurity certifications that can really make a difference in your career. I hope this breakdown will help you decide which certifications are best in your cybersecurity journey. And if you're looking for top-notch training to help you get certified, head over to Edureka's website. We have got courses for CEH, Security Plus and CISSP to get your career ready.
The Certified Ethical Hacker certification is important for professionals who want to build a strong cybersecurity career, gain practical experience, and increase their earning potential while staying competitive in a fast-growing industry. Cybersecurity incidents are exploding and so are cyber job opportunities. So if you're looking to build a career in one of the most in-demand field today, the Certified Ethical Hacker program is exactly what you need. CEH is recognized as the world's #1 ethical hacking certification and offers a structured professional course designed for aspiring cybersecurity professionals. With CEH, you will be able to work anywhere in the world as it's globally recognized. So this comprehensive program covers the 5 phases of ethical hacking with hands-on learning through CyberQ labs, and you can also choose flexible learning options such as live, online or hybrid model. So if you're ready to master the world of ethical hacking and boost your career, the CEH certification is your gateway to success. On that note, hello everyone and welcome to this video on CEH V13 certification. In this video, we will go through the key updates in the CEH V13 certification. Now, let's understand who is a certified ethical hacker. A certified ethical hacker is a cybersecurity professional trained to think and act like a hacker but with legal and ethical intentions. So their main role is to find and fix vulnerabilities in computer systems, networks and software before malicious hackers can exploit them. Now, why become an ethical hacker? India is witnessing a huge surge in demand for ethical hackers due to the rapid digitization of services, the rise of online businesses, and increasing cyber attacks. Sectors like banking, IT, telecom, and e-commerce are investing heavily in cybersecurity, creating a growing need for skilled professionals. And reports indicate a 30% year-over-year increase in demand for cybersecurity experts, including ethical hackers. The US has one of the highest demand for ethical hackers, particularly due to its large tech industry, government agencies, and critical infrastructure sectors. And according to Cybersecurity Ventures, the US will face a shortage of around 5 lakh cybersecurity professionals by 2025. And the average salary for an entry-level ethical hackers in India is around 5,50,000 rupees per year, and with experience, it can go up to 14 lakh rupees or more. And the average salary for an ethical hacker in the United States is around $115,000 per year, with top earnings making up to $215,000 or more depending on the experience and location. Next, let's look at the career benefits of becoming a certified ethical hacker. Well, 95% of professionals choose CEH for career growth, and 1 in every 2 professionals receive promotions after obtaining their CEH certification. CEH is recognized as the world's #1 ethical hacking certification. So these statistics showcase how the CEH certification enhances career opportunities and positions professionals for promotions and career advancements in cybersecurity. Now that we have looked at the career benefits of becoming a CEH, so now let's see what's new in CEH version 13. This course uses advanced AI technologies to help you work faster and smarter, so you can improve your cybersecurity skills and be up to 40% more efficient. So first we have the AI-powered learning. CEH V13 is powered by AI, which means you will learn to use the latest technology to find and stop cyber attacks. With AI, you can quickly respond to new threats and protect systems more effectively. And next is the hands-on practice. So you will get plenty of practices in this course. With hands-on labs, you will learn how to use real hacking tools and techniques. And this experience prepares you to handle real-world cybersecurity challenges. And next is the updated content. The course content is updated with the latest hacking techniques and defenses. So you will learn about the newest trends in cybersecurity and how to stay ahead of cyber criminals. Next is the productivity boost. This course helps you work faster, so you will learn how to automate boring tasks, make better decisions, and detect threats quickly. So this will give you more time to focus on the important stuff. And lastly, we have real-world challenges. You will also have the chance to test your skills in the global hacking competition. So compete with others, see how you rank, and prove what you have learned. Alright, having discussed what's new in CEH version 13, let's now take a closer look at the key skills and knowledge you will gain from this course. The Certified Ethical Hacker certification will teach you essential skills to boost your career in cybersecurity, especially in the era of AI. So here's what you will learn in simple terms. First, find and fix security gaps. So you will learn how hackers find weak spots in system and how to fix them to keep your data safe. Next, become a security expert. So you will master the tools and techniques that professionals use to protect organizations from cyber threats. Then, protect your reputations. So you will learn how to prevent data breaches and maintain your company's trust and reputation. Next, use AI in ethical hacking. So you will learn how to use AI technologies to stay ahead of hackers and improve your cybersecurity skills. Now, let's have a look at the key features updates in the CEH V13 certification. So, the first phase is reconnaissance, next, scanning, and the third phase is gaining access. Fourth phase is maintaining access, and the fifth phase is clearing tracks. So, with that in mind, let's move on to the CEH learning frameworks, which is now powered by AI. So, are you ready to revolutionize the way you learn ethical hacking? So, let me walk you through the Learn, Practice, Certify, Compete framework a powerful hands-on approach designed for the Certified Ethical Hackers certification. So step 1, we have learn. So first, you will gain critical skills through 5 days of in-depth training across 20 modules and over 220 hands-on labs with competition flags and access to more than 3,500 commercial-grade hacking tools. Plus, you will learn how to hack multiple operating systems from Windows 11, Linux and Ubuntu to Android. Step 2 is certified. So you will gain experience through ANAB accredited exams. So the CEH knowledge exam feature 125 multiple choice questions over 4 hours and the CEH practical exam which consists of 20 scenario based challenges over 6 hours proves your skills in real world situation. And step 3 is engage. Here's where it gets exciting. So you will have the chance to gain recognition by conducting a real world ethical hacking assignment and you will apply the 5 key phases, which are reconnaissance, scanning, gaining access, maintaining access and covering your tracks. Step 4 is compete. So finally, you can gain respect by taking on new challenges every month, including a 4-hour competition where you will compete with peers from over the world. So hack your way to the top of the leaderboard, earn recognition and show off your skills. Now, let's have a look at the course outline for the Certified Ethical Hacker program. It includes 20 modules, each designed to equip you with the essential skills in ethical hacking and cybersecurity techniques. So the first module is Introduction to Ethical Hacking. Next, Module 2 is Footprinting and Reconnaissance. Module 3 is Scanning Networks. Moving on, Module 4 is Enumeration. Module 5 covers Vulnerability Analysis. Then, Module 6 is System Hacking. The next modules are Malware Threats, Sniffing, Social Engineering, Denial of Services, Session Hijacking, and Evading IDS, Firewalls, and Honeypots. And it also covers Hacking Web Servers, Hacking Web Application, SQL Injection, Hacking Wireless Networks, Hacking Mobile Platforms, IoT and OT Hacking, Cloud Computing, and finally, Module 20 covers Cryptography. Now, let's take a look at the latest technology updates introduced in CEH v13, which includes Active Directory Attacks, next, Zero Trust Architecture, then Ransomware Attacks and Mitigation, and then we have Deepfake Threats, next, IoT Security Challenges, followed by which we have Critical Infrastructure Vulnerabilities, then we have Cloud Security, Extended Detection and Responses, Quantum Computing Risk and Threats, next we have Post-Quantum Cryptography, and finally, AI and Machine Learning in Cybersecurity. Now, let's have a look at the Certified Ethical Hacker exam eligibility criteria. So, if a candidate has completed an official EC Council training either at an accredited training center via the iClass platform or at an approved academic institution, in that case, the candidate is eligible to attempt the relevant EC Council exam. Or, the CEH program requires the candidate to have 2 years of work experience in the information security domain. The candidate should be able to provide proof of this experience as validated through the application process unless the candidate attends official training. Next, to attempt exams without training, a candidate must first be approved via the eligibility application process to be considered for the EC Council exam without attending training. So, remit, a non-refundable eligibility application fee is $100. The exam voucher price for Pearson VUE voucher is $1,199. The ECC exam voucher is $950. Next, moving on to the CEH v13 exam details. The Certified Ethical Hacker version 13 certification consists of 2 parts, a knowledge-based exam and a practical exam. So together, they lead to the ultimate proof of your skills becoming a CEH master. So the first part of the CEH exam is the knowledge-based exam. So it's a 4-hour test in which you will answer 125 multiple choice questions based on the real-world hacking scenarios. And the test is online via the ECC exam portal and the passing score is 60 to 85%. The knowledge exam will test your skills in information security threats and attack vectors, attack detection, attack prevention, procedure and methodologies. Next, in the skills-based practical exam, This is a 6-hour exam in which you will face 20 real-life hacking challenges, and the passing score is 60 to 85%. The practical exam is optional but will reward you with a higher level of certification. So it will test your practical skills with port scanning tools, vulnerability detection, attacks on a system, SQL injection methodology and invention techniques, web application security tools, SQL injection detection tool, and communication protocols. So once you pass both the knowledge and practical exams, you will earn the prestigious CEH Master Certification. So this dual certification proves that not only do you understand ethical hacking, but you can also apply it in the real world situation. So with the CEH V13 certification, you will have the ultimate proof of your expertise in ethical hacking and cybersecurity. Now, let's take a quick overview of the key updates between the Certified Ethical Hacker version 12 and version 13. So let's dive right into the changes. So first we have the total number of modules. So the total number of modules remains the same in both versions with 20 modules in CEH V12 and V13. So there has been no changes here. However, the total number of slides has been reduced. CEH V12 had 1676 slides, while CEH V13 brings that number down to 1266 slides. So this suggests that the material is more concise in the latest version. Moving on to labs. CEH V12 offered 220 labs, while CEH V13 has added more depth by providing 221 labs. So these are broken down into 91 core labs and 130 self-study labs available as part of an upgrade. One significant update is the number of attack techniques. The Certified Ethical Hacker version 12 covered 519 techniques, but the version 13 increased that number to 550. That's a noticeable increase, giving learners exposure to more strategies. Next, we have the new technology added. So the CEH V12 introduced new technologies such as the Method Attack Framework for computing and techniques for evading NAC and endpoint security. Whereas the CEH V13, however, introduced a host of cutting-edge topics, and this include AI-driven ethical hacking, zero trust architecture, ransomware mitigation, and even quantum computing risk and post-quantum cryptography. The new syllabus also emphasizes AI and machine learning in cybersecurity, deepfake threats, and extended detection and response. While CEH V12 laid a strong foundation, CEH V13 adds even more relevance to artificial intelligence, machine learning, and advanced security models. So if you're aiming to stay ahead in the evolving world of cybersecurity, the updates in the CEH V13 certainly make it worth exploring. When choosing a CEH certification course, there are 3 options to suit different learning needs. So let me quickly walk you through them so you can decide which one is best for you. If you want the ultimate learning experience, the CEH Elite course is the best option. It gives you everything you need from study materials and lab access to unlimited exam attempts. You also get to compete with hackers worldwide in challenges. And the best part is, you can retake the exam as many times as you need, so there is no pressure to pass on the first try. So for those who are focused on learning and want some hands-on practice, the CEH Pro is the great middle option. It gives you 3 exam retakes, a solid amount of lab time, and 5 hacking tutorial videos. So it's perfect if you want a little extra support and flexibility with a couple of exam retakes, but don't need the full range of features like competitions. Next is the CEH Learn and Certify. So if you're mainly looking to get certified and don't need much beyond the basics, this option will give you access to study materials, labs, and 1 exam retake. So it's the most straightforward package and a good choice if you're confident in your skills and just need the essentials to pass the exam. So if you want the maximum support for everything, go for the CEH Elite. So if you're looking for a balanced approach with a room for retakes, CEH Pro is for you. And if you just need the basics, CEH Learn and Certify is your best option. Next, let's see who is CEH for. So, the Certified Ethical Hacker or CEH is designed to empower a range of professionals and organizations in the cybersecurity field. So, the first, CEH is perfect for cybersecurity professionals. It helps you drive your career forward with cutting-edge skills in ethical hacking enhanced by the power of AI. Next, for teams and organizations, CEH provides an opportunity to supercharge your team's knowledge. With CEH, your team is equipped with AI-powered ethical hacking skills. CEH is also trusted globally by government departments and military organizations. It's highly valued for its role in strengthening defense systems and cybersecurity initiatives. And for the educators, CEH offers a platform to create and grow your own cybersecurity courses and programs, empowering the next generation of cybersecurity experts. So whether you're a professional, an organization, part of the government or military, or an educator, CEH opens the door to new possibilities in cybersecurity. Let's talk about why cybersecurity matters so much. We have all seen the headlines, people getting scammed, sensitive data being leaked, and even hackers getting arrested. So one of the biggest cases of the 2017-18 Aadhaar data breach in India, where over 1.1 billion user identifiers were exposed. Another major incident was the 2017 WannaCry ransomware attack, where India was one of the worst hit nations. These are just a few examples that show how vulnerable we all are without proper cybersecurity measures in place. It's clear that protecting personal data and securing systems has never been more important. Now, let's talk about the job demands in cybersecurity. So, according to Forbes, the demand for cybersecurity professionals is set to skyrocket. The US Bureau of Labor Statistics, which predicts a 32% increase in cybersecurity jobs from 2022 to 2032. That's way above the average for all jobs, and it's not just in the US. According to Cybercrime Magazine, there were 3.5 million unfilled cybersecurity jobs worldwide in 2023, and this number is expected to stay the same through 2025. So this means there's a huge demand for skilled professionals. And if you simply search cybersecurity jobs on Google, you will see the top companies actively looking for talent. So this is definitely the right time to start your career. Now, let's look at the responsibility of a cybersecurity engineer. So what does a day in the life of a cybersecurity professional look like? Well, it's all about keeping systems secure and staying ahead of threats. So here are some of the tasks you might be doing. First, monitoring network traffic for suspicious activity. Next, investigating and responding to security incidents in real time. Then, writing detailed incident reports. Next, installing and managing firewalls and encryption tools. And then, fixing vulnerabilities and conducting risk assessments. And followed by which, promoting best practices for information security, and finally, conducting threat research and penetration testing. So, how do you get started in cybersecurity? There are 5 key pillars you should focus on, starting with general computing, next networking, then operating system, followed by programming and scripting, and finally hands-on experience. Now, let's discuss in detail about these key pillars of cybersecurity. Starting with general computing. First, we have hardware. Here, you need to understand the components like CPUs, RAM, storage, and networking devices and how they interact. Next, software. You need to know various operating systems, applications, and software management tools essential for cybersecurity tasks. Then, data flow. You need to learn how data moves between networks, servers, and devices, including the importance of securing that flow. Next, we have encryption. You need to master data encryption techniques to ensure confidentiality and protect sensitive information. Then, protocols. Understand key communication protocols like TCP/IP, DNS, and HTTP, which are crucial for securing networks. And finally, virtualizations. Use virtual machines for testing, building isolated environments, and improving system security. Our next key pillar is networking. Here, you need to learn about protocols. You need to deep dive into core networking protocols like TCP/IP, DNS, and DHCP to understand how data moves securely across networks. Next, firewalls. You need to learn to configure firewalls to control traffic and protect systems from unauthorized access. Then come routers. You need to manage network traffic using routers and secure network architecture by configuring proper routing policies. Next, VPNs. Set up virtual private networks to ensure secure remote access for both individuals and corporate networks. Next, vulnerabilities. Identify common network vulnerabilities like open ports, weak protocols, or misconfigurations and how to mitigate them. And finally, switches. Understand how switches operate to segment networks and secure internal communication paths. Moving on to the next key pillar, that is operating system. First, we have Windows. Gain proficiency in securing and managing Windows environments, focusing on user access control, patching, and threat detection. Next, Linux. Master the Linux command line to manage services, secure configurations, and automate system tasks for heightened security. Next, we have permissions. Learn how to set up user roles, group permissions, and access control to prevent unauthorized access. Then, updates. Keep systems secure by implementing regular operating system updates and patch management processes to eliminate vulnerabilities. Then, security. Harden operating systems by disabling unnecessary services, using firewalls, and applying security best practices. And finally, we have file systems. Learn to manage and secure file systems to prevent unauthorized data access and ensure data integrity. The fourth key pillar of cybersecurity is programming and scripting. First, learn Python for automating tasks, writing scripts to test vulnerabilities, and developing basic security tools. Next, JavaScript. Analyze and secure web applications by understanding JavaScript vulnerabilities like cross-site scripting. Next is Bash. Use Bash scripting to automate Linux tasks, manage logs, and secure configurations in Unix-based systems. Then comes PowerShell. Master PowerShell for Windows automation, including managing users, securing endpoints, and scripting security operations. Next, automation. Leverage programming skills to automate repetitive security tasks like scanning, monitoring, and patching systems. And finally, vulnerabilities. Write scripts that help identify and mitigate common coding vulnerabilities like SQL injection or buffer overflows. Our fifth key pillar of cybersecurity is hands-on experience. So participate in Capture the Flag competitions to solve real-world security challenges and sharpen problem-solving skills. Next, labs. Use online labs like TryHackMe, Hack the Box, or DIY setups to practice exploiting vulnerabilities and securing systems. Then comes practice. You need to regularly engage in exercises that simulate security scenarios, ensuring continuous learning and skill improvement. Next, simulation. Conduct real-world attack or defense simulations to experience both offensive and defensive cybersecurity roles. Then comes exploitation. Practice exploiting common vulnerabilities in a controlled environment to understand attack techniques and how to defend against them. Finally, bug bounties. Participate in bug bounty programs where companies pay you to find and report vulnerabilities in their systems. Finally, let's explore the domains in cybersecurity. Depending on your interest, you can specialize in areas like web application security, cloud security, mobile application security, defensive security, offensive security, or compliance and governance, etc. So now, let's talk about how you can carve your path into web application security. This field is about protecting web apps from attackers and patching vulnerabilities before they are exploited. First, let's start with the prerequisites. Before you start, make sure you have a solid foundation in basic networking and HTTP protocols. You should also be familiar with web development, especially HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It's crucial to understand how web applications are built so you know what you're securing. Then, get familiarity with both Linux and Windows operating system is also a plus, as many web servers run on these platforms. Next, let's talk about skills. First, we have vulnerability assessment. Learn to identify, classify, and prioritize vulnerabilities in systems and applications. This helps in finding weakness before attackers exploit them. Next, secure coding practices. Learn how to write code that minimizes security risk, ensuring that applications are less vulnerable to attacks like SQLI and XSS. Next, patch management. Understand the process of applying patches to fix vulnerabilities in software and systems, keeping them secure from new threats. Then comes penetration testing. You need to develop the ability to ethically hack into systems to identify and exploit weaknesses, simulating real-world attacks to improve security defenses. Next, automation. Master the use of scripting languages like Python to automate tasks such as vulnerability scans, patch deployment, and penetration tests. Next are the tools to master. You will need to familiarize yourself with several essential tools like Burp Suite, which is widely used for vulnerability scanning. Nikto helps with web app assessments, while Metasploit can assist with exploiting testing. And getting hands-on with these tools is critical for your development. Next is certifications. To validate and strengthen your web application security skills, begin with the Certified Web Application Security Professional to understand the fundamentals. As you advance, aim for certifications like the GAIC Web Application Penetration Tester and Offensive Security Web Expert for more in-depth expertise. Additionally, the eLearn Security Web Application Penetration Testers certification will further sharpen your practical skills in advanced web app security. And these certifications will not only enhance your credibility but also deepen your technical knowledge, making you highly competitive in the field. Now, let's discuss some key job roles you might consider after you specialize in this domain. First, we have Web Application Security Analyst. These professionals assess web applications for vulnerabilities and provide solutions to mitigate risk. Next, Penetration Tester. Also known as ethical hacker, they simulate attacks to identify weaknesses in web applications. Next, Secure Software Developer. They ensure that applications are designed and built with security in mind from the ground up. Next, Application Security Engineer. These engineers implement security measures to protect applications throughout their lifecycle. Next, we have Security Consultant. They advise organizations on best practices for securing web applications. Next, Vulnerability Assessment Specialist. This specialist focus on identifying and analyzing vulnerabilities in web applications. Now, let's take a look at the salary. The average salary for these roles in India ranges from 19,30,000 to 20,70,000 rupees per year. In the USA, you can expect salaries between $122,000 to $167,000 per year. Pretty impressive, right? Now let's talk about how you can build a career in cloud security, a field focused on securing data, applications, and infrastructure hosted in the cloud. So first, let's talk about the prerequisites. Before diving into cloud security, it's essential to have a basic understanding of networking like TCP/IP, DNS, and VPNs. Next, get familiarity with virtualizations and cloud platforms like AWS, Azure, and GCP. Next, knowledge of operating systems like Linux and Windows, and finally, understanding of cloud service models. And now, moving on to skills to master. First, we have cloud architecture. Learn how to design and secure cloud environments, including public, private, and hybrid clouds. Next, incident response. Focus on creating incident response plans, detecting breaches, and recovering systems in cloud infrastructure. Next, cloud platforms. Master security configuration in AWS, Azure, and GCP, including IAM, VPC security, and compliance controls. Next, we have scripting languages. Get comfortable with Python, PowerShell, or Bash to automate cloud security tasks and manage cloud resources. Next, container security. Learn how to secure Docker containers, Kubernetes clusters, and microservices in cloud deployments. Now let's look at the tools to master. First, we have Terraform. Use Terraform for automating secure cloud infrastructure deployments through infrastructure as cloud. Next, Kubernetes. Here, manage and secure containerized applications and clusters. Next, Snort. Implement network intrusion detection for cloud environments. And finally, Suricata. Leverage Suricata for intrusion detection and prevention in cloud-based networks. And finally, now let's discuss on the certifications. First, we have Microsoft AZ-500, which focuses on Azure security services, including identity and access management and security monitoring. The next certification is AWS Certified Security Specialty, a certification for those aiming to secure AWS environments at a deep level. Next is the Certified Cloud Security Professional, which covers the comprehensive cloud security concepts and governance across all platforms. Next, we have the CompTIA Cloud Plus, a solid foundation in cloud architecture, deployment, and security. And after specializing in this domain, here are some key job roles you might consider. First, Cloud Security Architect. This professional designs secure cloud environments to protect data and application. Next, Cloud Security Engineer. They implement security measures in cloud system and ensure compliance with best practices. Next, Cloud Compliance Analyst. This analyst ensures that cloud services meet regulatory requirements and industry standards. Next is Incident Response Specialist. They respond to security incidents and breaches in cloud environments, ensuring rapid recovery. The next role comes the DevSecOps Engineers. This role integrates security into the development and operations processes in the cloud. And finally, the Cloud Security Consultant. This consultant provides expert guidance on securing cloud architectures. Now, let's discuss the salaries. In India, the average salary ranges from 6 lakhs to 15 lakh rupees per year. In the USA, you can expect salary between $141,000 to $205,000 per year. That's quite a lucrative field. Now, let's talk about how you can curve your path into mobile application security. This field is focused on protecting mobile apps from threats, ensuring user data privacy, and securing app integrity. So first, let's talk about the prerequisites. So before you begin, make sure you have a solid foundation in mobile development and security principles. Then, get familiarity with programming languages like Java, Swift, or Kotlin is essential, along with a basic understanding of networking concepts and mobile operating systems. Then, knowledge of secure coding practices and experience with the mobile app lifecycles are also important. Now let's see the skills to master. So first is the mobile threat modeling. Learn to identify potential threats and vulnerabilities specific to mobile applications, allowing you to design security measures proactively. Next, secure coding. Understand how to write code that minimizes security risk in mobile applications, addressing common vulnerabilities such as insecure data storage and improper SSL implementations. Next, app hardening. Focus on techniques to protect your mobile applications from reverse engineering and tampering using tools like obfuscations and encryption. Next, vulnerability assessment. Learn how to perform security assessments and penetration testing on mobile applications to identify and address weaknesses. Next, compliance and privacy. Familiarize yourself with regulations like GDPR and CCPA and how they affect mobile application security and user data protection. Now moving on, the tools to master. First, Burp Suite. It is used for web security testing. It's also valuable for assessing mobile applications, particularly through intercepting traffic. Next, Mobile Security Framework, a tool for static and dynamic analysis of mobile apps, helping identify security vulnerabilities. Next, FRIDA, a dynamic instrumentation toolkit for developers useful for reverse engineering mobile apps and testing security measures. Next, Appium, an automation tool for testing mobile applications that can help in ensuring the security features function correctly. And now, let's talk about the certifications. First, we have eLearn Security Mobile Application Penetration Tester. This certification focuses on mobile application security testing methodologies, teaching you how to perform penetration tests and identify vulnerabilities in mobile apps effectively. Next, GAIAC Mobile Device Security Analyst Certification. This certification covers mobile security in enterprise environments, focusing on threat assessments, risk management, and security measures for mobile devices. Now, here are some job roles you might consider after specializing in this domain. First, we have Mobile Security Analyst. They analyze mobile applications for security vulnerabilities and risk. Next, Mobile Application Penetration Tester. Similar to web app testers, they focus on finding weaknesses in mobile applications. Next, Mobile Security Engineer. This engineer design and implement security solutions specifically for mobile apps. Then comes the Secure Mobile Developer. They develop mobile applications with security best practices integrated from the start. Next, Mobile Threat Intelligence Analyst. This analyst monitor and responds to threats targeting mobile platforms. And finally, App Security Consultant. They provide advice on securing mobile applications against potential threats. And now, let's discuss the average salary for this domain. In India, the average salary ranges from 6 to 17 lakh rupees per year, and in the USA, it can go from $136,000 to $193,000 per year. Mobile security is definitely a growing area. Now, Let us move on to the next domain, that is defensive security. Now let us discuss the prerequisites. So before you begin, ensure you have a solid foundation in IT fundamentals and network security principles. Then get familiarity with operating systems like Windows and Linux, along with networking concepts like TCP/IP, DNS, VPNs, and basic programming or scripting skills like Python, Bash is also essential. Next, understanding of security policies, risk management, and compliance frameworks will also be beneficial. Now let's discuss the skills to master. First, we have threat detection. Here, learn how to identify potential security incidents through continuous monitoring and analyzing of logs and alerts. Understanding of security information and event management tools is critical. Next, incident response. Focus on creating and implementing incident response plans to handle security breaches effectively. This includes incident detection, containment, eradication, recovery, and post-incident analysis. Next, vulnerability management. Here, develop the ability to assess systems for vulnerabilities and manage patching processes to mitigate risk. Then, get familiarity with vulnerability scanning tools and techniques, which is very crucial. Next is the security architecture. Understand how to design secure systems and networks. This includes knowledge of firewalls, intrusion detection or prevention systems, and network segmentation. Next is the compliance and governance. Get familiarized yourself with regulatory requirements and understand how they impact organizational security strategies. Now let us move on to the tools to master. First, we have Splunk, a leading SIEM tool used for log management, threat detection, and incident response. The next tool is Wireshark, a network protocol analyzer that helps in monitoring network traffic and diagnosing security issues. Next tool is the Nessus, a vulnerability assessment tool that identifies vulnerabilities in systems and applications. And finally, the Metasploit, a penetration testing framework that can also be used for understanding vulnerabilities and testing defenses. And now let us discuss the certifications. First certification we have eLearn Security Junior Penetration Tester. This certification provides a solid foundation in penetration testing, a key aspect of defensive security. Next is the Certified Information System Security Professional, a well-respected certification that covers a broad range of security topics, including defensive strategies. Next, Certified Information Security Manager. This certification focuses on managing and governing an organization's information security program, aligning it with business objectives. And next we have the GAIAC Security Essentials certification, which covers the essential knowledge and skills needed for security practitioners and provide a strong foundation in defensive security practices. And after specializing in this domain, consider these key job roles. First, Security Operations Center Analyst. They monitor security incidents and response to threats in real time. Next, Incident Response Manager. These managers oversee the response to security breaches and ensure effective recovery. Next, Vulnerability Management Analyst. They identify and prioritize vulnerabilities for remediation and protection. Next, Security Architect. These professionals design secure systems and networks to safeguard assets. Next, Compliance Officer. They ensure that organizations comply with security regulations and standards. And finally, Threat Intelligence Analyst. They analyze threat data to provide actionable insights and strategies. Now, let's have a look at the average salary for this domain. In India, the average salary for these roles ranges from 7,50,000 to 20 lakh rupees per year, and in the USA, it can reach up to $100,000 to $240,000 per year. And defensive security plays a critical role in any organizational safety. Now, let's talk about how you can curve your path into offensive security. This field is all about actively testing and improving security measures by simulating real-world attacks on systems and networks. So first, let us talk about prerequisites. Before you dive into offensive security, ensure you have a solid foundation in networking, operating systems, and programming. Then, get familiarity with TCP/IP, DNS, and basic protocols is also essential. Then, knowledge of Linux and Windows environments is crucial as many tools and exploits are platform specific. Next, understanding programming languages like Python, Ruby or JavaScript can also help you write scripts and automate tasks. Now, let us talk about the skills to master. First, learn how to conduct ethical hacking assessments on systems, applications, and networks. This includes understanding the phases of penetration testing from planning and reconnaissance to exploitation and reporting. Next, vulnerability assessment. Develop skills to identify, evaluate, and prioritize vulnerabilities in various environments using automated tools and manual techniques. Next, exploitation techniques. Master the techniques to exploit vulnerabilities safely and ethically, including web application attacks like SQL injection and excesses, network attacks, and privilege escalation. Next, social engineering. Here, understand human factors in security by learning social engineering tactics and how to test organizations' resilience against these types of attacks. Next, red teaming. Here, gain experience in simulating advanced persistent threats by utilizing tactics, techniques, and procedures that mimic real-world attackers. Now, let us move on to the tools to master. First, we have Kali Linux, a specialized Linux distribution packed with penetration testing and security auditing tools. Next, Burp Suite, an integrated platform for performing security testing of web applications crucial for discovering vulnerabilities. And the next tool is Metasploit, a powerful framework for developing and executing exploit code against remote target missions. Next, Nmap, a network scanning tool used to discover hosts and services on a computer network, helping in reconnaissance phases of penetration testing. Now let us talk about the certifications. First, we have Offensive Security Certified Professional, a hands-on certification focusing on penetration testing techniques and methodologies, where candidates demonstrate their skills in a real-world environment. Next, Certified Ethical Hacker, a certification that covers the tools and techniques used by ethical hackers, providing foundational knowledge in offensive security. Next, Guide Penetration Tester, which focuses on the knowledge and skills required to conduct effective penetration testing. And next we have CompTIA Pentest Plus. This certification validates the skills required to plan, scope, and manage penetration testing engagement, covering both technical and management aspects of penetration testing. Now, here are some key job roles you might consider after specializing in this domain. First, we have Penetration Tester. They simulate attacks to identify vulnerabilities in systems. Next, Red Team Member. These professionals conduct advanced penetration tests and security assessments. Next, Security Researcher. They explore new vulnerabilities and develop techniques to exploit them. Next, Exploit Developer. These experts create exploits for identified vulnerabilities. Then comes the Offensive Security Consultant. They provide expert advice on offensive security strategies and measures. And finally, Cyber Threat Hunter. They proactively search for threats within an organization's network. Now, let us discuss the average salary in offensive security. So, in India, you can expect to earn between 23,50,000 to 26,50,000 rupees per year. And in the USA, the range is $146,000 to $196,000 per year. It is a great incentive for those in offensive security. Now, moving on to our next domain, that is compliance and governance. First, let us talk about the prerequisites. So, before venturing into compliance and governance, it's essential to have a solid understanding of business principles, risk management, and information security fundamentals. Next, get familiarity with laws and regulations relevant to your industry, which is crucial. Next, basic knowledge of IT systems and security practices will also help you navigate compliance requirements effectively. Now, let us discuss the skills to master. First, we have regulatory frameworks. Here, learn about various compliance frameworks and standards, also understanding their requirements and applicability to your organizations. Next is the risk management. Here, develop skills to identify, assess, and mitigate risk to information assets. This includes understanding risk assessment methodologies and the importance of risk registers. Next, we have policy development. Gain experience in creating, implementing, and maintaining security policies and procedures that align with regulatory requirements and industry best practices. The next skill is auditing and assessment. Learn how to conduct internal audits and assessments to evaluate compliance with established policies, regulations, and standards, ensuring accountability and continuous improvement. And then comes the data privacy and protection. Understand data protection principles and practices, focusing on how to manage personal data securely and comply with privacy regulations like GDPR and CCPA. Now let us talk about the tools to master. First we have GRC tools, which is governance, risk, and compliance. First, familiarize yourself with the tools like RSA Archer, Logic Manager, or ServiceNow GRC, which help organizations manage their compliance efforts and risk assessments effectively. Next, risk assessment software. Use tools like RiskWatch or FAIR to conduct risk assessments and manage risk registers systematically. Next, audit management software. Here, learn to use tools like Audit Board or Teammate for managing audit processes and tracking compliance efforts. Next, data loss prevention solutions. Understand DLP tools like Semantic DLP or McAfee Total Protections for data loss preventions to secure sensitive information and ensure compliance with data protection regulations. Now let us talk about the certifications. First, we have Certified Information System Auditor, which focuses on auditing, control, and assurance, helping professionals assess the adequacy of an organization's governance and risk management practices. Next, Certified in Risk and Information System Control, a certification that validates skills in identifying and managing risk and implementing information system controls. Next, we have Certified Information Security Manager. This focuses on information security governance, risk management, and incident management, aligning IT security with business goals. Finally, we have Certified Information Privacy Professional. This certification covers privacy laws and regulation, helping professionals manage compliance with data protection requirements. After specializing in this domain, consider these key job roles. First, Compliance Analyst. They ensure that organizations comply with regulatory requirements and standards. Next, Risk Management Consultant. These consultants help organizations identify and manage risk effectively. Next, Data Protection Officer. They are responsible for overseeing data protection strategies and practices. Then, Information Security Auditor. They conduct audits to ensure compliance with security policies and regulations. Next, Risk and Compliance Analyst. They analyze risk and ensure compliance with relevant regulations. Finally, Privacy Compliance Specialist. These specialists focus on data privacy regulation and ensure adherence. Now let's talk about the average salary for this domain. In India, the average salary ranges from 5 lakhs to 14 lakh rupees per year, and in the USA, it can range from $107,000 to $150,000 per year. Now, let's talk about some exciting beginner-friendly projects that can jumpstart your journey into cybersecurity. First, we have Text Encryptor. Create an application that takes user input in the form of text and encrypts it using algorithms like CSRF or AES. This project will help you understand the concept of encryption and decryption, ensuring data confidentiality while enhancing your coding skills. Next is the Keylogger. Here, build a basic keylogger to capture keystrokes on your device. This project allows you to learn how keyloggers operate and the security risk they pose, providing insights into user privacy and the importance of securing input data. The next project idea is Image Encryptor. Here, develop an application that encrypts and decrypts images. This project introduces you to steganography, where you can hide information within images, and encryption techniques to protect visual data. The next idea is Password Strength Checker. Create a tool that evaluates the strength of password based on criteria like length, complexity, and unpredictability. This project will help you learn about secure password practices and the importance of user education in cybersecurity. Next is the Vulnerability Scanner. Build a basic vulnerability scanner that checks for common security weaknesses in a system or application. So this project will introduce you to scanning techniques and how vulnerabilities are identified and reported, giving you insight into network security. And in the next section, we will explore some complex projects designed for intermediates where you will tackle real-world challenges and deepen your knowledge. First, we have Network Packet Sniffer. Create a tool that captures and analyzes network packets. This project will enhance your understanding of network protocols, data transmission, and how to identify suspicious activities. You will learn about the packet structure and how to filter and interpret the captured data. Next, Web Application Firewall. Here, build a basic web application firewall that filters and monitors HTTP traffic between a web application and the internet. This project will teach you about common web vulnerabilities, rules for blocking attacks, and how to implement security measures to protect web applications. Next, Social Engineering Simulator. Here, develop a simulator that educates user about social engineering attacks such as phishing and pretexting. And this project will help you understand the psychological aspect of security, how attackers manipulate human behavior, and the importance of user awareness in cybersecurity. Next, Malware Analysis Sandbox. Here, create a controlled environment where you can analyze and dissect malware. So this project will introduce you to techniques for understanding malware behavior, reverse engineering, and the importance of analyzing threats to develop effective countermeasures. And the next project is Intrusion Detection System. Here, build a basic ideas that monitors network traffic for suspicious activities and alerts administrators. This project will deepen your understanding of intrusion detection techniques, anomaly detection, and how to interpret alerts to respond to potential threats. Next, with a solid intermediate foundation, you are now ready to tackle advanced projects that will significantly enhance your professional skill set. And this project will challenge you to apply your knowledge in real-world scenarios and prepare you for high-level roles in cybersecurity. So first we have SIEM Systems, which stands for Security Information and Event Management. Here, develop a SIEM system that collects and analyzes security data from across an organization's network. This project will enhance your skills in log management, threat detection, incident response, and how to create dashboards for visualizing security incidents. Next, Penetration Testing Framework. Here, create a comprehensive framework for conducting penetration tests. This project will help you integrate various tools, methodologies, and reporting techniques, ensuring you to understand the full cycle of a penetration test from planning to execution and reporting. Next, Incident Response Plan Automation. Build a tool that automates incident response processes such as alerts, containment, and recovery procedures. This project will enhance your understanding of incident response strategies, workflows, and the importance of quick and efficient responses to security incidents. The next project is on the Blockchain Security Analysis Tool. Develop a tool that assesses the security of blockchain implementations. This project will provide insights into blockchain architecture, smart contract vulnerabilities, and how to identify weaknesses in decentralized applications. Finally, Threat Intelligence Platform. Create a platform that aggregates and analyzes threat intelligence from various sources. This project will help you understand how to collect threat data, identify trends, and provide actionable insights for enhancing an organization's security posture. So, there you have it, the ultimate roadmap to a career in cybersecurity. Whether you're just starting out or looking to specialize in certain area, these are endless opportunities ahead. So let's dive into the core of our discussion, that is technical skills. These are the building blocks that not only protect our systems, but also lay the foundation for every other defensive measure in cybersecurity. So first on our list, we have network security. In today's interconnected world, network security is the foundation for any robust cybersecurity strategy. It involves configuring and monitoring firewalls, implementing intrusion detection systems, and safeguarding network communications. So just as a sturdy wall defends a fortress, a well-secured network prevents unauthorized access and data breaches, ensuring that every digital channel is fortified against evolving threats. Next on the list, we have incident response and risk management. Cyber incidents are inevitable. What matters is how swiftly and effectively you respond. Incident response isn't only about reacting to breaches. It's also about preparing in advance through rigorous risk management practices. This means having clear protocols, regular drills, and comprehensive plans in place, so that when a threat emerges, you're ready to mitigate the damage and secure the environment with minimal disruption. The next skill that we are going to discuss is advanced threat analysis. Advanced threats are on the rise, and cybersecurity experts need the skills to analyze and counter them. So attackers are using sophisticated tactics, often leveraging technologies like artificial intelligence to launch complex attacks. In-depth threat analysis enables you to understand these tactics, predict potential vulnerabilities, and implement countermeasures that neutralize emerging risks before they escalate into full-blown breaches. The next skill on our list is ethical hacking and penetration testing. So to build truly secure systems, you must sometimes think like the enemy. Ethical hacking and penetration testing empower you to identify weaknesses within your infrastructure. And by simulating real-world attacks in a controlled setting, you can uncover hidden vulnerabilities and address them proactively, ensuring that your defenses remain robust against adversaries. The next cybersecurity skill is artificial intelligence and machine learning. Cybersecurity experts of the future will need to leverage AI and ML not only to understand threats but also to forecast potential attacks. And these technologies allow you to develop predictive models that continuously learn from new data patterns, making it possible to detect anomalies and swiftly respond to threats as they evolve, keeping you one step ahead of cybercriminals. Next, programming and scripting. The backbone of modern cybersecurity relies on the ability to customize, automate, and innovate. Strong programming and scripting skills let you create automated defense mechanisms, manage threat intelligence feeds, and develop tailored solutions to complex security challenges. This technical proficiency empowers you to build and modify your tools in real time as new threats emerge. And the next technical skill is cryptography. Cryptography is essential to protect the confidentiality and integrity of data. And by mastering encryption techniques, you can secure sensitive information both in transit and at rest. In today's digital world, robust cryptographic practices are the invisible shield that prevents unauthorized access and data manipulation, ensuring that critical information remains confidential even in the most hostile environments. The next technical skill on our list is digital forensics. When breaches occur, digital forensic provides the investigate lens needed to trace back every move on the attacker. So it involves meticulously collecting, preserving, and analyzing digital evidence to uncover how an intrusion happened. So these critical skills not only assist in understanding and remedying breaches, but also fortifies future defense strategies by learning from past incidents. The next skill on our list is operating systems. A thorough understanding of various operating systems from Windows to Linux and Mac OS is vital. Each system has unique vulnerabilities and security configurations, and proficiency across these platforms allows cybersecurity experts to secure endpoints, manage permissions, and troubleshoot system-specific issues effectively. Mastery over operating systems means you are well prepared to handle any digital environment. The next skill is governance, risk management, and compliance. Cybersecurity extends beyond technology. It involves aligning technical measures with policies, processes, and legal standards. So experts must navigate complex regulatory environments, ensuring that security controls not only protect data, but also comply with governance and risk management protocols. This holistic approach guarantees that security practices support both technological and organizational integrity. Now moving on to the soft skills. While technical expertise provides the backbone for our cyber defenses, there is another equally crucial side to this coin. Next up are the soft skills that empower cybersecurity professionals to communicate, adapt, and think critically in high-pressure situations. So first, we will discuss on communication skills. Cybersecurity isn't just about firewalls and scripting. It's also about people. Effective communication is crucial, especially when you need to explain technical issues to non-technical stakeholders or coordinate a rapid incident response. So clear, concise communication ensures that everyone is on the same page, making collective problem solving more efficient during both planned operations and crisis scenarios. The next soft skill, which is important, is adaptability. With the cybersecurity landscape changing at a lightning speed, the ability to adapt is key, whether it's a new threat vector or an emerging technology. So being able to shift gears, learn on the fly, and modify strategies quickly is critical. So adapting is a quality that keeps your defense resilient to no matter what unexpected challenges arise. The next soft skill is critical thinking. So in the world of cybersecurity, every piece of the data can be a clue. So critical thinking lets you shift through layers of complex information, challenge assumptions, and formulate innovative solutions. This strategic mindset is essential for tackling sophisticated threats hand-on and ensuring that every security measure is both rational and effective. Next skill on our list is problem solving. So every cybersecurity incident is a problem waiting to be solved. Strong problem solving skills enable you to diagnose the root cause of vulnerabilities, devise strategic remedies, and implement practical solutions even under pressure. This skill transforms challenges into opportunities for improvement, bolstering your overall defense mechanism. And the next soft skill is continuous learning. The cyber threat landscape evolves every day, and so must your skills. A commitment to continuous learning means staying updated with the latest tools, methodologies, and threats. It's this drive for constant improvement that ensures you're always prepared to defend against the unexpected, making lifelong learning a cornerstone of your professional journey. By now, we have explored a holistic range of skills, both technical and soft skills, that are essential for navigating today's ever-evolving threat landscape. So from securing networks and analyzing advanced threats to communicating complex concepts with clarity, every skill plays a pivotal role in safeguarding our digital lives. Let's examine the current job demand for cybersecurity experts. Cybersecurity is booming and the numbers speak for themselves. According to the graph, the demand size of cybersecurity in India is projected to grow from 4.7 billion in 2024 to 10.9 billion by 2029. Similarly, in the United States alone, there are thousands of job openings and these numbers are only going up. According to an article by Cybercrime magazine, there are projected to be around 3.5 million unfilled cybersecurity positions by 2025. Numerous reports highlight the growing job demand for cybersecurity professionals, but they also reveal a significant talent shortage and a huge skill gap in the industry. In fact, if you do a quick Google search for cybersecurity jobs, you will find leading companies looking for experts, often with impressive salary packages. These opportunities are out there and applying for them is easy, but filling the skill gaps to land these roles requires the right preparations and expertise. That's why we are here with these essential cybersecurity interview questions to help you build the skills and the confidence needed to succeed in this field. So let's dive in and get started. So first, let's get started with the beginner level interview questions. And the first question we often hear is, what is cybersecurity and why is it important? So here's an answer to this. Cybersecurity is the practice of protecting computer systems, networks, and the data from theft, damage, or unauthorized access. And it's crucial because it helps safeguard sensitive information, ensure privacy, prevent financial losses, and protect critical infrastructure from cyber threats. Next, a fundamental question in cybersecurity is understanding the differences between a threat and a vulnerability and a risk. So, let's break it down. A threat is any potential danger or harmful event that can exploit vulnerabilities and negatively impact security. Think of a threat as something that could cause damage, like a hacker, a virus, or even a natural disaster. A vulnerability, on the other hand, is a weakness or a gap in our security measures that threats can exploit. Examples include an outdated firewall, weak passwords, or unpatched software. Finally, risk is the probability of a threat successfully exploiting a vulnerability combined with the potential consequences. It's about evaluating how likely it is that a vulnerability will be exploited and what the impact could be. So, in simple terms, threats are the dangers, vulnerabilities are the weaknesses, and risk is the likelihood and impact if the danger becomes reality. Another common question is, how do firewalls protect network security? So let's go over this. Firewalls act as protective barriers that monitor and control both incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predefined security rules. Firewalls work by filtering traffic and blocking any unauthorized access to prevent malicious data from entering or leaving the network. For example, they can detect and stop harmful connections like suspicious IP addresses or unsafe websites from communicating with your internal systems. Next, we have a question about VPNs. What is a VPN and why is it used? A VPN or virtual private network is a service that encrypts and secures your internet connections, making it more private and anonymous. VPNs are especially useful for three main reasons. First, they protect your data from eavesdropping, which is crucial if you're using public Wi-Fi networks. Second, they allow you to access content that might be restricted by location, like certain streaming services or websites. And the third, they provide an extra layer of security, especially when using untrusted networks, helping you avoid potential cyber threats. Now, let's talk about two-factor authentication or 2FA. A common question is, what is two-factor authentication and why is it important? Two-factor authentication enhances security by requiring two different types of verifications from the user. Usually, this involves something you know like a password and something you have such as a temporary code sent to your phone or generated by an app. So this additional layer is crucial because even if someone obtains your password, they still can't access your account without the second factor. 2FA significantly reduces the risk of unauthorized access and makes your accounts far more secure. Now, let's dive into two important terms in cybersecurity, that is, encryption and decryption. Encryption is the process of converting plain text data, that is, data in its original, readable form into a coded format to protect it from unauthorized access. Decryption, on the other hand, is the process of converting encrypted data back into its original, readable form. This allows unauthorized users to view the data as intended. Next, let's talk about SSL encryption. The question is, what is SSL encryption? SSL or Secure Sockets Layer is a security protocol that encrypts data transmitted between a user's web browser and a website server. Essentially, SSL protects sensitive information like login credentials, credit card numbers, and personal data when it's sent over the internet. This encryption ensures that data stays secure during transit, preventing eavesdropping and tampering by unauthorized parties. You can tell a website has SSL encryption if you see HTTPS at the start of the URL with a padlock symbol next to it. Next, a common interview question is, what is the difference between IDS and IPS? IDS stands for Intrusion Detection System. It's designed to monitor network traffic and detect suspicious or unusual activities, generating alerts when it finds something that might be a threat. IPS or Intrusion Prevention System goes a step further. It not only detects potential threats but also takes immediate action to block or prevent suspicious activity. Now, another common question in cybersecurity interviews is, what are cookies in a web browser? Cookies are a small data files that websites store on your device. These files hold information like your preferences, session details, and login status, which helps website remember you and provide a more personalized browsing experience. For example, when you add items to an online shopping cart and come back later to find them still there, it's because cookies have saved that information for you. They track your session information, so you don't have to start over. Similarly, cookies enable websites to keep you logged in or show content that's relevant to your interest. Next, an interesting term you might encounter in cybersecurity is honeypot. So, what exactly is honeypot? In cybersecurity, a honeypot is a decoy system or network set up specifically to attract cyber attackers. While attackers focus on the honeypot, security professionals can watch their every move and learn about their tactics, techniques, and goals. This setup helps organizations understand real-world attack strategies and vulnerabilities, enabling them to strengthen their defenses accordingly. Now, let's move on to the intermediate level interview questions. One fundamental concept in secure communication is public key infrastructure, or PKI. So, what is PKI and why is it important? PKI is a system of cryptographic techniques designed to enable secure communication over insecure networks like the internet. At the heart of PKI is a key pair, a public key which is shared openly and a private key which is kept confidential by the owner. So these keys are used in various operations such as encrypting and decrypting data, creating digital signatures, and verifying the authenticity of a message or document. PKI uses a certificate authority to ensure that a public key is legitimate and belongs to the correct entity. Certificate authorities validate public key by issuing digital certificates, giving users confidence that they are connecting to a trusted source. Another interview question you might face is about rootkits. So what exactly is a rootkit and how would you detect one? A rootkit is a malicious software designed to give attackers hidden, unauthorized access to a system. Unlike other malware, rootkits are particularly dangerous because they work in the background, often evading standard antivirus detection. Attackers use them to control a system remotely, monitor activities, and steal sensitive information all while remaining hidden. Detecting a rootkit can be challenging due to its stealthy nature, but there are ways to spot one. First, specialized anti-rootkit tools are built to scan and detect this type of malware specifically. Additionally, monitoring the system for unusual behavior can help, such as unexplained system slowdowns, unexpected processes running, or changes to critical files. This can all be signs of a rootkit operating in the background. Now, you might also get asked about zero-day vulnerabilities in a cybersecurity interview. So, what exactly is a zero-day vulnerability? A zero-day vulnerability is a security flaw in software or hardware that has yet to be discovered or disclosed by the vendor. Because no patch or fix exists at the time of the discovery, these vulnerabilities are highly dangerous. Attackers can exploit the vulnerabilities immediately before developers have any chance to resolve it. For example, zero-day vulnerabilities have been used in major cyber incidents like the WannaCry ransomware attack causing widespread damage. Next, in cybersecurity, digital signatures are an essential concept, especially in securing communication and transactions. But what exactly is a digital signature? A digital signature is a cryptographic method for verifying the authenticity and integrity of a digital document or message. So here's how it works. When a sender signs a document digitally, a unique code known as a hash is generated based on the document's content. This hash, combined with the sender's private key, creates the digital signature. When the receiver gets the document, they can use the sender's public key to confirm both the sender's identity and that the document hasn't changed since it was signed. Now, moving on to our next question. Patch management is a key component of maintaining security in any organization. But what exactly is its role? Patch management is the process of regularly updating software and systems to address known vulnerabilities. When a software vendor identifies a security flaw, they release a patch, a small update designed to fix it. Applying these patches as soon as they are available is essential because attackers often look for these known vulnerabilities to exploit before systems are updated. Another essential tool in cybersecurity is the Security Information and Event Management System or SIEM. But what exactly does a SIEM do? A SIEM system is a centralized security solution that gathers and analyzes data from various sources, such as firewalls, servers, and endpoint devices. Its main job is to detect potential threats in a real time by correlating data from these sources and looking for unusual patterns or behaviors that could signal an attack. When the SIEM identifies a potential threat, it generates alerts that enable security teams to respond quickly. Additionally, SIEM systems assist with incident investigations by providing detailed logs and can also support compliance requirements by keeping track of security-related events and creating reports. Now, when it comes to disposing of sensitive data securely, there are several common methods used to ensure it can't be recovered. So let's go over each of this. First, data shredding is a method that breaks data down into smaller, unusual pieces similar to how paper shredding works. This makes it nearly impossible to reconstruct the original information. Next, overwriting is another method where we replace the old data with random characters multiple times. This technique is effective for preventing data recovery even with advanced forensic tools. For magnetic storage media like hard drives, we often use degaussing. This involves applying a strong magnetic field to erase data, which scrambles the magnetic field that stores information, making it unreadable. Finally, there is a physical destruction, where storage media are physically broken, drilled, or shredded. This is the most secure method, especially for highly sensitive data, as it ensures no data can ever be retrieved. Now, moving on to our next question. Endpoint security is a critical aspect of an organization's cybersecurity strategy. But what exactly does it involve? Endpoint security refers to protecting individual devices or endpoints like computers, smartphones, and even IoT devices that connect to a network. Each of these endpoints represents a potential entry point for attackers, so securing them is essential for preventing breaches. Endpoint security uses tools such as antivirus and anti-malware software to scan and remove harmful programs. Intrusion detection systems also monitor for unauthorized access attempts on these endpoints. Next, a Security Operations Center or SOC is often the frontline defense for an organization's cybersecurity efforts. So what exactly does a SOC do? Think of the SOC as a centralized team of cybersecurity professionals dedicated to monitoring, detecting, and responding to security incidents in real time. It's essentially the command center for an organization's digital security. One of the Security Operations Center's main function is continuous monitoring. Using tools like SIM systems, the SOC team tracks network, system, and endpoint activities, looking for anything unusual that could signal a potential threat. The Security Operations Center is also responsible for incident detection and response. When a threat is detected, the team acts quickly to contain and resolve it before it escalates. Beyond responding to incidents, the Security Operations Center also works on threat intelligence, gathering information on emerging threats and developing strategies to mitigate them. Additionally, they perform forensic analysis after incidents to understand the root cause, impact, and steps to prevent similar occurrence in the future. So, what's the difference between penetration testing and vulnerability assessments? When they both aim to improve security, they approach it from different angles. A vulnerability assessment is focused on scanning systems for known weaknesses. Vulnerability assessments are non-intrusive. They provide a report of vulnerabilities without attempting to exploit them. This assessment is ideal for getting a high-level overview of what needs to be patched or improved. Penetration testing, on the other hand, takes things a step further by simulating real-world attack scenarios. This test actively attempts to exploit identified vulnerabilities to see what a potential attackers could accomplish. Penetration testing is intrusive by design, as it needs to simulate the methods and tactics that an actual attacker might use. Now, moving on to the advanced level interview questions. And the question is, explain advanced persistent threats. The advanced persistent threats are long-term, highly targeted attacks carried out by the skilled adversaries, often with substantial resources. Unlike regular cyber attacks, which might be opportunistic, APTs are designed to maintain ongoing access to a network without detection. They are sophisticated, stealthy, and persistent. APTs have a few defining characters. First, they are stealthy and persistent. These attackers move slowly and carefully to avoid detection. Second, they use sophisticated techniques like zero-day exploits, phishing, and custom malware to bypass defenses. A typical APT attack progresses through several stages. First, initial intrusion. The attackers gain access, often through phishing or exploiting system vulnerabilities. Next, establish foothold. Malware or backdoors are deployed to ensure they can maintain access. Next, lateral movement. Once inside, they move across the network to find sensitive data. Next, data exfiltration. This is where data is stolen or systems are disrupted as per the attacker's objective. Then comes the maintain presence. Finally, they set up ways to return or continue undetected if they are removed. Now moving on to the next question. How do you approach securing a large distributed network? So, when it comes to securing a large distributed network, multiple layers of strategies and tools are involved. First up is network segmentation. By dividing the network into smaller isolated segments, you can significantly reduce the risk of attackers moving laterally within your system if they gain access. Using VLANs, subnets, or firewalls to separate segments is common practice and helps limit unauthorized access. Next is strong access controls. This includes enforcing strict authentication methods like multi-factor authentication and ensuring users have only the access they need following the principles of least privilege. This minimizes exposure and reduces potential attack surfaces. Regular security audits and vulnerability scanning are also critical. This helps identify weak points before attackers can exploit them. Audits ensure your security policies are effective, and tools like vulnerability scanners and penetration testing keep you proactive against threats. Next, continuous network monitoring. Continuous network monitoring is essential for early threat detection. Deploy IDS or IPS systems and SIM tools to monitor network activity in real time, setting up alerts for suspicious behavior. This way, potential threats can be identified and mitigated quickly. Lastly, secure configuration management. Ensuring all network devices are configured with secured settings helps maintain a baseline of security across the network. Using configuration management tools can make this process easier and ensure compliance with security standards. And the next question is, what is the importance of forensics in cybersecurity? Digital forensics is a critical aspect of cybersecurity, providing vital insights during and after a cyber incident. So, let's break down why forensics is so important. Firstly, forensics enable incident investigations. So, when a breach occurs, forensics specialists work to determine the root cause, the attack vector, and which systems or data were impacted. This information is essential for understanding the scope of the incident and ensuring all compromised areas are addressed. Another core aspect is evidence collection and preservation. Forensics follows stringent methods to gather digital evidence, making sure it's authentic and has integrity. This is especially crucial if the evidence is to be used in court or for regulatory compliance. Forensics also play a role in understanding attack vectors. By examining how an attacker gained access, forensics helps identify specific security gaps. This knowledge is invaluable for enhancing defenses and avoiding similar attacks in the future. Additionally, forensics supports legal actions. In cases where cyber criminals can be prosecuted, digital evidence collected through forensics can be crucial for legal proceedings, making it easier to hold attackers accountable. Lastly, forensics enhances incident response. The insights from forensic investigation provide the response team with actionable information, helping them contain and resolve incidents more effectively and efficiently. And the next question is, what are your strategies for managing supply chain risk in cybersecurity? So, when managing supply chain risk in cybersecurity, there are a few essential strategies to consider. First, start with a thorough vendor assessment. This means evaluating each third-party vendor's security practices to identify and potential vulnerabilities that could impact your organization. Next, it's crucial to enforce security standards with these vendors. By setting clear security policies that they must follow, you help minimize their risk. Another effective strategy is conducting regular audits and monitoring. Audits help confirm that vendors are adhering to the agreed security standards and that there is no lapse in compliance. Finally, having a supply chain risk management program is key. This program ensures a proactive approach to identifying and addressing any emerging risk in your supply chain. Next, explain the concept of container security. Containers allow applications to run consistently across different environments by packaging the app together with its necessary dependencies. However, container shares the underlying host OS. A vulnerability in one container can potentially affect the others. So, how do we secure containers? It boils down to several key stages. First, image scanning is one of the first lines of defense. Before deploying containers, we scan the container images for vulnerabilities, outdated libraries, and any misconfigurations that attackers could exploit. Next, access control is crucial. Implementing least privilege access ensures that users and services only have the minimal rights needed to operate, reducing the chances of unauthorized access. Next, once the containers are running, we need runtime protection. This involves monitoring the containers in real time to detect malicious activities like unusual system calls or unauthorized privilege escalation and responding to potential threats immediately. Then, network security between containers also need attention, ensuring that the communication between containers is encrypted and secure prevents attackers from intercepting or manipulating the data. Lastly, configuration management plays a big role. Secure configurations and policies, including proper handling of secrets like password and API keys, can prevent attackers from exploiting configuration weaknesses. And the next question is, what exactly is quantum cryptography and why should we care about it? Well, quantum cryptography is a new approach to securing communications that uses principles from quantum mechanics, the science that deals with the smallest particles like atoms and photons. In simple terms, it uses quantum bits or qubits to create encryption keys. These keys are super secure because any attempt to intercept them would immediately be detected. This makes quantum cryptography tough to hack. But what makes it really exciting is the future implications. As quantum computers advance, they might be able to break today's encryption methods. Quantum cryptography offers a way to stay ahead of that, ensuring our data stays safe in the long run. The next question is, how do you manage security in a hybrid cloud environment? In a hybrid cloud environment, security management means balancing both on-premises and cloud resources seamlessly. Here are a few ways to make that happen. First, consistent security policies are essential. Make sure that the rule applied to your on-premises setup also extend to your cloud. This way, you avoid gaps in your security framework. Next, use identity and access management to control who can access specific resources, ensuring the right users have the right access. Also, protect your data by encrypting it both at rest and in transit. This ensures that sensitive information is safe no matter where it's stored. Lastly, monitoring and regular audits are key. Monitor your system for unusual activity and conduct audits to ensure security. Next, explain the concept of threat intelligence and its application. So, what exactly is threat intelligence and why does it matter? In simple terms, threat intelligence is about gathering and analyzing data to recognize emerging threats before they cause harm. The main goal of threat intelligence is to help organizations stay ahead of cyber criminals. By analyzing trends and threat patterns, companies can predict potential attacks and take actions before the threat even reaches them. Now, where does threat intelligence apply? It's useful in detecting threats, responding to incidents, managing risk, and even assessing vulnerabilities. Essentially, it's like having an early warning system. Overall, threat intelligence improves security teams' decision-making, reduces risk, and strengthens an organization's security approach. Now, what strategies would you implement for securing mobile applications? So, when it comes to securing mobile applications, there are a few key strategies that can help protect your data and app functionality. First, encryption is essential. By encrypting sensitive data, you make sure that even if data is intercepted, it remains unreadable to unauthorized users. Second, always perform code reviews. Regularly reviewing your code helps you spot potential weaknesses early on so you can fix them before they are exploited. Next, use secure APIs. This controls how data is shared and accessed between applications, preventing unauthorized access. Another critical step is regular updates and patching. Technology evolves fast and so do vulnerabilities. Regular updates help protect against new threats and keep your app's defenses up to date. Finally, strong user authentication methods like two-factor authentication, should be implemented. This adds an extra layer of security by ensuring that only authorized users can access the app. The last question of our day is, how do you ensure compliance with international data protection laws like GDPR? So, first, start with data protection policies. These policies guide the organization in handling personal data securely and responsibly. Next, privacy impact assessments are essential. PIAs helps us identify any risk to data privacy in new projects or processes and allow us to take action to reduce those risks. Another critical step is to ensure that we get consent from users when needed and respect their rights. This includes giving people control over their data, like the right to access or delete it. Next, strong data security measures also play a big role in compliance. Encryption, secure storage, and access controls help keep personal data safe from unauthorized access. Lastly, regular compliance audits help verify that all practices remain up to date with data laws. This not only ensures compliance but also demonstrates to regulators that we are serious about protecting user privacy. And with this, we have come to an end to this full course on cybersecurity. If you enjoyed listening to this full course, please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment on any of your doubts and queries. We will reply to them at the earliest. And do look up for more videos and playlists and subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel to learn more. Thank you for watching and happy learning.